from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech, who puts the Atlas.
It's a beautiful Friday morning here in Lagos. Today is the 21st day of November 2025. Welcome to Voice of the People television, and the program is VOP this morning. Down, the VOP is Voice of the People, and the program is this morning. Join us as we get into the world of news. We are in very interesting times in Nigeria. A lot is happening, a lot has happened, and I believe that a lot will still happen. Now, in the next 2 hours, we are going to take you through interesting trending stories in Nigeria, starting from no genocide in Benue State. Now, this is coming from the state governor, Hyacinth Alia, as priests are killed, schools shot over bandit terror in north-central Nigeria. Away from that, we'll get into another big story. Terrorism trial, Nnamdi Kanu gets life imprisonment, while terror kingpin works in 20 years. But before we get into all of these, we have other interesting trending stories within the polity that we are going to chime in on. Join us as we take a cruise into the world of Voice of the People television. I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Yes, of course, and I'm Moses Humphrey. Now, the world marks World Television Day today, November 21st, and broadcasters, media professionals, and students have gathered both online and offline to reflect on the changing faces of television. Well, the United Nations-backed celebration themed TV is changing. Its power remains spotlighted television's enduring role in shaping public opinion, culture, and education, even as digital platforms disrupt traditional viewing habits. On World Television Day, we're asking a question: is the traditional TV in your living room becoming a relic, while streaming giants and social media clips fight for your attention? Well, experts reveal that television's power hasn't vanished. It has only transformed. But it's no longer just about scheduled shows on, the big screen. It's about the water cooler moments from a major drama that explode online. The live news events that everyone watches simultaneously on their phones these days, and the trusted broadcast that cuts through the chaos of digital misinformation. Well, the truth is, television is no longer just a device. It's the premium, high-impact content that commands a nation's focus, proving that in a fractured digital world, the shared experience of powerful storytelling and authoritative journalism is more vital than ever. Welcome to the program.
All right, that is well said. I'm Fina, okay, Chuku. Just to let you know that what we had there, or what you just listened to, is a powerful message from us broadcasters. Yes, a beautiful one indeed. I could recall when I was much younger, I had a flat on television than a particular make, which I wouldn't want to go all out to start calling and all that. And TV always have a special space in the center. It's, if not there in the room divider in the sitting room, it might be somewhere in the room, luckily for me and my siblings, we'll have our own in the children's room. We'll have the one in my father's room, the one in the sitting room, and all that. And interesting sometimes they'll say, don't watch the TV. You shouldn't do it until you're done with this, until you're done with that. But guess what? Everything now is becoming premium. You can even carry your television in your pocket. Yes, you can do it that way. Either you're looking at your phone, or it mustn't just be before the big screen now. You have a whole lot of digital equipment that people can use and connect to the world and get the information, get across to everything happening. But we have a little challenge. And that challenge that we have is the fact that people don't understand, or they don't know how to differentiate between the premium journalism and content creating and every other thing. Yes, they don't understand that. So there's a difference between I'm trying to get you out there for you. Why I'm saying this is for broadcasters or for journalism, we're there to educate, give you information, and also entertain you. So when people work up to say they want to streamline everything to just the entertainment base, it rules out the other two, which is passing in vital information and also keeping you informed as well as getting you educated. And we work with the television. I started from radio. I did press, radio, then now television, and I am enjoying every bit of it as a journalist.
All right then. Well, let's listen to. We have a package put together for you, so let's give you time to watch this one, and then when we come back, we'll continue with our regular program.
Every year on November 21st, we celebrate World Television Day, a day declared by the United Nations to recognize the profound influence of television in shaping culture, education, and communication. Television has informed us, entertained us, and united us. Through global broadcasts, we have shared history in real time, from moon landings to Olympic triumphs, world-changing speeches and unforgettable stories, from black and white images that flickered across tiny screens to vibrant high-definition worlds that bring stories to life. Television has been more than just a box in our living rooms. It's been a window to the world. It is through television that we've discovered new worlds, learned new ideas, and felt the heartbeat of humanity across borders and generations. Today, it evolves with technology, from streaming digital media to smart TVs, connecting billions of people with knowledge, creativity, and opportunity. A veteran broadcast journalist, Bimbo Oloyede, speaks on how television has evolved over the years.
I think whether anybody likes it or not, the TV is going to survive. In fact, let me go as far as to say television will continue to thrive, because even though digital devices are available, even though there are different types of platforms where people can access audiovisual materials, you still have a very large number of people that do watch TV. I don't think that even if there's going to be a fight to finish, that anybody is actually going to win. I think what's going to happen is that we're going to see more and more of convergence. We're going to see a situation where you want to watch a variety of different programs, you want to access different information, that wherever you happen to be at that time will determine the device you will use. So if you are at home and you're sitting down, you're stretching your legs, you're sitting in your sitting room and you're relaxing in your parlor and you want to watch the news, for instance, I wouldn't pick up my phone, I wouldn't pick up my tablet. What I do is switch on the TV and watch the news. And I suspect that quite a lot of people would do that. Now, that is not to say that a lot of younger people who are interested in news and information will not access it on the go. They will. But I think what is important for us to understand is that depending on where you are will determine what device you use to watch whatever it is in particular you want to watch.
Today, we celebrate not just the screens, but the stories, the storytellers, and the spirit of connection it brings.
The screen I met was a tube. The contents were very censored. The content will start streaming by 4 o'clock, and we were regulated for TV time. So once it is 8, 9, go to bed. Over time, it has moved from being a tube to just any available screen. So not just that the things are no longer big, they are not accessible by every Tom, Dick, and Harry.
TV for me is a source of entertainment, a source of education. Just like watching news. I don't normally watch the news, but whenever I watch the news, I know what is happening in the government. Or when I'm watching cartoons, there are morals and education in cartoons. That even right now, as I'm a teenager, I also watch cartoons because there are good things in cartoons that I can learn. So for me, TV enlightens us and also entertains us.
TV is educative, is enlightening. It has evolved in the area of creation of awareness, awareness to the general public, creating awareness of what is happening in our environment. So TV is actually what's the one.
TV is a media, it's one of the ways that we can get information quickly, not like the olden days that we have to write letter and send it to a mouse before we get information or before we can get things done. So TV is a way of communicating early and to make sure that this information is being disseminated on time. So, and it has really helped, especially our society, to get more information on time, without being delayed.
Power of vision, voices, and stories that continue to inspire us all. One screen at a time. Happy World Television Day.
All right, there you have it, the wonderful package put together by Voice of the People Television to still commemorate the World TV Day. And I love the lady you saw on your screen. I was having a chat behind the camera here, and I was told that she is the first female newscaster. And I was like, oh my God, in Nigeria. And I was also told how she is, that she's looking that elegant and poised. Oh my, no. I'll be like her when I grow up. Believe me, I'm going to be. And she celebrated 50 years. She already celebrated 50 years in broadcasting. Fina, what are you doing? I'm going to be, if I calculate how many years it's going to take me for me to be 71,
you still
and
have
also
enough time to work. Just
believe me, but
just continue to work and continue to make an impact. So that's.
I will get to that point.
But Bibo Oloyede, she has walked the walk, I must say, and she's one broadcaster I admire. Her elocution, how poise, everything about her, just reeks of glamour, and yes, she has come a long way, and we'll celebrate her as we celebrate broadcasters around the world. It's World Television Day. We celebrate broadcasters, we celebrate content creators, we celebrate everyone that has made watching television worthwhile. Back in the day, for those of us, we would wait for 4 o'clock. Was it even 4? Was it 3 o'clock or 4? And then we wait for that sound, that humming sound. And then you see the colors on the TV, and then it was black and white. And I remember at some point, I was like, can we make this thing colored? You see, I think my generation are the creators of most inventions, because we thought outside the box. And then, I at the time would take, there's this, I don't want to mention, well, I think I can mention.
Cellophane, use cellophane and cover the screen.
For it to be what? For it to be colored?
The Lucozade boost,
yes.
You
use it to cover the screen to make it colored.
Are you serious?
Yes, because at that point,
it was interesting.
If you watch foreign movies, foreign films, you see colored television before it got into Nigeria.
Yes.
So what we normally do is use cellophane, like say colored cellophane, and paste it on the TV.
It gave it a different color. It was really nice.
It was really nice.
I met the colored television. I would think I wasn't opportunity.
We are not talking about, he said his generation.
His generation.
But when antennas became a thing, we created our own antennas. We used plates, stainless plates, created antennas, fluorescent bulbs.
Yes.
And then I remember going somewhere at Okafa. I bought the fluorescent bulb, somewhere in the solar here. Bought the fluorescent bulbs, the wires, and then bamboo. I bought everything. I needed to make the antenna work so I could watch more on television. We've come a long way.
We've come a long way. I think I had a different experience. Why? Because what has happened, tells me that, look, the world itself is dynamic, society is dynamic, we keep making improvements and all of that. When you talk about antenna, oh God, I can remember going outside to turn that
was the way to make it
get
work.
Signal. To get signal.
Is it clear now?
Is it showing?
Somehow
I was lucky But because at that time, in my village setting where I grew up, both of my parents were teachers and they were able to put money together and bought television. I think that was probably about the first or second. So people will, yes, you can tell my age. So people will now gather, before 3, 4, in our parlor window, and I'll go and draw the curtains.
Oh,
if you had offended me, I'll go and draw the curtain against you. In the evening, when Zebrodaya Okori Wemo
alias 4:30,
we will now go. By then, like Fina said, my mother will make sure that you have done
all the chores
before you go. And I will go and open it was cupboard television. You go and open it and all of that. Until the things started changing, the dynamism, until we got into the screen. Now we have flat screen, we even have cupped screen and all of that.
So
and talking about journalism, it has also affected the world of journalism and journalists, because we have a brand now called citizen journalism. But what lacks there is the censorship. People are not self-censoring. They put out everything and anything, and that is the difference. Because if you come to print or television, the traditional, you have layers of censorship. It comes through the reporter, the sub-editor, the editor, and all of that. But finally, my take is that, look, journalism is still a very noble profession. I think we should celebrate ourselves. As we are celebrating the World Television Day, we should keep it up, because it is the fourth estate of the realm. And what we do impact positively or negatively to society. In fact, that is it. That's a call for everybody. Even as citizen journalists, you need to do well, to ensure that you put out correct information. Don't misinform the public. That's
a duty. It's a duty. So you don't cause chaos in the nation or around the world, as the case may be.
All right. Away from that, Nigeria's healthcare crisis has deepened as the Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors fiercely rejected claims by the Federal Ministry of Labour and Employment that the government has met 19 out of 20 of their demands. In a strongly worded statement, NAD described the ministry's assertion as misleading and grossly inaccurate, insisting that none of their demands have been fully or viably implemented. The doctors, who have been on an indefinite nationwide strike since November 1, say the government's narrative is a deliberate attempt to deceive the public and downplay the severity of the situation. The strike has crippled services in federal hospitals across the country, leaving patients stranded and critical care units overwhelmed. The doctors' grievances include unpaid salaries, poor working condition, lack of medical equipment, and the government's failure to finalize a collective bargaining agreement, CBA, despite repeated ultimatums and negotiations. NAD says the administration has failed to act in good faith. But meanwhile, the crisis has been compounded by a power strike launched by the Joint Health Sector Union, that is the JOHESU, and the Assembly of Healthcare Professionals Association, AHPA, who accuse the government of ignoring their demand for the implementation of the Justice Consolidated Health Salary Structure, CONHES. This is more like a slap on the face of Nigerian government. First of all, to say that you've been able to meet 19 out of 21 or 20 of the demands of the National Association of Resident Doctors. What happened to the one? That's the first question. Why not complete everything if you want to be true to yourself? Why should we even wait for these associations, who we know that they are doing a good work, to come up to say that they have grievances with the government? Why should the government in the first place accept to go into a negotiation and at the end of the day have an agreement that they are not ready or willing to comply with? Why are we having back and forth with some of our associations? We have ASU threatening to embark on another strike over unmet demand. We have the National Association of Resident Doctors already on strike. We have veterans who have worked with Nigerian police and military protesting, unpaid, and it doesn't really speak well, if you ask me. And I could recall that one of the statements made by the APC government is that there will not be strike. In fact, there was a time they made a boast of it, that ASU is not going to embark on a strike in this administration. And guess what? It's more like we're having back and forth. If not protest today, it's this and that. And when we know that the Nigerian resident doctors, they have a vital role that they're playing. Some time ago, somewhere in Abuja, the FCT unit or union or zone were the ones that started this was. They say that even them, the doctors, due to the work environment that is not conducive, have been exposed to dangers, and it doesn't speak well. We have issues already happening in Nigeria, and we have brain drain here in the country. Even when our president went to St. Lucia to come back with a more juicy package for doctors, I want to go to St. Lucia when we don't even meet our quota, according to the United Nations World Health Organization. And when you check all this happening, it looks more like it's a deliberate attempt to still subject Nigerians to further torture and pain. Because you think you can afford medical tourism abroad? Because we've put you in a very vital position for you to take care of the people, and you don't think it's necessary to look into this? In one breath, ASU is saying that, you know, the minister who come up to tell the world or Nigerians that they've been able to settle ASU problem, there won't be any strike again. They come up to call that a bluff, saying that they're lying. And now we're having this again coming from National Association of Resident Doctors. Please, Nigeria is, I wouldn't want to use that word, that we're gradually more like moving or sliding to sitting on a keg of gunpowder, but it looks like it. Insecurity is already doing a very bad one on us, throwing us a very hard and deadly blow. And then we're having people, professionals that are supposed to take care of us now, going on strike. We have outbreak of one, health challenge or another, and people are playing with lives of Nigerians. It doesn't really make sense at all.
Well, it's appalling. It's terrible. It's bad that we're having this conversation. Doctors threatening to go on strike. I mean, this administration, when it came in, said, look, there'll be no strikes. But unfortunately, they haven't been able to meet and arrive at some sort of conclusion with doctors. Also, with those in the education sector. ASU is also threatening to go on strike. So it's a whole lot coming together at this time. Doctors are going on strike. ASU is going on strike. Who else is going to go on strike? There's insecurity. Inflation is doing its thing. Food prices going up. There's a whole lot happening at this time, and then the international community as well. You know, basically putting Nigeria on trial, and asking that, look, come, it's an opportunity for us to talk. And then you start to ask yourself, what exactly is going on? What is this administration doing? Why this administration has largely been reactionary, and you know, it's high time to put on their thinking caps. And I mean, this administration was hailed for being one that knows exactly what to do, knows the right people to choose. I think it's high time that it did all of that, you know, and save Nigeria from some sort of collapse.
Save Nigeria from some sort of collapse. Moses, you said that that doctors are threatening to go on strike. They're
already on strike.
It is ASU that is threatening to go on strike. But one thing I pick out of this is that, look, we have a government that acts irresponsibly. How come you come out and tell the public, look, we have met 19 out of 20 demands, and National Association of Resident Doctors are saying not even one has been met? So what does that tell you? We have a government that plays the ostrich, you know, hide your head in the sand, and you think that you are feeding yourself. It doesn't work. Doctors are already on strike, and you are misinforming the public. To what end? What do you want to achieve? And we are still talking about, like Fina said, sending doctors to St. Lucia. What happens to, you know, we had this program where we had to send doctors and teachers, scientists to other parts of Africa and Caribbean and all of that. At some point, I don't know if we are still doing that. We also have brain drain in the medical sector. We have doctors, we have nurses, we have radiographers, lab scientists, and everybody wanting to get out of this country. Either they go to Canada, they go to US, they go to UK. Now, as we speak, Nigerian doctors are even flooding the Middle East. Why? Because apart from conditions of service, the tools of work are also available there for you to practice and get some form of fulfillment in your delivery, in what you studied as an individual. But why do we have none of those available here? And every year we keep earmarking large sums of money to the health sector. What happens? National Hospital, no drugs. Even the Aso Rock Clinic, we have Aso Rock Clinic, but people in Aso Rock still travel abroad for medical care, medical tourism. We take a lot of money to India and all of that, yet National Association of Resident Doctors, we cannot meet their demands. It's quite unfortunate and it's troubling. And as we get into the next topic that is even related, because in a chilling update from the Nigerian Center for Disease Control and Prevention, NCDC, the country has recorded 177 deaths and 966 confirmed cases of Lassa fever between January and early November 2025, with the fatality rates back spiking to 18.3%, a sharp rise from last year's 16.5%. Well, the latest situation report reveals that Ondo, Edo, and Benue states remain epicenters of the outbreak, with 12 new infections reported in just 1 week, signaling persistent transmission in high-risk zones. Well, despite a drop in overall suspected cases compared to 2024, the virus continues to spread across 21 states and 102 local government areas, exposing gaps in early detection and treatment, especially in rural communities. The NCDC warns that 4 states, Ondo, Edo, Bauchi, and Taraba, account for a staggering 87% of all confirmed cases, underscoring the urgent need for intensified public health interventions, community awareness, and access to medical care to halt the deadly trend. We are grappling with a lot. We are grappling with insecurity. Now the health sector is not even doing well, 177. And you know, the thing about this Lassa fever is a silent killer. But I hope that the NCDC, having sound this alarm, should also work in collaboration with other agencies, sister agencies, to ensure, you know, that we hold this, we put a wedge on this so that it doesn't ravage our society, the way insecurity, decline in economic fortunes, and all of that is ravaging the society. Let's learn from the way we tackled Ebola during the Jonathan administration. Though we made some sacrifices, but please, let us do all that we can to ensure that we put a wedge on this ravaging disease.
With doctors on strike, I wonder the wage we're going to bring at this point, resident doctors to start with being on strike.
Maybe by resolving it, by resolving the strike.
By resolving the
come
strike.
Back to work.
Let's see how it goes, and let's see whether this is going to sound more like an alarm for the federal government to do the needful. Without wasting much time, it's time for us to do the newspaper review. And on the table today, I have the Daily Independent newspaper, the Daily Trust, the Punch newspaper, the Vanguard, the Guardian, Nigerian Tribune, and a whole lot more national dailies. And I would like to start off from the Daily Independent newspaper. The window headlines are: Schoolgirls abduction. Tinubu asks Minister of Defense for state to relocate to Kebbi. It happened sometime in Benue State. After the relocation, does that stop the killing? That's a question there. Tinubu's concealed trips over insecurity, empty gesture. That's coming from PDP. The banner headline on the cover page of Daily Independent today: Kanu to appeal life sentence as lawyers weigh in on ruling. Abaribe described Kanu's life sentence as preconceived. DSS files terrorism charges against IPOB commanders. All right, to have another bold headline: to sustain stability, CBN calls for fiscal monetary alignment. Other stories that made it to the cover page of Daily Independent: rising insecurity, Afenifere seeks overhaul of security architecture. Right after that says there is complicity, sabotage among security operatives. ADC forwards FG claims linking Trump post to renewed attacks. Lagos raises 244.8 billion naira bond to fund infrastructure project. Nigerian Christians, Muslims have been slaughtered. Pope, the story is on page 6. And the last but not the least, which is the bottom strip headline: Ibori, Abiodun, Mons, Shegu, Awolowo. Those are the stories you'll find on the cover page of Daily Independent today.
All right, then.
Okay, let's quickly run through the Daily Trust newspaper with the window headlines. Despite capacity of 13,625 megawatts, only 3,781 megawatts of electricity get to consumers. Schoolgirls adoption. President asks Defense Minister to relocate to Kebbi. Jonathan's concession in 2015 strengthened Nigeria's democracy. Tinubu. Now the big story: Kanu gets life imprisonment after 10-year trial. ACF at 25, leaders demand solution to insecurity. Health workers strike increases patronage of private hospitals. Violence in Nigeria affects Christians, Muslims. Pope. The bottom strip headline: insecurity over 50 schools shot in Kwara. And that's it from the Daily Trust newspaper.
All right, now let's go to okay. Well, I've been on a little bit difficult getting the papers this morning. Okay, so the Punch newspaper has these headlines: life jail for Kanu, Southeast leaders rally for political solution. And then right beside the masthead: heavy ransom Bandits demand 3 billion naira to free Kwara churchgoers. That's talking about the Iruku church.
Victim.
The CAC, yes.
Yeah.
And then we also have these headlines. Alleged genocide. U.S. Congress split over Nigeria's CPC designation. Obafemi Awolowo's grandson, Shegun, dies at 62. Lagos raises 244.8 billion naira bond to fund infrastructure. And well, there are riders to that story. We get all of that. Okay, we do have some of the headlines here. Auditor General indicts CBN over recycled 29.7 billion naira dirty banknotes. Ondo madman stabs NSCDC personnel to death. Quite unfortunate. Tinubu, governors celebrate Jonathan at 68. Well, those are the headlines on the cover page of the Punch newspaper.
Okay, sorry, Moses. I think there's one that we missed out. Major win for Nest Oil as court lifts asset freeze in alleged $1 billion debt dispute.
Okay.
Still from the Punch newspaper.
All right then. Okay. Well, those are the headlines that we are sharing at this moment. But join us again at 10 o'clock. We'll go deeper into these headlines. That's on newspaper review proper. Now, let's get into the conversation for this morning. Governor Hyacinth Alia, Governor Hyacinth Alia says there is no genocide. He says he speaks about the schools being shot over bandit terror in north central Nigeria. Let's talk about this when we come back.
Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Or start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered.
VOP this morning, 8 a.m., Monday through Friday.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Novisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarati is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
have more than a voice.
All right, welcome back and thanks for staying with us. And if you are just joining us, this is VOP this morning. In a statement that has ignited major conversations, Benue State Governor Hyacinth Alia declared there is no religious, ethnic, or national genocide in his state. Well, despite mounting evidence of targeted violence and mass displacement. Speaking at a National Human Rights Commission forum in Abuja, the Catholic priest turned governor insisted that the insecurity plaguing Benue stems from header-farmer clashes, not religious persecution. His comments came just days after Reverend Father Bobby Pascal, a Catholic priest in neighboring Kaduna, was abducted and murdered by terrorists, with several parishioners also killed in the attack. Critics, including celebrities like Terry G, have slammed Alia's remarks as tone-deaf and dismissive of the suffering endured by predominantly Christian communities in the region. Meanwhile, in Kwara State, the government has shut down schools across 5 local government areas: Ifelodun, Ekiti, Irepudun, Ishin, and Okeo-Ero, following a deadly bandit attack on a church in Eruku that left 3 people dead and dozens kidnapped. While the Nigerian Union of Teachers confirmed the closures, citing escalating threats to students and staff. While these developments have reignited debates over the alleged systemic targeting of Christian communities in Nigeria's Middle Belt, especially in light of past comments by political figures like Buba Galadima, who controversially claimed that former President Buhari was brought into politics to counter perceived threats from southern groups like the Odua People's Congress, OPC. Well, we've been joined in the studio here by Barrister Eze Eluche. Barrister Eluche is an attorney at law and public political affairs analyst. Good morning, Barrister Eze, and thanks for being part of this show.
Thank you for the invite.
Okay, we also have beside him Barrister Asim Adams. Barrister Asim Adams is a legal practitioner, constitutional lawyer, civil rights activist, former spokesperson, Chief British Ustubo / Peter Obi campaign organization, Labour Party in Rivers State 2023. Barrister Adams, good morning and thanks for joining us.
Yeah, good morning, everybody.
Good to have you. We have been joined virtually by Reverend Ezekiel Bwede Dachomo. He's a Nigerian Reverend Christian pastor, activist of human rights, and a preacher in Plateau State. Good morning. Okay, he will join us in the course of the show. But we have been joined by Kugia Samuel Ungawen, native of Chanchanji, Tukum local government area of Taraba State. He's a political and public affairs analyst. Good morning, Samuel, and thanks for being part of this show.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir.
Okay, beautiful. Good to have you join us. Now, let's start from the studio here. Barrister Eze Eluche, what do you make of the comment by Reverend Father Hyacinth Alia, governor of Benue State, that there is no Christian genocide in his state, that what we have is communal clashes, headed farmer clashes? What do you make of it?
Thank you very much. Even our Lord Jesus Christ, in his choice of 12 disciples, one of them betrayed him. One of them betrayed Jesus Christ among the 12. So what this character, the governor of Benue State, has uttered falls very much in line with that. And we can excuse him. We know he's involved in the graft, in the perfectly called governance in Benue State. People are being slaughtered right in his compound, right in his state. Even the Pope has made clear statements based on facts. His bishop The bishop of the Makurdi diocese has made emphatic statements, and Nigerians are seeing the realities. People are dispossessed of their land. People are killed en masse. And this character dares to come out and utter this nonsense. So we accept him because we know his people. We know his kind of persons.
Okay.
Yes, you see, so Bishop, Reverend earlier, whatever. And I hope Nigerians will also begin to realize this, that not all these guys who wear white, who are dressed in robes, are godly. Some of them are actually, what Cries called the Sadducees. They have white, beautiful garments, but inside they are rotten.
Okay.
Mr. Alia actually typifies such.
Okay, more like the who doesn't make the monk.
Certainly, in this case, the who doesn't make the monk. Because it's unfortunate, and I really pity him, because I can understand where he's coming from. I know what he's speaking to, because he is surrounded by the system, and he has to continue to exist, because if he says there was genocide, most likely there will be a state of emergency declared.
Okay, especially as you understand that he is an APC governor.
Good.
You know, and the APC at the center has always said, look, there is no genocide. So how do we see it? It looks like politics has crept into, all of this, because we have a sister state, Plateau State. Governor Caleb Mutfwang have been shouting, what is going on is Christian genocide. It is not farmer-herder clash. This thing has nothing to do with communal clashes. So do we see a situation where in the same region, two different political parties are spewing different narratives for something that the Pope has said, look, this is happening. We have United States say, look, this is happening. How does politics play? Especially, we consider the fact that, look, the primary purpose of government is to secure the life and property of citizens.
Thank you very much. There's a tendency amongst Nigerians to denigrate the word politics. Politics is actually a beautiful thing. People get into politics to make their areas better. So this is not politics, this is criminality. What Mr. Alia is involving himself with is criminality, because denial of genocide actually enables genocide. So in real terms, he can actually be prosecuted if it is seen that yes, there's genocide and you are denying it. So it is not politics. Politics is decent. What has happened in Nigeria is that brigands, criminals who have no business in governance, have entered into politics. So whenever we see lies being peddled, as in this case, when even the Benue State, in fact, the town that was sacked with over 200 people killed, Yeletewa, is less than 5 kilometers to Makurdi. And this character has the effrontery to come out and tell Nigerians, tell the world that there's no genocide. Okay, when these killers went to devastate Yeletewa, how many people were there? Mostly Christians, a Christian community. Were they killed because they were not Christians? Were they killed because they were pagans? So, I pity this character who's a reverend, who passed through the priesthood. But I think the priesthood has since left.
Okay, all right, thank you, Barrister. Before we go to our virtual guest, let's stay brief with Barrister Asim Adam. Barrister Asim Adam, you are an analyst, you are a lawyer, and you know all about these things. Now, a priest was kidnapped and killed in Kaduna State. The people that are occupying other people's lands in Benue Plateau happen to come from one particular religion, and that is Muslim, the Islam religion. Now, the people that have moved out of their native lands happen to be a particular group of people who also practice a particular religion, which is the Christian religion. In all of this, where do we situate the fact that, look, there is no genocide in Benue State, as said by the state governor, I said earlier? How do you react to all of this?
Before I continue, I want to add another appellation to my name. You describe me as a lawyer.
Constitutional lawyer?
Analyst. I'm also a temple priest.
Temple priest?
Yes, temple priest. Okay. I stand by the truth now. So now, when I want to periscope what earlier, that is his opinion. I will not hold him prisoner for quoting his opinion. But where I'm not happy and uncomfortable is the fact that because of his position as a governor, a leader, that ought to stand by the truth, not minding whose ox is God. You understand? You come out to say the truth does not mean that you will not still become the governor. This is the situation, this is the reality on ground. And the reality on ground in Benue State or anywhere at all in Nigeria today is that there is open persecution of a particular set of people based on religious affiliation. And Benue is not an exception. But the problem I have in dissecting this is that the Nigerian average man has a mentality. And that mentality is that, I think that is what is exuding, what Reverend Alia is exuding right now. You know, negatively anyway. Where you are sick, you are down. People ask you, how you say, I'm well, I'm okay. Whereas inside of you know you are not well. Bail is free, but you know that bail is not free. So that's the Nigeria systemic rot that we've gotten. People shy away and run away from the truth, as the case may be. It depends on where it suits them. That is where they want to, lay their eggs and whatever the case may be.
When you say that was his opinion, he said something about, he made mention of what the United Nations Article 2 said about genocide when he was talking about that. So he went further to talk about what is happening in his state, not being genocide. But let's take a quick look at what the article said. The article definition of genocide, it means a crime committed with the intent to destroy a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group in whole or in part. It does not include political groups or so-called cultural genocide.
So from what you have read now, does it not conflict with his own postulation?
Let's take it back to what even the Nigerian government is saying, and also the fact that the likes of George Akume come up to tell the world that we don't have genocide in Nigeria.
That is because these are establishment people.
All right.
These are establishment people. These are anti-people.
I needed us to actually explain, in details, or break it down for every Nigerian to understand.
The Genocide Act of 1948 is very clear.
Yeah.
You understand the point now? The article you're talking about, is the United Nations article, is a resolution that is in the meeting that happened, because they operate by resolutions. So each meeting they hold, there are resolutions churned out. You understand the point now? And if he finds that is, conform, they now maybe, embed it into a particular, article or charter, as the case may be. But from what you have read or what he cited, if you can go back and read everything again, you find that there is fallacy of equivocation in what he has said. That there is no genocide in Benue State. And he referred to this particular United Nations article to support his claim. Please, if you be kind enough to read quickly, if you read it again, I'll point out the area that he's having conflict with his own statement.
All right.
All right, now.
You understand? So genocide does not mean in that particular, genocidal, act, 1948. It doesn't mean that complete extermination, and it was even referred to in that particular, article that he quoted. That is either in whole or in part. So if you have the Christian bloc in whole, and there is this lobotomization of that particular bloc, either in small churches or whatever the case may be, what does that is called? That is genocide. That is by his definition from what he cited. He said either in whole or in part. So if churches have been attacked in Benue State, his own domain, it means that those who are perpetuating this are not Christians against Christians. It's another religious, sect against another religious, whatever, killing them for whatever reason they think. For me, it is genocide.
All right. Then.
His own opinion does not count where I am. I had my opinion, and I believe that my opinion is the reality on ground.
Well,
we should not shy away from it.
You're entitled to yours. He's entitled to his.
Absolutely, yes.
And he has expressed his, and we can either agree or disagree. But let's go to our virtual guest now, Samuel Ongwanen. Good morning to you once again.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, good to have you join us. Good to have you join the conversation. Well, yes, okay, no, it wasn't yesterday. During the week, we spoke to an individual who is based in the United States, but from Yelawata. And, he talked about how he lost family members in Yelawata. And,
and we saw the videos. We saw the videos. Some of them made by internet influencer, very dark man, Vincent Otse. You know, of child bodies and the likes. Some of these people, 2-year-olds, 5-year-olds, women, were killed in their sleep. And then here we have a governor who ordinarily should be protecting the people, who should superintend over the people, saying there is nothing like genocide. Well, whether genocide or not genocide, there are killings. What perception will this have in the eyes of the world? How will the world perceive this? Seeing that yesterday Nigeria was even on trial, basically on trial in the United States Congress. What perception will this have from the international community?
Well, thank you very much for having me. I will start from what Alia said yesterday. It's not only disappointing, but it's an affront to our collective sensibility. There is Christian genocide in Benue States and everywhere in Nigeria. Even the Northerners, the Northerners are suffering more because the killing is on daily basis. These people are attacking our churches. Well, we don't even know where they are coming from, but they are attacking our churches. They are killing us. In that Yerewata you are saying, I passed through Yerewata. What I saw, I marveled, because they destroyed all the churches there. They destroyed people's farm. So for a governor to come out and say that there is no killing in Benue State is an affront to our human sensibilities. So I am strongly saying that there is genocide in the north and everywhere in Nigeria. And what we need now is international support. We need international support because our politicians cannot even say it boldly that there is genocide. But what I will say is that there is genocide. There is Christian genocide in Benue State and everywhere in Nigeria.
All right then. I understand. Okay, you are from Taraba. That's where you're reaching us from. Okay. Well, thank you very much. Now let's bring it back to the studio. Barrister Ezeluche, I was going to call you Dede.
My name actually is Ezeluche. Not Barrister is something else. I'm just Ezeluche.
All right. Well, let's. When the president visited Benue after the killings, and would we blame the president when he said, "Look, go solve your problem. You guys are having communal crisis. Go solve your problem." Would you blame the president if he said that? Seeing that even the governor is saying, okay, it's not a religious thing. It's just some people who are aggrieved attacking the other people that they feel they are angry with.
Thank you very much. Let me correct one impression that I've heard even from my colleague here. When he says it's his opinion, it's the governor's opinion. No, it's not. It's not anybody's opinion that this month is November. It's not anybody's opinion in Nigeria that Nigeria now we're in the morning hours. There is a fact and there is lies. That is why insane crimes, denial of even the Holocaust, for instance, in Germany, is a crime. It's a crime. So what the governor has said is horrible and is criminal in nature. Now back to your question about what Mr. Bola Tinubu said. I'm not surprised. You see, this man, Mr. Tinubu.
Would you blame him if the governor is saying this?
No, I blame Tinubu because he has all the facts at his disposal.
You don't think it's what the governor told him that he acted on?
No. He has all the intel at his disposal. He knows how many people are being killed. He knows he's keeping quiet. He knows he's even said to be enabling genocide. That is the charge that will be against him when the time comes. Because for goodness sake, this man is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. And there have been several instances in Benue where the natives say, yes, the soldiers come and they are there, but the killing is here, and they say they've not received orders to move. And if you remember, orders in the military are from the top down. The commander-in-chief is ultimately responsible.
But the president has given the direct orders, at least that we know, that go and fish these people out.
No. I mean, this is a man who, in Ore, and I keep on repeatedly saying that, remembering that. He said, did you see the cows? When Fulani herdsmen were known to have killed people, The eyewitness said these are the people. But for political reasons, Mr. Bola Tinubu claimed not to know what was going on. So he's aware of what is. That is why, for instance, he's sending his ministers up and down, the rabble rousers, to go and lie at the international community. And we see how embarrassing it is. Not the foreign affairs minister went and was saying that less than 100 or 200 people have been killed. And people reminded him that in one town, this year, what you are talking about, over 200 were buried. And you are lying. So the president, the buck stops at the president's table. And if Nigeria will be held responsible for what is going on, Mr. Bola Tinubu will stand trial for it.
But Barrister, I like the fact that you said that the buck stops at the president's table.
Yes.
When the president visited Yelwata,
yes,
he couldn't get to the point, you
yes,
know, because they said it was hazy. His helicopter couldn't get to the village.
Yes.
But when he came back, before he left, he constituted a committee led by who? The former governor of that state, who happens to be the secretary to the government of the federation, George Akume.
Yes.
2 months down the line. Have you heard anything about the work of that committee? Hasn't the president done the needful by setting up that committee to solve the problem? What else should he have done?
I mean, even in administration, you know that committees are set up to make sure that nothing gets done. Basically, that's what committees are set up in government, to make sure that nothing gets done. And we have some orders which are nonsensical. And I'm using the exact words of what they mean. Like the order that the Minister of Defense will go to Kedi to do what? To do what? To create more confusion there. Because the minister being there, he will require more security. Security that should be devoted towards operations. So when you hear such comments and you appoint a man who denies the genocide, the secretary of the government, so he knows he's just he's trying to obviate reality.
Yes. So in your estimation, you feel that the present government has not done anything realistically to solve the problem?
Absolutely nothing. And when I say absolutely nothing, because we have the power, we have the wherewithal, we have all the powers. Let me give you a critical example. Brigadier General Uba gets killed in Borno. In any sane society, what happens is that the military will go there, and anywhere there is suspicion of terrorists, they will level it to show the angst of the system against that killing. But what has happened? Nothing.
The Air Force went in.
No.
And
now,
some bombardments.
That would be good. The reality is this. Soldiers, rank and file, will say, okay, if a general could die, and he was treated like a fly who died, these men are sacrificing their lives for goodness sake. Nothing has happened. And you want a colonel, you want a captain, you want a lance corporal to go and fight when he has seen what has become of a general who sacrificed his life? Come on. That is why I say the buck stops with Mr. President. He's not done enough. And actually, I use the word complicit. Because if you have all the powers that Mr. Tinubu has, and you are doing nothing, rather you are telling us you have cancelled your trip to South Africa to do what? He would have been laughed at in South Africa. That's why he cancelled it.
All right. But Mr. Adam, let's bring you back into this conversation. Nigeria is on trial at the international level. Yes. So what happened in the House of Representatives yesterday? Yes. Curiously, or basically, they are divided. Some say, look, there is genocide, but it's not Christian. Some say, no, it's not Christian genocide. Some say there is killing, actually in Nigeria. How does that portray Nigeria before the international community? Especially if we have to outsource our internal matters to the international community, especially the United States of America. How does that portray us? Is it going to help us solve our problem?
See, it's not going to help us solve our problem, whether it will exacerbate it. Nigeria has become a laughing stock before the community of the world, global community, as the case may be. Now, people, a friend of mine who is based in the US the other day said, there's a shocking statement he made, and he said that these are things, the news is hearing from Nigeria, these are stories that he thought would be emanating from Southern Sudan or Somalia, not a country like Nigeria. That you'll be hearing about, genocide, killing of Christians on a daily basis, and the government is doing nothing about it. If it were to be in Somalia or Sudan, then it's understandable to him. That is what he told me. So in the eyes of the reasonable man in the world, Nigeria has now become a failed state. It has now become a failed state. And what does that mean? is that Nigeria is turning gradually to a new Afghanistan. You see, I read a book, written by, one professor authored by, Amit Kazar. He talks about the beauty and the beast of Afghanistan. If you go through that particular book, you find that what happened in Afghanistan is what is now, playing itself in Nigeria here, where you find that non-state actors have taken over the land space and murder, maiming, killing, angst everywhere, bloodshed everywhere. Every day you wake up, the first news you hear is that bandits have ransacked villages. So in the eyes of the world, Nigeria has now become a nation that has it's like a giant before, but now walking on spindle legs and distended tummy. And the whole world look at Nigeria as a senseless nation, especially the leadership. Where you have leaders who are mindless, leaders who are just self-serving, leaders who are more or act like murderers, leaders who are more who even support bandit and banditry, as case may be. That is why you find that, for instance, like my colleague said here, a Brigadier General woman died in the battlefront, let me use the word. Until today, nothing happened. Even the president could not even come out to make a speech or make a statement. The Minister of Defense could not even come out to hold a conference. I remember there was a time in Somalia where one American soldier was beheaded. And the news was viral everywhere. Within the next 24 hours, the American government launched attack on the Somalian, enclave of those bandits and terrorists that, committed that particular, offense. But in Nigeria here, people are going about as if nothing has happened. So Nigeria has become a shared joke, a nation of joke, what we call jokos. It's like, people, comedians, we now profit commercially by using Nigeria as an example. I saw one that happened in South Africa. A comedian having to use Nigeria for an example, to enlighten the people about his comedy and things of this of killings. So Nigeria has become a nation that I cannot say. Now, going to the United States Congress, you saw what happened there. The whole world saw that we went there to lie before the whole world. People, writers and those who ran commentaries were saying, this is not true, this is not what is happening. They described that particular team as this establishment team. These are people who are anti-people, but working for the establishment. And they can never tell you the truth situation in Nigeria. It's a sad and sorry state, I must say with due respect. And the president has failed Nigerians. Section 14 sub 2B, that alone, if the National Assembly were to be an independent National Assembly, by now, impeachment proceedings would have started against the president. And it's whatever, as case may be, because Section 14 sub 2B is a cardinal fundamental, section of the 1999 Constitution about security and welfare. Security, you cannot even secure the nation. You cannot even secure, some states in Nigeria, talk less of the whole Nigeria, then it means that you have failed in your duties and responsibilities. And finally, our leaders are not compassionate. One of the qualities of leadership is that you must be compassionate. You must have a human mind. Be sympathetic. Let the world see how you do things. But here in Nigeria, they are partying while killings is going on. It's so sad. And I regret that I'm sitting here as a Nigerian, but well, what can I do? What can I say more than this?
I believe Nigeria will be great again. You just made mention of what came down during the Congress yesterday, so we'd like to play a little video from, that meeting or that summit that happened yesterday in Washington, D.C.
In 2027, religion will once again continue to influence candidate selection, voter behavior, and campaign strategies. The Trump administration's claims that Nigeria is permitting targeted killings of Christians distracts from the broader issue of extremist violence and insecurity in the country. Since returning to civilian rule in 1999, Nigeria has been a major recipient of U.S. security assistance, primarily aimed at counterterrorism. Despite this significant assistance, the extremist threat in Nigeria has worsened, expanding from the northeast, where Boko Haram has waged a 15-year insurgency, to the northwest, where so-called bandits are raiding villages. Most victims in both of these regions are Muslims. Since Boko Haram's emergence in 2009, Nigerian administrations, including the administration of President Tinubu, have struggled to improve security. And many Nigerians across the country acknowledge that the situation has only worsened in recent years. Therefore, narratives focusing solely on the killing of Christians often overlook Nigeria's broader insecurity and the fact that religion is usually a secondary factor in the violence.
Absolutely heartbreaking. But I do want to thank the chairman again for convening this hearing, as he has over the many years and been working to advocate for people of Nigeria. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All of this, because the president is, as Chairman Smith just said, extremely serious about this. Extremely serious about this. I stay up at night. It's hard to sleep sometimes thinking about this, and I pray about it every single night. Just thinking about, my own brothers and sisters in Christ in that country just getting murdered for the profession of their faith, our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. So it is absolutely heartbreaking. But I do want to thank the chairman again for convening this hearing, as he has over the many years and been working to advocate for people of Nigeria. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sokoto State, we had a pastor there who had warned the Nigerian government and said, we are under imminent threat. We're going to face an attack if you all don't send some forces here in the next 24 hours. We need help. Please come here and help us. The Nigerian government not only ignored it, they literally put out it's going to work if people aren't listening to warnings that are literally over the phone. I'm not sure. So I'd say to the Nigerian government, you're going to have to, and we keep using the term, prioritize this, because it's certainly a priority for President Trump, and I think many of us on this panel here today on this dais. But I just wanted to highlight that, because that is the type of behavior that has to change. Because, and to your point of people not trusting the government, how can you trust a government that doesn't even show up when you ask them to? How are you supposed to trust your life with something like that? You can't. Obviously, you can't. And I think that's why it's incumbent upon the Nigerian government to work with us in coordination and cooperation to address these issues. Obviously, there's going to...
All right, there you have it. This is coming from Congressman Moore. And the former one you listened to was the statement made by Ms. Oge Onubogo, who happens to be an African Program Director at Wilson Center. She's been playing a vital role between Africa and the United States for over 20 years now, trying to make sure the relationship they have there is balanced. Okay, both teams actually are talking about the fact that there's no trust between Nigeria and the government. I'm talking about the people now and the people who are being governed or who are governing them. Let's take this to Mr. Samuel. Mr. Samuel, we learned that you or maybe directly your family members were part or people that were attacked sometime in Taraba State. And how do you feel about the statement made by the Nigerian government representative that there is no genocide in Nigeria? And also the recent statement made by Riley when he said that Nigerian government should go home and make sure that the ISWAP, the terrorists, the Boko Haram bandit members, other insurgent groups are being wiped out of Nigeria with the Nigerian non-kinetic approach of reintegrating, after de-radicalizing, according to them, reintegrating terrorist members back into the society. Do you think that that work being given to them can ever be achieved?
Thank you very much. That cannot be achieved. And then I want to say something about Nigerian politicians. They are not honest at all. Like in Taraba State, they've been attacking us. In fact, they've been attacking us for 2 years now. But you will not hear our governor discussing it. You will not hear the senator mentioning it. You will not see it on their social handle condemning the killings in Taraba State. They just allow the bandits as if to be killing us. Nothing concerns them. Nothing concerns them. They are just, I don't know whether they are happy about the killing. So what I will say is that any government that wants to allow the bandits or the Fulani herdsmen or the Boko Haram or to be roaming about in the
I guess we're having network glitch there, but I believe it will be rectified and we'll get back to you. Now, Barrister Ezeluche, a certain governor, Abdrazak, was of the opinion that media personnel should stop projecting or covering the issue of insecurity in his state. You know, he made that statement through an emir who also mandated the media to stop covering the issue of insecurity, saying that is painting his government bad at this point. And with all the back and forth we're seeing, people are denying killings in Nigeria. Some are beginning to water it down, calling it more like a clash, not killings. Even when we saw a one-time level of people being killed and all. No, help us actually work around this. With the new challenge given to Nigerian government to end issue of terrorism, banditry, insurgent, and all that, are we going to see that happen anytime soon?
Thank you very much. Let me just first of all address the issue of the U.S., what happened in the U.S. Congress. Right. I hope that Godswill Akpabio, Barrow, his deputy, Abbas, the Speaker of the House, and Benjamin Kalu, they watched and listened to how legislators behave and react to emergency situations. And it's not to sit down and be shouting those in favor, say aye, those against say nay, and boom, nothing happens. Because you see, it's unfortunate for Nigeria, even foreigners have more empathy for our situation than the people who are supposed to rule over us. It played out yesterday. Look at a U.S. member of the House shedding tears for the killings in Nigeria, and a rascal who is a governor, I mean, using these words, because if you don't call a spade, my dear, we'll keep on perambulating. When you say rascal, you call him a rascal. A governor comes out, killings are going on around your state. You now want to pursue those who are reporting the killings.
So do you think it's appropriate to call a governor a rascal?
I'm coming.
I'm
coming. It's not your words. It's my words.
Simmer down on the
because
words.
You have not lost a relative.
Oh wow.
Because you have not been a victim.
I think they should simmer down on the
I
words.
would have been a victim on the day Goodluck was killed. I got guns pointed at my head by these rascal elements. So
yes,
when you see,
but we're talking about a governor.
Yes.
So let's
when,
simmer down.
Good. But when a man says don't report facts going on, who are you to tell journalists what to report on? Who are you to tell journalists not to tell the truth of what goes on in your state? And who do you use to pass that message? You use an emir. Emir means the head of the Muslims in that area. Do not report my killings done by my own people. And you think we should applaud such characters? You think we should call those people His Excellency? Excellency in what, for goodness sake? Now, these kind of pronouncements by those who are ruling over us are what is trying to confuse the world that, okay, there is no genocide, there is genocide, when in reality, killings are going on. And you are saying we shouldn't report it. What should we be doing? We should be applauding you for going to cut tape of 1 kilometer road when you have shoddy contract jobs. That's what you expect Nigerians to applaud, or you expect the journalists to write about. When as a governor, you have totally lost the basics of what your essence as a governor, to protect the lives and properties of your citizens. You've not done that, and you want journalists not to report that. Come on. Well, I hope that's why we keep on applauding channels like Voice of the People, because most Nigerian media outlets won't allow these views to be expressed. So we applaud you and your management, because at least the Nigerians are able to have a glimpse at the other side. Because the reality is this. Okay. The role of journalists is to project the reality.
Okay, now let's stay with what transpired yesterday at the U.S. Congress, and we saw, it was 3-hour-long deliberation, and you pointed to, you did a bit of a comparison with ours here, the gavel, the gavel, and the rest of it. But in that statement, in all that transpired, somewhere of the opinion that, because I know one of the delegates was asked if jihadists had infiltrated the government, and his opinion was that no, that had not happened. Okay. But then another thing that was mentioned there is that the government of Nigeria has been given an opinion, an opportunity to ask for help, but it hasn't asked for help. It hasn't sought help from the international community hasn't said, look, come help us. Is that to say that this government is on top of, issues and can handle it and doesn't feel overwhelmed as Nigerians are crying? Or what exactly do you make of that?
Yeah, well, I mean, the reality is this. What this government is on top of is how to extract more blood from Nigerians, more money, more taxation. They will launch new tax, this, tax, that. They'll put a price on fuel, tax on this and that. That is what this government of Bola Ahmed Tinubu is. And with regards to terrorists having infiltrated the government, the administration, we know that the vice president, Kashim Shettima, while he was governor of Borno State, a wanted terrorist was seen and arrested in the official government residence in Abuja. That is reality. It's not hearsay. We also know that during the Chibok abductions, during the heyday of when Jonathan was in office, when there was a continued refrain from these people in government and the APC leaders that any attack on the terrorists was an attack on Nigeria, on the north, and whatsoever. So now those characters have become the government of Nigeria. When you join the dots, you begin to have an eerie feeling. That is it that truly has this government been infiltrated? And you watch their reactions, you watch the countenance, how they react to these killings. The same way that Mr. Muhammadu Buhari, the late president, he was reacting. Do you want your land or your lives? Go and make peace with your killers. There is no genocide. It's a continuum. So that is scary. So the reality is this. Has there been infiltration? Yes. But to what extent is now the issue. Even the killing of Brigadier General Uba clearly was something that had an insider connotation about it. The general was able to leave where he was, where the bombardment took place, and then he was trying to radio for backup, and no backup came out. You now wonder in which sense it is usually government issue, and they have to take it out.
Kebbi State, where these schoolgirls were abducted, what level of impact would that make? His presence there. The barrister Eluche said something about it, that probably he's going to have more security to protect him instead of channeling them to the appropriate ward. Do you think that the president shouldn't have taken that decision? Because we have also seen before where the president said Chief of Army Staff relocate to Benue State after the water killings and all of that. The IGP was there, Chief of Defense Staff was there, Chief of Army Staff was there. And when they left, we had more killings in Benue State.
See, what the president did, or by sending that delegation to that, whatever they call that place, it's a very wrong decision. People that should even get there, civilians, are psychologists, who should go there and talk to the victims or families of the victims, who can, soothe their pains, the pangs of losing, family members, or, abduction. If you have your family member being abducted, by a gang, a bandit gang, that is, they should have sent more of those people to go and talk to them, calm their frayed nerves. Then the next thing that ought to be is that the military should swing into full action. Within 24 hours, recover those girls and bring them back, or the students and bring them back, those who were abducted. So Matawale going there is just plain shared politics. You understand? And I refer to that as what they call it a sanctimonious platitudes. He goes there to begin to talk. They give him a microphone to begin to talk, and he talks in favor of the government. That government, we are doing everything to find out or make sure that those who were killed will get justice. We are doing everything to make sure that those who were abducted, we are going to get them back. But you talk about the Chibok girls. Today, this is the same pattern they used. When that happened, they sent delegation that go and talk publicly, and the rest, before you know the next thing, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, those girls are still in the forest. I hope it will not be a similar thing.
But Barrister Adams, as we move on, do we see a replay of the 2013-14 issue where the Chibok girls were politically abducted, according to some people?
I have raised this matter in several forums I've been, articles I've written. Number one is this, that the eve of every election, maybe 2 years to an election, cycle in Nigeria, you see this upsurge in banditry, terrorism. The Jonathan administration, it happened. In the Buhari, whatever, it happened, but because their man was in power. I'm sorry, open and close. Their man was in power. The man who supported them openly. There was a temperate arrangement that the activities were not that in the full swing. But during Jonathan, 2 years to an election in Eseko, banditry, terrorism, the same that is happening now. So which means somebody somewhere is orchestrating all these things happening. And the government is complicit and doing nothing about it. This is the problem I'm having.
All right. Then.
Tinubu is doing nothing about the issue of insecurity in Nigeria.
All right.
And we have to go beyond that.
So you're not the only one that shares that opinion. Some of the congressmen in the U.S. also share that opinion. But the presidency will speak differently. What we have joining us right now via telephone, we have Reverend Ezekiel Dachumo, the Nigerian Reverend Christian pastor, activist, a human rights activist, and preacher in Plateau State. Good morning to you, Reverend. Good to have you on the conversation. Let's establish communication with you. Can you hear me? Well, you might need to unmute if your microphone has been muted. You might need to unmute so we can get your feedback.
All right, while we wait for that to be rectified, Barrister Asim Adams.
Yes.
Good morning, Reverend Dachumo. Good morning, if you can hear us, please. We'd like you to unmute your device if you can hear us. Reverend Ezekiel.
Well, I think we have a communication problem and we'd like for that to be rectified. So we can take the Reverend's statement on the issues being discussed. But let's stay with Samuel. Samuel, I would like to hear your experience. I understand that you lost loved ones in attacks in Taraba. What was it like? What happened? Can you take us through the events that led to the attack? What happened? Because sometimes, for a lot of Nigerians, these figures have just become figures on the cover pages of the dailies. You hear 20 here, 5 here, 100 kidnapped, 200 here. But when you hear testimonies, it becomes more real. It hits really close to home. Tell us, what was it like? What happened?
All right. 3 months back, the Fulani herdsmen started attacking our people. They used to attack them, so we reported to the security.
How are you sure they are Fulani herdsmen? Are you able to prove that they are Fulani herders?
Yes, the Fulani herders, they have their pattern of attacking. They attack at night.
Okay, it's the
and
pattern
they use cutlasses to kill.
Okay.
Yes, they have their pattern of attacking. So people that live in the north can testify to it. They normally use cutlass. They attack at night most of the times. So when they started attacking us, we reported to the defense headquarters, in fact, everywhere. Because we have army barracks in Takum. We went there to report. All our efforts were abortive. These people were showing lackadaisical attitude. So the Fulani herdsmen started attacking us. As the attack was going on, the army were not doing anything. So our people started running away from those villages that the Fulani herdsmen were attacking. To my greatest surprise, the Fulani herdsmen came on Saturday to attack the IDP camp that is Namadu. So when they came to attack the army base we have in that Amadu, they did not do anything. They were so like
let me understand. Let me get you clearly,
yes, sir.
Sir. Yes. They have driven people from their villages. With persistent attacks, and then they came to the IDP camp. Were you part of those in the IDP camp?
Yes. So in that
IDP camp, currently in the IDP camp?
No, I'm not currently there. There's no
okay, but were you at the IDP camp at the time?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So now, what happened was they came to attack the IDP camp. The army were there, but they did not do anything. They were showing like a dancing attitude. But thank God for
what was the nature of the attack?
Police,
what was the nature of the attack?
They came at night to attack. In fact, they killed a lot of people. They killed a lot of people on that Saturday evening, Saturday night.
What time?
We lost a lot of, sir. Saturday night.
What time? What time?
They came around 10 p.m. Yes.
And the military base there. Are you certain that
the military base is there? And the military men did not do anything. But we thank God for the police. It was the police that later chased them away. But before the police could chase them away, they killed people. In fact, I lost 3 of my siblings there. I lost 3 of my siblings there. In fact, as I'm speaking, it's just because I'm a man. If not, I wouldn't have had the mind to be speaking here. I supposed to be shaking because I was shocked. The army could not defend us. They were just there watching. And what surprises some of us is during this incessant killing last week, the week before last week, as when the IDP camp, the governor passed through Amadu. We're expecting our governor to just have a conversation with us, but he did not. He just
the governor's convoy. The governor's convoy
passed from Amadu to Takum. Yes, so we're thinking the governor will stop. In fact, people were just expecting our governor, but he refused to stop. He went to Takum, and do you know that none of the politicians, the senator, the state assembly, the House of Reps, the governor, nobody has ever mentioned it in any of the conversations. They are doing as if nothing is happening there. But as I speak to you, we cannot go to a farm because
please tell me again, for clarity purpose, what is the name of the IDP camp, that particular one?
A primary school, Amadu. We have a primary school, Amadu.
Amadu, okay.
Yes.
Now, how have you been able to bury those that have been lost? People that died?
Immediately they were killed. We took them we went and buried them. But there were 3 people that we did not bury. We just put them on the road and we started protesting so that the governor and everybody, Nigerians, will see what is happening to us in Taraba State, particularly in Chanchangi. So we just blocked the road with some of them, like 3 of them. We used them to block the road. But the army came to tell us that we should leave the road, that the road is for government, it's not for us. But the DPO, we thank God for the DPO, he said that we should protest. It is our right to protest.
The DPO told you to protest?
Yes, the DPO told us to protest, that it is our right to protest as Nigerians. But the army
from your explanation,
the police are trying in this scenario. The police, they are trying. In fact, the DPO is trying. He came there. He was with us. He gave us go ahead to he was protecting us. That's because the army came. I should leave the road.
Do you know the name of the DPO?
Police said no, leave them to protest.
Do you know the name of the DPO?
You put him in trouble.
I don't actually. I've forgotten his name.
Samuel, the DPO. What is his ethnicity? Do you know?
The DPO. I think it's from the southeast. She should be from the southeast.
Okay, you think it's from the south? Well, let's. Well, thank you. It's unfortunate you lost family members there and also friends as well. Very unfortunate. And well, I'll come back to you. We will come back to you. Okay, please stay with us. We're trying to make let's make headway in all of this. Well, we have joining us now, Reverend Ezekiel Dachomo. It's an extended conversation. Do bear with us because we need to make sense of it all and probably, hopefully, find a solution to the issues that is bedeviling Nigeria in terms of insecurity. Good morning to you, Reverend Dachomo. I understand it's quite tough to get hold of you because you are, well, we'd like for you to unmute your device so we can hear you. Let's establish communication. Let's get your audio. We seem to be having a problem with the quality of audio coming from your end. Reverend Dachomo, please do help us with, unmuting your device. When you do that, we will be able to hear you, because I understand that you can hear us, but we cannot hear you. Well, if you can hear me, I still can't hear you, but I'm told that they can hear you at the back end. If you can hear me, please, you watched, I expect that you watched the Congress yesterday and how deliberations went. What do you make of the whole deliberation, everything that has been deliberated upon, and the U.S. intending to come? I mean, you have called on the international community to come help. Do you think they will be able to help solve the problem? What do you make of the deliberations held yesterday?
The issue of coming to help will make an impact if the Nigerian government gave them the chance of making an impact. But if the Nigerian government did not cooperate with them, they wouldn't impact the way it is.
Okay, have you had threats to your life? Sorry to interrupt you. I know you have quite a lot to say. Have you had threats to your life? Because not too long ago, we hear that the president ordered some military personnel to go protect you to ensure that no harm comes to you. Have there been direct threats to your life?
No, the state government released security men for me.
Okay.
And also the commissioner of police released security men to me. So they are following me anywhere I go.
So you feel protected?
Do
you feel protected?
I don't feel protected because nothing man can do. God can use people to protect somebody.
Okay.
But my whole soul of trust is God.
All right.
I don't need any protection.
Okay.
Because I don't need any protection with what has happened with the general, General Uba. His enemy wearing Boko Haram, but his enemy, his fellow men within, they are his enemy. They are the one that handed him over to the Boko Haram to kill him, to swap.
All right. Reverend Dachomo, thanks for joining us again. Now, we are discussing the issue of genocide in Nigeria. Like my colleague asked, you must have followed what happened, in the United States of America, the Congress, the debate there. Now, how do you feel? You are in Plateau State, but your sister state, the Benue State. The governor came out yesterday to say, look, there is no Christian genocide in Benue State. How do you feel about that comment? What's your reaction to it?
That's a normal thing. Even the secretary to the we are chatting. We called me through one of his server's phone, and they connect me to him. What did he say? He said he make blah 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 blah, all sorts of things what Tinubu have done. But I decided to say, sir, let me ask you one question. Do you believe there is genocide? He said no, and they are the same clique with the governor. So what do you expect? That's where their foot is coming. They can say anything, but later, after this government has passed away, they will end up coming to Nigeria and say, please forgive us, we erred. Forgive us. We just said it. This is what is happening to Nigeria. Deliberately, their conscience is so dead. They have lost their saltiness. Because Jesus said, we are the soul of the earth. And any soul that lost his taste will be marched on. So the Islamic terrorists are marching on them, giving them order what to do and where to go and what to say. So they are saying it to please the insurgent.
Okay.
We know what is happening. Yes?
Go ahead, sir. Land on your thought.
We know what is happening. Because with what is happening in the nation today, it's only a blind man. Even a blind man knows better. Even a deaf can feel that something is moving. Imagine my government disgrace themselves all over the world. Disgrace themselves. I was very bitter. I was sad. I
understand your pain. We understand your pain. We are trying to be fair to all sides. I would like to ask you, with the killings going on in Benue Plateau in the Middle Belt, do we have a situation where Christians, probably in trying to defend themselves, have also killed Muslims in their numbers? Or situations where we have Christians troop out to say, this Muslim community, like in Jos, you have in Plateau State, you have Muslim communities. Do we have situations where Christians move out to say, okay, we are going to flush out this Muslim community? Do you by chance know if we have one or more situations like that?
In history, even the Fulani terrorists, even Muslims knows, we don't have the mind to go and attack them in the domain. If you see them crying casualties, they came to our domain. In the process of defending the children, the pregnant women, the old men, casualty will come. Then you will discover they will lose their life, some of them. And they drag the corpse back to their base. But we have never moved to go and attack them in their base because we don't have that mind. They are not terrorists, never be terrorists. But since 2001, they have been striking almost all our village. If I can sit down, it's only few villages that we are not attacked by them. But almost all the village we are attacked by them. Okay. By machineries that they brought from Mauchi, Maiduguri, and Chad and Niger.
Okay, Reverend.
This is what is happening. Okay. Yes.
Reverend, I saw the video. I mean, we all saw the video where you were pointing at a particular grave, and then you were calling on the international community to come. That there are 27 people buried in that particular grave, and for those that doubt it, you could exhume and then prove that truly corpses are in that grave. We saw that video, and in that same video, you talked about you have ordered the youths in that community to guard the grave. Do you think if you are allowed, or if the youths are allowed to defend themselves, do you think they will be able to?
They will not. That's why many casualties are going. When the heat gets hit, the youth withdraw. They will withdraw, and if these people are strong machinery, even if army security men are running away from them, what have we to do, a common people that we don't have the weapons that they have? That is the question. You are holding things, somebody is holding AK-47. And the government knows. And the government hands is tight. Because they infiltrated Boko Haram, repented Boko Haram, have occupied sensitive position in the security, in the government. And they are using the insecurity to win election. The terrorists are being paid to go to certain village and chase the people away. The stubborn one will be killed. Houses will be burned. But at the same time, I will not stop sending their material to that village. What do you expect? Come printing.
We have lost connection to Reverend Ezekiel Dachano there. We've lost audio. He's been speaking to us via WhatsApp call. But we seem to have lost audio there. We'll try and reconnect to Reverend Ezekiel Dachano. And we're also being informed that in a few minutes we'll be joined virtually by Mr. Omoyele Sowore as we talk about these issues. Well, let me bring it back to the studio. Barrister Asim Adams. Now, in that conference, the Congress, I beg your pardon, the meeting held yesterday, there was a lot to talk about. It's an opportunity for Nigeria, to come to terms with the U.S. Some have said that this might be a lot deeper than we think it is. That could it be because there are issues with Nigeria's neighbors? We have Mali, Cote d'Ivoire, we have issues, and then they are supported by Russia, and then China is also doing business with Nigeria, and Russia and China are not actually friends with America. Could it be that America, has a bigger plan than just rescuing Christians? Could there be something broader than what we think it is?
If I have my way, I would have asked the colonial masters to come and recolonize us. You know why I'm saying this?
To recolonize us.
Just come back and let the British, whoever that wants to come and take over government in Nigeria here. In those days, I knew or I heard from my own father how organized Nigeria was before independence and before that 1960. Every life for the Nigerian man was well organized. Now, if America is coming, in fact, they're even wasting time. Honestly speaking, I see Donald Trump as a man of his words. When he made that statement, it sounded like the statement of Martin Luther King that brought about the freedom for the black people in America. So when he gave the speech, I listened to that particular speech over and over and again. I kept enjoying it. And I was expecting Donald Trump to have even come in here to rescue us within 24 hours. He has disappointed me. See, with due respect to him, he has disappointed me. I am not saying he should invade Nigeria, my country, but let him, as he has promised, to wipe out these terrorists and bandits, from the... So, I don't know exactly what the people are talking about. China, whoever, Russia. Have we ever gained from China or Russia? Apart from loans and whatever that we take from them?
Have we gained from America?
Yes, we have gained from America. The two Kanu jets that were sold to us the other day.
They were sold. Business.
Of course, it was business. America gave those high-flying jets to us to tackle this terrorism, banditry.
And yet to have clauses attached to the usage of those two Kanu jets. Why
those
we
who are
can't
saying that America has another motive other than coming to rescue Christians, that is their business. But what we are saying is that this is Christmas period. Many families will not travel to their villages at this point in time because of fear of insecurity.
Okay, I understand that we've reconnected to Reverend Dachamo. Let me pick it up from something you said. Let me ask Reverend Dachamo this question. When we spoke to Sheikh Gumi on the show, I think earlier in the week, he did say, he reiterated the statement made earlier in another interview that, look, if America comes with the intention of particularly fighting for Christians and a Muslim is killed, Muslims will turn their guns against Christians. And this basically means there will be religious war, break out in Nigeria. Reverend Dachamo, please, what do you make of that statement? Should we be, what do you make of it? I don't want to guide you.
Let me tell you, that statement comes from fear. They are afraid their business will come to end. So that's the language they will enter. It's fear. If America enter, they will stop America from entering, can do something. And American fools, they can dictate him in his bedroom. So what is fear statement? They'll be with the Hausas that the Boko Haram, who are Fulani, have killed many Hausas people. There's the biggest crack, and he knows. In Islam, 4 villages in Zamfara Katsina burned down by Muslims. Internal religion war is ongoing. Because Christians were sent away. The early stage, the main aim is to kick good luck out.
Okay.
They created that monsters. Now the monsters cannot see, and they channel it on Christians. With good luck, we are all Christians. They kill many in the north. Let me tell you, around Maiduguri, Gwaza area, on Sunday, and they will surround the people in the village and burn them alive with gasoline. At the same time, if they will go to another village, they will separate the male and the female. and all the male, they will slaughter them completely.
So when you say it's fear, that is
at the
making
same
it.
time, the woman, they will loot the woman and rape them. Every one of them will
Wait, are you
select
talking about
which
something
one
that
is
is
better for him.
Which particular incident are you talking about here? Let's be sure.
Yeah.
You said on
Which
Sunday.
one?
Did this happen on Sunday? The things you're saying.
On Sunday in Gola area, the
On
people
Sunday.
that were escaped, the women that escaped, they came to our place in Plateau. They gave us testimony how they were, their husband were killed. It's not a news in Nigeria. They are aware, they downplay it, and the press contributed, and God is going to
This
judge
is
the
we are part
press
of the
of
press,
Nigeria
and we're
for
giving
keeping
you a
quiet
voice.
on
We're
something.
giving you a voice here, so we all can.
No, I'm in pain. I'm in a trauma.
I understand.
I know I've buried more than mass burial, more than 70 times. The blood of innocence. Come and see women that are pregnant. They caught them with swords. Come and see festus flying outside with incense. We have to gather and put it back. And somebody will come out today and say it's not a genocide. That person is a member of a cult, a bloodsucker. Let me tell you, because of politics is coming, more killing is coming. Because some of the witch doctors have told them they have to bring 10 people, 20 people, 30 people, some 100, depends on the hierarchy. Those that sold their soul to look for charm to succeed in election, how will they do it? Is to sponsor, to speak and sponsor terrorists to go and give them those blood in those villages. We know about it. How many people have repented in my hands, confessed what they have been doing? So we know the game that is going on in the country. Just to please Satan, serving Satan. And if Satan say, I want to suck blood,
okay,
then you will hear Allah Akbar.
Well,
Every village.
I think we're talking about two different things.
And they say Allah Akbar, they call people for worship. When Allah wants people to come and worship him, they will say Allah Akbar, and people will come. When he starts of blood, then the same people will be chanting before they start practice shooting all over the village with guns. They will say Allah Akbar. That is the first time.
Can you hear me?
The first. All of us we are used to will be Allah Akbar in the village. Everybody should look for where to hide.
All right, Reverend. I understand that. I mean, you've seen a lot, and we feel. I mean, it's not just numbers that we are seeing. These are people. These are people, human beings that have died, and we really feel your pain. Reverend, please do stay with us. We have a bit of a problem with the quality of your network, but we'll rectify that, and then we'll get back to you. And we still have the barristers with us in the studio. But I understand that we're being now by. Mr. Omoyele Shore. Good morning to you. Welcome to VOP Television this morning. And yes, I can hear you. Now let's talk a bit about the Congress yesterday, in the US, and how has the Muslim ticket, affected this administration in that light? Because Nigeria is largely the events happening in Nigeria is largely being interpreted as Muslims against, or Islam against Christianity.
I have made it clear several times that my intervention or my
Hello, are you talking to me?
Has nothing to do with any external
Reverend, please hold on. We'll come back to you. We're speaking with Omoyele right now. But we'll come back to you.
Okay, thank you. Very much. I have an answer.
Intervention has nothing to do with the position of the U.S. I'm discussing strictly internal affairs of Nigeria and how Nigerians can work through finding solution to their own problems without having to wait for the U.S. or a congressman in the U.S. to determine our fate. But I was very disappointed, but not surprised. Nigeria's delegation went all the way to the U.S. to go and meet a House of Rep member. The Inspector General of Police, the illegal Inspector General of Police, the NSA, the Chief of Defense Staff, all of them went all the way to the US to meet a US congressman, what you call a House of Rep member. That's how bad the situation of Nigeria is. That's how terrible the leadership of the country is. I do not think Nigeria's problem is religion as much as people want us to believe it, because my position is that there's genocide. Be very clear about that. But the genocide is not directed at Christians alone. It's directed at Muslims. The girls who were abducted yesterday were Muslims, in Kirby. Of course, today we've heard that there's another abduction that happened in Niger State in a Catholic school. But you'll be surprised that there might be Muslims in that school as well, because it's an educational institution for people who don't even identify religiously. And there's been abductions of 35 persons in the church. The Nigerian state has failed its people, the state and its operators. So I don't think it's proper to keep couching this as a Muslim ticket issue. We've had Christians in this country who ran the country the same way. The Obasanjos of this world, the Jonathans of this world, they were Christians. There was a Christian Muslim leadership. Yes.
The question actually was, because it was also mentioned at the Congress meeting yesterday held in the United States of America. It was the perception is that Christians are being sidelined, segregated, as this administration carried out what is against the Constitution of Nigeria, because the Constitution says, that if a Christian is the president of the country, a Muslim becomes the vice. That way, there is equal representation. And if a Muslim is the president, and then a Christian becomes the vice. So it was mentioned there. That's the question. How has that?
I don't know that the Nigerian Constitution says that. Which part of the Nigerian Constitution says that if president is Muslim, the vice must be?
We'll have the lawyers to help us answer that.
I don't think it's true. So what happens to people who don't identify religiously? When do they become president and vice president?
Well, you understand that has been a modus operandi.
I think it's a practice of it is political parties who practice that. I don't think it's a constitutional issue.
Okay.
And if I'm wrong, maybe one of your lawyers can correct me.
That's okay.
But I don't know of any part. But what I'm saying is that I don't think the problem of Nigeria has to do. They use religion to manipulate people. They use ethnicity to manipulate. And but I think it's largely competence and character of these leaders. They're not competent. They're not. You imagine that girls are getting abducted everywhere, and your Inspector General of Police, so to speak, is in the U.S. begging a congressman in the U.S. to come and save Nigeria.
The question I want to ask is
you have 350,000 policemen armed in your country. You are not directing, you are not commanding them. You carried yourself, and I'm just using in the way Nigerian, you put yourself on a plane and flew to the US to go and explain your position to a US congressman.
You've established that, but you made a statement that the matter or the issue I have in here is the issue of competence. Do you have a problem with a country with more sophisticated equipment or more organized team coming in to help you take out extremists, kill both Christians and Muslim, or even traditionalists in your country?
I asked you when I was leaving your studio the last time I was in Lagos, if you remember. I don't know if you're the one who interviewed me. I said, what happens if the US don't come? They promise you they're coming. Are you still waiting for them? What if they don't come? So you are not going to solve this problem until the US arrives here and come and help you to take out your extremists.
So do you have a problem with them coming at all? That's actually the question.
I don't have a problem with coming. No, I don't have a problem with collaboration, but I have a problem with, helping the Christians and letting the terrorists and extremists kill all the Muslims who are also victims, or kill the traditionalists, or let the kidnappers or the ritualists kill people, or let even your policemen and army kill people. Because this genocide we're talking about happened at the toll gate in 2020. Nobody's talking about it, and that was carried out by the Nigerian army. Genocide has been taking place in this country, arrayed against all kinds of people for different reasons. But we are all narrowing this down to a religious matter. That's just all about Christians. It's not about Christians alone. The Nigerian state, the Nigerian nation, the Nigerian country is falling apart because of terrible leadership, because of incompetence, because of people who are mismanaging the country. And the US, even if they were to show up here today, we can't help you to solve all your problems. And I'm afraid to say it. I hate a group of people who are always looking for help from others, and even in a situation where they can help themselves.
All right.
Yes.
Let me
You know, if you have 350,000 policemen,
okay,
what are you doing with them? Why can't you have at least 30,000 of them? And when they want to rig election, where do they find policemen?
Okay,
to help them? You find police every corner. But there have been abductions of kids from their beds in secondary schools now, in abductions from churches, abduction and killings in mosque. Your policeman is nowhere to be found. Their head, so-called, is in the US begging or explaining to a House of Rep member in the US who doesn't even know where Nigeria is located on the map of the world to come and help you. And all of you are repeating the same thing. I don't have a problem with anybody who wants to help Nigeria.
Okay,
but it should be by collaboration, and it should not be. It should not be about helping Christians alone. It should be about helping everybody who is in distress.
Now we get your point. We get your
Yes.
point. Now, talking about 300,000 soldiers, we also hear the army authorities say they are going to recruit 24,000 soldiers, you know, in the coming days, coming weeks, or even months. Now, I'd like for us to stay within the ambit of politics. You are a politician, you are a human rights activist as well. And as far as you are concerned, Nigeria shouldn't wait, you know, for any kind of somebody from outside to come and help them, but you also believe in collaboration. I want to ask you, everything, we have killings now going around, it's more like there's a surge, you know, there's a resurgence. A lot of people believe that, look, it has something to do with 2027, and that it has become a pattern starting from 2011, 2015, in 2019 or so. Do you believe that this thing has to do with a particular group of people wanting to say, oh, we are going to make this country ungovernable because we don't like the person that is in government? Does it have anything to do with 2027? Especially also when we have a situation where somebody that is at the helm of affairs, talking about the vice president in 2013, 15, when the Chibok girls happened, we saw somebody, you know, a known terrorist, kingpin, arrested in the government house in Abuja, his own government house in Abuja. How do you relate with all of that with 2027 and the politics around it, the politics of North-South divide? How do you see that?
See, you have to separate conspiracy theories from reality. I have no doubt that politicians are terrible enough in this country to do anything to win elections. We all know that. But my focus are those communities that are in distress, churches and people whose family are in the bush as we speak, and how to rescue them and protect the country. And if we keep dabbling into the conspiracy theories, we are doing the unthinkable. We are allowing those in government to help us provide or help them escalate their excuses so that nothing will be done. In a nutshell, where is this theory coming from? It's coming from the same people who refuse to act. Tinubu and his people, the APC. Suddenly, Tinubu's people are now saying that, oh, some northern politicians want to take power from us. That is why Boko Haram has resurged. In 2015, it was the same theory. Oh, we don't. Jonathan is not competent. We should take over power from him. Jonathan saying to everybody, "Oh, it is some people in the north who wants to take power from me." Who made, in fact, in 2015, the theory of people supporting Jonathan was that there was no abduction of Chibok girls. Some people said there was no abduction, even though till today, Chibok girls, so many of them are still with the terrorists. They said there's no abduction. They deny it. So they are deniers, are conspiracy theorists. My focus is not on that. Because if you focus on that, you're helping Tinubu not to do his job. He's happy when you say, oh, and then they line up all their ethnic jingoes behind them. Oh, they want to take away from the Yorubas the opportunity to have a second term. And you are the commander-in-chief. What's your excuse? Send your army to go and work. Send your police
you've made
to go and
a
work.
point to say that the
If-
government is not that competent.
Can you let me land? Can you let me
Okay,
land?
go on, just in a few
Yes.
seconds, please.
Yes. As a friend of mine said, Prince Adebayo, he said Tinubu has a bullet to protect Nigeria, or he should reach out for the pen to resign. There's no reason anybody should excuse what is going on now by conspiracy theory. People knew when they were coming to power that they had to work and defend the country, and they did everything they can to get to power. Hook or
Interesting.
crook.
You've
To help
laid the
them
premise.
now giving excuse that as to why they should not work is because some people don't want. If you know people who are doing that, you are the head of state. Why don't you reveal their location to us? You know, let's expose them and let the world arrest them, try them, convict them. But when you have a country where somebody like Nnamdi Kanu can be convicted for using a microphone, and the person who erased villages was given 20 years, you know what what that's all about. It's weakness, it is complete incompetence, it's complete sabotage of the security of the country by its leadership, not conspiracy theories.
All right, now you said something that maybe the leaders are not competent enough to handle the activities in Nigeria. And you also went further to talk about us not needing help. Now, what do you think we should do at this point to help end the issue of killings, the abduction of school children, and every other scenario you've actually painted?
You have a position that I'm opposed to. The position is that we should just wait until America comes before we help ourselves. My position is that help yourself. If America wants to collaborate, let it collaborate. But help yourself first. You see, Americans try to help you to get Chibok girls. There was time placards, bring back our girls. Even PDD joined, Obama swipe, everybody, Tinubu carry placards. What was the end of it? The girls, some of them are still in the bush because we are not a serious people. We're always looking for help everywhere. I said it in your studio last time I was in Lagos. Some of you are still waiting for Jesus Christ to come and provide electricity. It's not going to happen. Stop looking for help and help yourselves. Develop your internal mechanism for protecting your country, protecting your territorial integrity by electing competent leaders. Otherwise, America will come here, they'll throw a few bombs. When they're tired, which usually they don't have much time for you, they'll move away. You see the history of America's intervention in Afghanistan, in Iraq, in Syria, how it ended up. You're telling me your own will be different. I wish you luck.
All right, thank you very much, Moyele Shore. Let's bring it back to the studio. Barrister Asim Adams, let's tell us. You know, you've been following this conversation. What are your thoughts?
You see, first of all, before I go into my thoughts or I relay my thoughts, there is nowhere in the Nigerian constitution where Muslim or Christian ticket is stated.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying
So it's the internal affairs of political parties for them to decide. For political gains, they decided to get a Muslim. Exception, in my own opinion, is the normalization and the zest and energy given to Muslim bandits and terrorists, or Muslim collaborators in government and establishment. Now, what am I talking about? If you ask me the question, what exactly is Boko Haram, ISWAP, doing and why are they killing people? In the Niger Delta, they were a set of young men who were referred to as militants. But we knew that their mission was economic emancipation of their region. How to make the Niger Delta a better place. That is their own belief. But the issue now is that Boko Haram and ISWAP, what exactly is their mission? My opinion is that their mission is to Islamize Nigeria.
Okay.
Why did they choose Nigeria out of about 15, 16 West African countries? And they have now decided that Nigeria should be their headquarters. Because in Ghana and some other West African countries, I don't think Boko Haram and ISWAP are in this kind of large numbers. On a daily basis, I've never heard where killings taking place in Ghana and any other West African country as case may be. So the questions abound right now is that why and what is the essence of the killings of these particular groups? My own take is that it's for them to Islamize Nigeria. So if their motive is to Islamize Nigeria, what has given them that verve and zest? What, in my own opinion, has given them that verve and zest for those who are supporting them? For a Sheikh Gumi to come out openly to say that he has even gone to negotiate with these people. Sheikh Gumi is a religious cleric and of the Muslim, of the Islamic hue. So he is going to negotiate with them, and he believes that he knows them, and they are furthering the interests of his religion. The governors of the northern part of Nigeria, they have negotiated with the terrorists. Okay. Because there's a tacit and direct support, in my own opinion, because they are pursuing their religious aspirations. The imams, the sultans of this world, the emirs, who are invariably Muslims, I have never seen where they have come out to put their foot on ground to say, look, enough is enough. You have destroyed the name of Islam too long. Islam does not tolerate killings and bloodshedding. None of them have spoken, in my own opinion. What I'm saying is that the Nigerian constitution gives these people that premature authorization.
Okay.
Covertly or overtly.
All right then.
Now, a good example is this. What is Section 275, Section 277 of the 1999 Constitution doing in the Constitution? To the extent that a state House of Assembly can sit down. If my state decide to say they want to practice Sharia today, the Constitution says that the House of Assembly can sit down and make laws that will enhance the institution and execution of Sharia codes of a practice. Now you ask yourself the question, is that not diametrically opposed to Section 10 of the 1999 Constitution? As the case may be, these are questions we need to answer. Now, I can say with due respect that people like Sheikh Gumi and the rest of them, they are drawing that flank and energies from that particular embodiment of Section 275 and 277. So they feel that the Islamic code of Sharia, let us not deceive ourselves. Sharia is an Islamic code. Sharia is not a Christian code. Now, if you empower a particular state to now let the House of Assembly make laws that will enhance Sharia, does that mean that the same Constitution have denied Christians from the Southeast and South, from the House of Assembly, to now make what they call canon laws that will be affecting Christians in that particular area? So this is a conundrum. This is the problem I'm having.
All right then.
And I've not been able to die. Nobody has given us any answer. Then secondly and lastly, is that the administration, why you see myself, for instance, my opinion is that I would want America to intervene, whether covertly or overtly, if they want to collaborate, if they want to do direct attack, but how to exterminate these terrorists and terrorism in Nigeria, if they can do it for me, I will support it. Right. The reason is not far-fetched. The government of the day has failed us.
All right.
The government of the day has failed us in the sense that they have not been able to achieve Section 14 sub 2 of the 1999 Constitution that says security and welfare is the reason why we are in government. So if you cannot secure us as Nigeria,
all right then, but
so
you've shared your opinion, and it's we should state that these are opinion of the guests, not that of the station, Voice of the People Television. Reverend Dachamo, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm listening.
You were going to answer the question. asked earlier about the Muslim ticket and the perception in the international community. Can you please do justice to that in a few minutes so we could end this conversation?
Okay, in few minutes, my brother, let us be realistic. The same government that came out and said there's no genocide, and they are sitting on genocide. The Muslim is the president. The vice president is a Muslim. Muslim ticket. Don't you think it's a complete genocide on Christian in Asoro? It's a real genocide. These people are moving towards the cause to take over. They thought Tinubu will die. They brought Shatima. And Shatima is carrying the banner of Boko Haram on his shoulder. The terrorists. Imagine God called Tinubu as it was expected by Islamic agenda. The country could have been a mess, worse than any history of Nigeria.
All right.
But God kept him alive to save Nigerians with all the shortcomings. Let me tell you something.
Yes, Reverend.
Today in this nation, if they want justice, they want to solve this problem, Shetima should be removed.
All right, Reverend Dachamo. I must say...
Shetima is a Muslim ticket. All Christians in Nigeria is only people that have lost their test before God in heaven that will vote Muslim ticket.
Ezekiel,
but people that are in God-fearing, they will never vote Muslim ticket.
Well, thank you for your contribution. These are your thoughts on that. I was hoping that you talk about the perception from the international community, but thank you very much, and may God continue to protect you as well.
Amen. Amen.
And all of us. May God protect all of us. Well, gentlemen, stay with us as we get into another conversation. Now, we must say a very big thank you to Samuel Ogwanen, also who joined this conversation. He's a native of Chachanji, Tukum local government area of Taraba State. He talked about his siblings that died in that in attack in Taraba State, and also we've had Barrister Sim Adams. Now let's get into another conversation. Now we're talking about Nnamdi Kanu and the trial yesterday. Well, it's a trial. I would rather not want to talk about the trial. We'll talk about issues around it. But Nnamdi Kanu gets life imprisonment. Why? Well, let's talk about this when we come back. Join us again.
Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Well, start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered.
VOP This Morning, 8 a.m., Monday through Friday.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right? 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Guys, what's up? How you all doing? The coming of Isha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyo Sarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. You know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? The coming of Isha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyo Sarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter.
Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more.
You're back still VOP this morning. In a Sesame ruling that has reignited national debate, Nnamdi Kanu, leader of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra, was sentenced to life imprisonment by Justice James Omotosho of the Federal High Court in Abuja. The court found Kanu guilty on all 7 counts of terrorism, citing his incendiary broadcast on Radio Biafra and his enforcement of sister-home orders in the southeast as act of terror. Kanu, who refused to participate in the trial, was removed from the courtroom for disruptive behavior, and the judgment was delivered in absentia. The judge emphasized that although Kanu showed no remorse, the court opted for life imprisonment instead of death penalty due to international concerns. The ruling has sparked outrage among supporters who argue that Kanu's actions were political, not criminal, adding fuel to the fire. In the words of the producer, Husseini Ismaila, a convicted leader of the Islamic State West African province, was handed a 20-year sentence after pleaded guilty to coordinating multiple deadly attacks on police stations in Kanu back in 2012. Critics are questioning why a known terrorist received a lighter sentence than a separatist agitator. Meanwhile, the Department of State Services has filed terrorism charges against 7 suspected IPOB commanders linked to Finland-based Simon Ekpa, who is currently in prison in Finland for promoting terrorism. One of the accused, Ibrahim Larabo, an illegal immigrant from Niger, alleged operated on unlicensed bureau to change to fund funds for attacks in Nigeria. We still have with us in the studio here Asim Adams, who happens to be an ex-choir and also civil rights former spokesperson, Chief Beatrice Utubo, Peter Obi Campaign Organization, Labour Party, River State. And we have, we'll be joined by Delefanimo, a seasoned reporter. He will join us in the capacity of Republican political affairs commentator. And we'll also be having virtually Omoyele Showore, who is an activist and also human rights, yes, a citizen supporter, and also he is an activist too, yes. And let's bring it to the studio first. Let me get your opinion on this, Barrister Asim Adams. First, judgment finally. Some people will say finally at last we have judgment after a long period of back and forth and all that. What do you have to say about that? And the fact that the federal government had like 2 to 3 years for them to, bring up and carry out with their examination and court and everything, while the defendant is given only 6 days for him to defend and prove himself not guilty in court. With the fact also, that the Council for the Federal Government was of the opinion that he should be sentenced to death. But in the magnanimity of the court, they decided to reduce the sentence to life imprisonment when a known terrorist is moving with 20 years in prison.
Well, thank you very much. I think Kanu's trial has been one of the longest trial of this nature that I've witnessed. 10 good years, and 4 judges, participated in this trial. But a quick one I need to make, because a lot of misconceptions from, different quarters on the sentencing, conviction of Kanu and the terrorists. For the layman, yes, you can do what they call mumbo jumbo. You might not really understand the intricacies of sentencing and conviction, or convicting, defendants or criminals. Under the Terrorism Act, the maximum punishment is life imprisonment. and not death penalty.
Okay.
That is why we have been clamoring. And that is why you see these terrorists can decide to go. Wadume has been freed, or maybe 5 years, 10 years. And if a judge has a template of 1 year to life imprisonment option, he has that discretion. But the maximum he can give is life imprisonment. The judge can also decide to say, okay, 20 years in prison. It depends on, you understand. So he has within that range from 0 to life imprisonment. Terrorism Act and the law in operation is life imprisonment. You can fact check me. Why Kanu's own and the prosecution was asking for death sentence was because apart from Kanu being charged under the Terrorism Act, he was also being charged under the Criminal Code Act for what they call treasonable felony, alongside terrorists, whatever as the case may be. And under our laws today, treason under the Criminal Code Act is death, sentence. Coup, for instance, incitement. These are colonial laws that were reinvented, as the case may be. So let's get that clear. For the layman who do not know, we say, you gave a terrorist 20. Me, I'm not in support of you, a terrorist getting 20 years. It's sickening to me, but it is the law. The specification for sentencing. And the judge cannot go outside beyond what is prescribed.
Okay.
You understand? That is why you find out after he has been convicted, they will not do what they call sentencing. Allocutors, etc., then sentencing will not take place. So the law specifically for terrorism is life imprisonment. 0 to life imprisonment. So it depends on the discretion of the judge. If he's very happy, maybe his wife gave him a goosey soup to eat yesterday night, panediam and buffet and whatever, he might decide to say it's 10 years. But if it's on a bad day where his money was stolen or somebody killed his, he will just give a life imprisonment, which is the maximum. But in the nine kind of, what if you look at the 7 count charge, terrorism, treasonable felony, on the other part. So on the 7 counts that he was found, you see, you can even see some, counts that 5 years, 2 years, 20 years. You understand the point now? Then when it gets to this thing, then the prosecutor will now say, no, sir, my lord, the maximum punishment for this is a death sentence. Why don't you apply it? He's like a coup plotter. He's like somebody who has plotted a coup to want to kill the president or bring the president to office because the Criminal Code Act is under, you understand? So 2 plans. So I cleared that one very fast, very quickly and fast. Now, periscoping did not become the same. It was a journey I knew it was going to end like this. You see, it was just like the case of my own mentor, Ken Saro-Wiwa. And unfortunately, I was a very young lawyer at that time when Saro-Wiwa was murdered by the state. I remember, Kanu's, whatever, play out like what happened in Ken Saro-Wiwa's whatever. All of us at that time, during the Abuja regime, knew and believed that Ken Saro-Wiwa did not directly, impart on what, or even gave instruction or participated in the murder of the Ogoni and other people that he killed. But he was roped in to say because he was the leader of Mosop at that time, and he was making statements, and those statements were incendiary. Therefore, he is culpable, complicit, and liable, to face that penalty, the death penalty, whatever. And he was hanged, as case may be. I disagree with that particular judgment till today. The same thing that is happening in the Kanu issue. Now, the Kanu issue is similar to that case of Abuja. He only made statements. He only made, some statements in UK or elsewhere. Does it mean that if I make a statement in America and I will be taken to come and to face trial for statements I made outside of Nigeria? If I was doing skits or what they call a content creation, it is as case may be, then you take me before and say, I am planning to overthrow government as the case may be. These are questions. Two, is that assuming without considering that Nnamdi Kanu, made such incendiary statements, was there any proof to show that his statement was directly linked to the activities of IPOB in terms of killings in Nigeria, as the case may be, under the technicalities of law, that culpability, mens rea and actus rea must form a forging line for a man to be convicted of an offense. Assuming that mens rea, let's say that the mens rea, that is, he was even inciting, and he was saying something somewhere to say, go and do this, go and do that. Can he be held culpable when he has not put that into action, what we call actus reus? These are issues that the court, should have, I want people to unravel. Now, where it became so painful, I don't know whether it's by accident, that when I supported Sarowiwa, he lost his life. When I supported Nnamdi Kanu, he is being given life imprisonment, as the case may be. The question I've asked, and copiously, studiously so, is where lies the issue of justice in the annals of Nigeria judicial jurisprudence, as the case may be?
All right.
If I want to periscope that view before I end this,
there are a lot of talking points.
Yes, okay, absolutely.
But we need to run
it's
through.
Something it's all right.
Okay, now,
so
I listened to part of that judgment yesterday, and at a point, I heard the person that was reading the judgment, when he wanted to define terrorism, he quoted the Oxford English Dictionary. I thought he was going to rely on the provisions of the Act, what the Act says about the definition of terrorism. Is that acceptable in law? Is that admissible?
Absolutely. Is it the judge you're talking about?
Yes, the judge.
Even lawyers, obviously, we can quote from the Black Laws Dictionary.
Okay, without referring to what the Act says.
No, you see, this is a problem we have in Nigeria in terms of interpretation. I wouldn't blame people, journalists, or maybe people and all lawyers who poo-poo, what has happened. Now, I rely on Jeremy Bentham's, the principle of open justice. So you can decide to manipulate and see justice the way you feel it is.
Okay.
You understand? But a judge has the right.
Okay.
You can even quote from a book that you have read pertaining to an issue. For instance, in the tribunal that gave Tinubu the presidency at the Supreme Court, one of the lead judgments there is that a book written by one of the lawyers defending standing for P2B, you understand? The judge made reference.
Okay, made reference
to some pages.
I needed to make
to enhance whatever.
Okay, I needed to make that clarification because we also discussed it outside some way. Some said yes, it's admissible. Some said no. So I just wanted to make that clarification.
It's okay.
In the course of the judgment too, the judge said, look, despite the fact that humans, have the right to self-determination as enshrined in the United Nations Charter and the African Union Charter, he also said that, look, that the Nigerian Constitution prohibits that, except it goes through the National Assembly. So I would like for you to help us unravel that, what looks like a contradiction.
The contradiction there, politically speaking, is what we are seeing and opinions that we are seeing right now. But legally speaking, if you go to section 2, sub 1 or so of the 1999 Constitution, it says that Nigeria shall be an indissoluble and indissolvable entity. For me, I have poo-pooed and criticized that particular section and other sections of the Constitution, because that section is holding Nigerians spellbound, cocooning us into one cubicle that we cannot. It's like a zoo. It's like a prison, whatever. You do not have any right to negotiate. That is what he's saying. So if I stand up to say that I want to get a republic of the Kukuruku people, that is where I come from. I stay here. I can stay in this Lagos. I can only communicate with English language, but in my language I cannot speak. There's nobody to talk to. So I can decide to say, I don't understand what these people are doing. Hausa, Igbo, Yorubas. I am tired of, staying with you people. I want to form my own republic. Or I need my people to get their independence. You understand the point now? The constitution is saying, I cannot do that. Because they believe and perceive of it, that the moment I say I want to do self-determination, that I am breaching that section 2 sub 1 or thereabout that says, Nigeria is indissoluble and indissoluble. You understand the point? But for me, that is fecund. It's something I cannot really explain why it was inserted in the constitution.
All right.
That is what the judge was saying. So, and he went on to say that the only way you can make things happen, government, etc., is by constitutional means, which means you have to go through the constitution. And unfortunately, those who said that did not provide the constitutional means for me to now liberate myself and seek self-determination by way of referendum. It's only in section 68 or 68 sub 1 that issue of I think 69 or thereabout, that the issue of a referendum is talked about. When you want to recall, a member of the legislature, he talks about referendum. Now, if you have a referendum by virtue of that section 69 or thereabout, why was referendum not also inserted in our constitutional sections, so that those like the Igbos or the Hausas or the Yorubas that want self-determination can, lash in to that particular, section of the constitution, say, we want a referendum. In the 1963 constitution, it was there. You understand the point? So why was it taken off for the 1979 and this particular constitution? So if the judge is saying you go through political means or whatever, the judge, I believe, with due respect to my own law, is that for me is unacceptable in the sense that there is no other political way or means that a Nigerian can seek self-determination, except section 2 sub 1 is excised, deleted. You understand? Exterminated. You understand the point now? From the constitution. You understand? That is the only way we can do that. So, it's for me, I don't know the kind of, it's fallacious for the judge to have used that in his judgment. But I am not poo-pooing your judgment. I'm not an appellate court. It is as case may be, but it's my observation.
Thank you so much, Barrister Madam. Let's bring Mr. Dele Fanimo into the conversation. Mr. Fanimo, during the judgment that happened yesterday, the counsel for the federal government, Chief Adeboyega Awomolo, projected, or rather presented or pleaded the court for Nnamdi Kanu to be sentenced to death, saying that will, in a way, help the blood of the people that lost their life in the Southeast to rest. Now, the question is, who helps the people that lost their life in Asaba massacre? On whose account are we going to hold on to that? And also, how can the people or the person who is talking about marginalization of the people of the South is the same marginalization which lead to the Biafra War of 1967 to 1970 and now be held accountable for the blood of the people that, according to him, died in the Southeast?
Well, let me answer your question from the rear. When the trial was ongoing, the prosecution established that some of his utterances were incendiary and was like giving instructions to his followers to target some people. And that was established by the prosecution. And ordinarily, it would have been another matter if Nnamdi Kanu had allowed his legal team to puncture some of those, particularly in this era of AI and other technologies that could also be used as alibi. But unfortunately, he didn't avail himself that opportunity. So the whole idea now in the public space is that he actually did it, even when he can still plead that he didn't do it with facts. And they also said it was as a result of what he said that certain things were carried out by his supposed followers. So that is the judgment. You understand? And so for now, no matter how hard we try to look at this judgment, no matter how we try to say it is wrong or whatever, it's not going to remove that judgment until there's an appeal.
Okay.
And so the first thing to do now, among other things that are available options in this matter, is within the 90 days window for appeal, let him go to appeal. And another thing again is, if it is possible, and this is what I have been saying, if it is possible, even at this time, we cannot foreclose political solution to this. If those who are supposed to lead in this crusade will be genuinely ready to do it.
When you say those who are supposed to, we have 44 lawmakers already. You know, they wrote to the president asking him now to let this man go. We also have 54 other lawmakers before the 44 visit the president to talk about the release of Nnamdi Kanu. We have prominent Igbo men, some have died, you know, go to the president to say, even the previous president to say, let this man go, or let's find a way to run a political settlement out of court and all that. But yet, it's more like the whole meeting and everything falls on deaf ears.
My experience, either personally or what I've been privy to, has shown one thing. When you go through the formal way, even in our trade, journalism, when you go through the formal way, you may not succeed. But if you go underground and apply the informal way, you see, all those things that those legislators are doing is not going to help anything. Because they are also doing that to further their political interests. And it will become like a parley or a summit. But why don't you go underground, visit the president without the plague light, without the media, without any reportage, have one-on-one discussion with the presidency and those who matter. It's not supposed to even be the only Southeasterners that should even be part of that delegation. Other people that feel that this man was agitating for certain things and misconstrued should go with him. When Padre Banjo was alive, he stood on the side of Kanu and some other well-meaning Nigerians. So let it not be a thing of Southeast and Southeast alone. Ndubuisi Kanu, that Rear Admiral retired, was part of Nadeco now. Was he related to Eke Abiola? So it shouldn't be a Southeast thing.
But if you check the number of the people that have seen written to the president and people that have visited him, they are not just Southeasterners. They are lawmakers from across Nigeria.
It shouldn't be a Southeast issue alone.
Okay.
That other tribes will also get involved.
All right then. Thank you very much, Mr. Fanimo, for your thoughts there. Barrister Asim, let me come back to you. Now, the inability of Kanu to put up a defense, how did that affect his case? And going forward, do you think he will take the advice to get lawyers? Because I understand that it's not over yet.
Of course.
It's not over yet, so he can appeal. Even if appeal goes the wrong way, he can still take it to the Supreme Court. Am I right?
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
You see, the point is the Nnamdi Kanu issue. Whether he had lawyers or no lawyers with him, justice is blind. That is what we were told. Now, the issue of Nnamdi Kanu is a very complicated and complex one. Before I'll answer that question, I think I need to go back a little bit. The question I want to ask is this. In 2022 or thereabouts, the Court of Appeal released Nnamdi Kanu. and asked him to go home in October. Nnamdi Kanu was not even allowed 2 seconds to breathe the Nigerian air of freedom. He was kept in the gulag of the DSS. While that was happening, then the federal government filed an appeal to the Supreme Court. It was that particular decision of the Supreme Court that brought about this. If the Supreme Court, as at that time, had upheld the appellate, the lower court decision, Kanu would have been a free man as at that time. The question we were asking when the Supreme Court now asked and made 2 very fundamental decisions that has affected Nnamdi Kanu and put Nigeria in this particular state today is number 1. The Supreme Court, in their judgment, affirmed that they agree that the way and manner Nnamdi Kanu was rendered into Nigeria was illegal. Okay. You understand? That's a major plank on which the Court of Appeal said it should go. That it was illegal. You agreed that when you went to Kenya, you didn't follow international laws and conventions. You now brought the man, and you agreed that it was illegal. But you went ahead to now expand the law. Like Lord Dennis said that judges can expand the law. They can even contract the law and bring it together. To expand law to say no, even if he was brought in from Kenya illegally, open and close, he does not ask the jurisdiction of court to try him for the offenses the Nigerian government want to force on his head. Okay. And that order that is to go back to the Federal High Court. You understand? And let the trial start de novo.
That's the trial that we...
That is the trial we're saying now. So the question I've asked is this. Within the period, the Court of Appeal asked them the Kanu to go home. Why was he not released immediately? The DSS said they were working on 1 or 2 things. Not knowing they were ferreting for evidences to do more prosecution and appeal to the Supreme Court. So what happened? Why did they keep him there? These are questions we have to answer. But we have today found out that even the ECOWAS court gave a judgment that the way Nnamdi Kanu was brought in was illegal, and that all trials affecting and going around him are what? Illegal. If the source of your bringing him down is illegal, then the trial cannot go on. In fact, in the US, we have a case of this nature, where the Supreme Court of America, although we're not in the US, said that the moment the procedure and proceedings of bringing a suspect before a court is faulted, then the gamut of that trial or proceedings is illegal. I will provide you the authority so that those who want to find out can call you and find out today.
All right then.
Then, when we look at all these things, now coming to your question, why did Nnamdi Kanu say his lawyers should go? He was frustrated. The frustration being that the question we would have asked is this: can this man be granted bail while pending trial? The court refused to do that. You see, it is only in the High Court that a murderer...
So he could have been granted
bail. And Senators Abaribe and the rest were ready to stand in for him. And even traditional rule of his place. If they had allowed him to go back home on bail while facing trial, psychologically as a human being, he would have been so tense and acted the way he did.
So is it right then to say, or to conclude, that the government of Nigeria intended to break him, break his spirit?
They are breaking him. The government of Nigeria today, inclusive of the late Buhari's government, they are acting out a script of Abdallah Öcalan, the Turkish rebel, as they called him at that time, of the PKK. was also arrested in Kenya in 1999. In fact, I am very sure those who went to abduct Nnamdi Kanu or maybe extradite him or illegal rendition read the postscript of how Okalan was taken from Kenya to Itoki to go and face trial. It's the same method they used. You understand the point now? And when Okalan got down, Okalan's, trial became controversial, convoluted, and a conundrum. To the extent that the Turkish government had problems. Now, what happened? Okalan's lawyers withdrew from the process. Okalan was now sentenced to death, penalty.
So we're saying the same thing happened.
The same thing happened. Now, it was when Turkey now said no more death penalty in our laws. That was why he's sentenced to now reduce to life imprisonment. Now, to show you that he was broken, after so many decades or some decades in the Imran in the island, Gulag, Okalan is now calling on his members to disband the PKK. So they are asking, for instance, they want to break Kanu and now ask him to disband IPOB, as the case may be, open and close. And Okalan is now saying that we have used the method and modes of arms and violence against the Turkish government. But that has failed us. Now it is time for ideas to take the stage. And let's find political solution to this issue now. That is the same thing they are doing now. That is why you see the political class right now and lashing on this to say political solution, political solution, political solution. Whereas the right thing that would have been done was for Supreme Court at that time to, in the interest of justice, in the interest of moral justice, administrative justice, to have said, we have found the decision of the Court of Appeal. If you agree that the way the man was brought into Nigeria was illegal, why ask them to go back on the technical ground that the way he was arrested does not matter? It won't ask jurisdiction of court. You are not giving them that. You are not giving the courts. The Supreme Court now gave jurisdiction back to the Federal High Court. That is why we're having this problem today.
Well,
so it's a conundrum that is going to affect Nigeria for a very long time. How we resolve this, we see the way Nigeria, the new Nigeria will be.
All right then.
A release of Nnamdi Kanu, for instance, in my opinion, will douse tension immediately in the southeast and south-south.
Well, some have said,
when you keep it, there are those who are agreed.
Some have said
but certainly the majority.
It is only a political solution that can solve this problem.
Well, I just hope so, and as quickly as possible.
As quickly as possible. Oh well. Well, thank you very much, Barrister Asim Adams. Thank you very much, Daily Fanimo. It's been an extended VOP this morning, and this is where we drop anchor on the program. Sports comes up next, but this conversation, of course, will continue. It's the biggest story in the cover pages of the dailies this morning, and Nigerians are chiming in on it. Well, this is where we say, this is where we end the show. I'm Moses Humphrey. Have a lovely day.
I'm Fina Okechukwu. Enjoy your weekend and endeavor to be a patriotic citizen. Bye for now.
I'm Chukuma Okoro. See you again at 6 o'clock on Political Lens. Bye for now.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right? 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. From the views on the street
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents,
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. To lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered. VOP This Morning, 8 a.m., Monday through Friday.
Mr. Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Now, so that they talk on, they tell you coming to you. Best way they give daytime. People know. They say Lagos now the center of excellence, but they tell them say take it or leave it. Now so it be. And if only Lagos you go come out. You see person come out for house around 5:17 a.m. And once you don't go now that kind 10:42, you see them for junction. They argue Ronaldo is better than Messi. Now so they talk on. Brother also though, they tell you now we not get money. Now they send me go pay NEPA bill for house. People know that one. And they talk and say. If you're not to get, you can't do Lagos. And you call the advice people say Lagos is too crowded. I want to go back. That's so it just be. In a way, they call us, they ask us questions say about who they put life imprisonment, who be that one. Kanu, many Kanu day for like many Kanu day. Not go the, not be one quart Kanu, Not be one quart. She put now for end for the two of them, but now one quart Kanu. Now be player we see all the one side. Me I know the talk say now Kanu one for they don't put for life in. But yes, we don't call this a bunga. Friday morning, when we start again as this kind of news, we'll talk many things, and we also try when we talk this thing, our body not go rise fast as it's supposed to be. The news I want to again, I'm saying good news. I say this one, I say yes, it makes sense. You don't tell when me see, I'm not too like talking like that. Some people they carry the talk. We not me personally, me not too like because based on some Nigeria players don't go that side, no say not to declare when they reach there. But you get when me see me like they call them one keme, I be name. We see that news. I say yes, talk people, I know they try. Again jury, as you can't get jury now, don't come back now for the team. Now, you get what the team do, they suspend the contract. But as they come back, what you call the total body for inside this news now, maybe say the same one can will come back to the team. They'll come one Oyibo player, call you that replace and may play half of the season. Now, Transport player be down, one can I be named. When I look this, when I check on, I say this one for make sense. I don't want to carry Nigeria player, people to say Nigeria, no. But as one can return, and they say yes, you get your playing position. You play second half of the season, so now your boss for talking, so we like her. But more just run enter. I get my way else today, so I talk and say this Nigeria Football Federation, me not like them. Nobody, I never see anybody when not get mine. I say this NFL where they talk so that they get mine pass, they too get mine. But you get one man where they like. More talk about Sunday Ulysses before we connect. We enter Bini, come follow our guy talk. We say William do one side they wait. And we see the news most sharply can come say Sunday Ulysses the verse say Super Eagles not go walk up. Say wetin dey pain am for the matter pass now. Osimhen now when be say not dey for the team. Say you not fit get player like Osimhen, maybe say he not go World Cup. I look the news at check am. I say Nigeria need to compensate Osimhen. This boy don't hustle. When I know Osimhen went for the coin, don't to play ball. You go Royal Charleroi for Belgium, he show himself. Say na me. You go Wolfsburg, he should try. You go Lille, he show himself. You go Napoli, go win Scudetto. You don't dey talking and they scatter everywhere. Now if Olise dey open mouth, they talk like this, more they listen. Because when Olise dey talk now, they make sense. NFF you not like her. Now ex-international be this. Why Nigeria now go World Cup 8 years? People at the office. I don't talk am before and I go yarn again. If you say these people get integrity, therefore don't move from office. NFF, those people they just see they bend our football, they go one side. Our football don't go down. Nobody will talk about NFF. I say 8 years and counting. Even the 2026 I should not go. 2030 they come. Who tell you say we will go? I talk and say if Nigeria get luck to qualify for that one, maybe they just start give Osimhen compensation. But more sharply run, enter, go Benin, go connect with Williams, ADA. Maybe say we follow me the shook match for this one. Here in our Voice of the TV with Gina as it's supposed to be. Williams, if you don't date them, you don't say you don't date, you don't stand there. They wait for me, more just align together, more reason together. Not missing me P-square fight. I play. You know the year you Williams. Maybe that one I will tell you they call technical bridges. Maybe you never they connect. I see you for camera, but I never they hear you they talk. Let me say your day bench. We check VR check. Your day bench. Me they check on so that if you carry you enter to the move for talk. Super Eagles. I tell you I want to wear us this. So I don't know whether our coach don't they use that they confuse. I don't know. Because if I talk now, they'll say you to the talk, you to the carry the talk. More talk and more you'll be. I don't know whether every chair, my guy, don't they use that they confuse. But we don't know because we see the news where we say with the yes say every chair won't give Boniface chance. May enter Super Eagles back. See, anything they do for life, people must talk. Not be say they must talk. They go day and so they go talk. You don't keep me them talk. If they not talk, it means say you know they leave. That one all day. But what they talk now be say, even if you say you want to do some kind of things, show workings. Not be say you call the dumb movement. Now Boniface now you check out for better, but you know they play well. National team not be anybody Papa gets. We don't talk him before we talk him. Because Boniface now, me they check him. I want to involve Boniface for the team. You want to Boniface? Okay, wait. Now a compensation. I've been say, bro, don't look. Me just try one day with us. They know they working like that. If Boniface don't they play, well, me I leave on. Me they one side. But when they yesterday they want connect Bonnie, Uncle Bonnie, enter national team now. See give some kind play a chance. Me I know. But Eric Chair, me they ask you now, waiting be your criteria for selection, not be by pity. And we've not called him for long. We've not be by that one. Who not good, not good. Do not. That's how we talk. But don't be saying Boniface not good though. On a very day good, we not saying good. But criteria for selection. William just they look me. But I say don't connect. I talk. Let me hear you. Talk.
Yes, you don't hear me too.
Never the year. Never the year Williams. Never the year. Go back. More the Guinness so can highlight. So kind of like when we connect. You want to talk. You want to talk. If you not talk, you know what I'm saying. But we see news say Super Eagles don't go climb. Enter 38. I beg if you jubilate that one, just suffer. Don't go celebrate. Because not just go celebrate. 38 now you jump up, say Super Eagles don't move. Not just, see, FIFA ranking, we show you at the top 10, I just say I be. Nigeria, maybe say at the talk, say our facility and sport. See, we are not here Akimi, maybe say Akimi win CAF award. Now you talk. Akimi they give their president all the trial we just see this. So Akimi they boss everywhere. Akimi they say you know don't try. Akimi, he say thank you for giving us a conducive environment. Nigeria now one stadium we all get. So see that stadium not there. Thank God they never even do crusade because Abuja will not take us. That will your stadium, now we are the pamper like Peking. If I see that stadium, I say God, I beg go. No, may not just do this stadium. So now maybe check Morocco. Morocco will go 2030 work on the one Wilson. Now Morocco is still #1 for Africa. When I check all the CAF, see, not tell me say Morocco collect the award, say you know like Morocco dominate CAF award and now where deserve award with that. So you know, just say overnight, I wake up. See, you dey pray, may God help you. You know, you help yourself. You dey read Isaiah 60 verse 1. May you arise and shine. The light has come. You not help yourself. How you want to rise? I beg. The matter seven. Just start one side. Morocco now can remain African top world ranking. Come at #1, 1,713.12 point. And they get. Now you all go move. Go see Senegal. Senegal can get 1990 for world. Can get 1,648.07 points. You all go move. Never finish for there. Egypt can be 34th. They are ranking at 1,520.68. Means they find Nigeria. And I was in Nigeria there. The only Nigeria, they see for them now Algeria. Algeria come this 35th with 1,516.37 points. Where Super Eagles we not there for that place. World ranking. Now Super Eagles now can go hold narrow escape, narrow advantage when they get Tunisia, because Tunisia are 40th. They call 40. Now 1,497.13. I didn't get them. But we because it gets small margin. But you see Ivory Coast, you see Congo, they just sit down 1,489.59. They're not going to get 1,442.50 points, respectively. We will talk. Nigeria not there. Now Congo change for world type. Spain they number 1. Argentina will be world champion. They for number 2. France just sit there. Brazil now they come up for top 5. And they tell you Nigeria and I say Nigeria 38 in the world. If I dey check and go, they ask myself say sure. Now so you'll be. Now let's see 1994 where we say Nigeria can't get that kind of structure. Where we say we be 5th in the world. That Nigeria squad, I see they used to find them. We don't talk about Olise now. Olise dey for that squad. Olise dey with Okocha for midfield. Where we say Ekwabo dey for right back. When they call Ochi Okechukwu dey for center half. We compare Oshidi Wano. Captain dey for bench. They call Stephen Keshi. Come go left. Come see Ben Roa. That team not be person mate. If you need the judge carrying punk hairstyle, dey for right. You go check am for left. Who dey for that place? I will tell you now. Amunike dey there. Amokachi wear Shane. They talking. They show himself with earring. It makes sense. Rashidi Yakini not there again. Best memory he did there. Now team be that one. 19. Go check am now. Me I don't think many things about Nigeria football. I say you know the help person. This one will give you blood pressure. You move one side because you know the help. I don't check. I don't try balance. I don't check. And a couple of things that military regime, military era, and I call better pass this democracy time because corruption won't go bend on one side. Then I check on. I mean I look at 98 and I don't see. If not be media hype before you beat them and go beat Brazil, we don't they carry the talk. 94, 95, 96, 97, they carry the count. How many structure they there? Military regime. Maybe say that direct. Now you and they go to talk one-on-one. Then now they do money will pass to this one. And they ask myself, say NSC, NFF, National Sports Commission, Nigerian Football Federation. They don't try to confuse us. See, I talk and I go talk again. I don't feel they talk before now. Say Nigeria not go work up. I felt talking before. Say me now they hold them for Nika. If we not go work up, me they hold them. So Nigeria now be 38 for world. 38. If that's say we did 45 that time, we always start jump enter one, come be 44. That's because you run come down. Now that Benin Republic match, maybe so see me score, carry ball go us, and give us hope. So if they say Nigeria, bro, now see for you, African champion, now then be for you, not be me. Nigeria not be any African champion for me. Nigeria now just see, maybe say just see day. They get quality, they not feel use them. 2026. They don't talk enough. Yeah, I check don't they? That might guess maybe say won't talk. They don't tell me say we have him back. Now you go down when they speak, they give me. They speak, yeah. You know it's not pigeon. Talk about pigeon my ear. Williams, small talk. I play.
Papa, Alpha, tell you to hear me now.
And they hear you. Williams, I play now.
Kizzy, even if I know they're happy, but because of you, I go just daylight no small. Because if I see my the reason what they happen for this country, even with the same Super Eagles, I don't go one talk well for this show because I the paro. But still, more just align. Shall build on us guys. We know we will carry man.
You not call it Williams. Who can go play?
Yeah, I hear you now.
I bet more just go back. You don't miss so just the corner, just miss so you miss some kind of things. But more just enter first of all. We see some news where we say more leave back news. More talk about Sunday. Listen, they talk say with country we get Osimhen say we suppose go World Cup. Now me now we say I dey for studio and they talk say Osimhen they need to find way to compensate and even 2030 if Nigeria manage go World Cup. Even if Osimhen not get club, Osimhen, I know it's not possible. Osimhen don't hold, don't get baby. I mean, they see a chance. See, Osimhen must play World Cup. We, me and you now go fight for Osimhen. We think I go World Cup. Wait till they talk this morning. Makes sense.
Yes, now you know what it mean to get a striker. Maybe say anywhere where he did, they deliver. When he did, he deliver. He top the chart from top goal scorer, win a best player of the month, even back to back for his team. Now he did Galatasaray Turkey. You see they do the same thing. They win league, even get the highest goal scorer, win the best the most valuable player. See the fact we say as far as say this guy did the team, and they don't even feel use them, and the fact they don't feel configure the team. Where we say he go feel the prosper. I'll give you an example. See Haaland now for Man City. They configure the team to where we say the guy will feel the play. They remove KDB. He should come Apple now. Guardiola now don't try to say okay, he still configure the team now. The guy doesn't perform well. You get person like a team and you know if he configure the team. I don't understand how they say you get them like say you dey for river so go enter your eye. How possible is that? You can't have such a guy who you know say for qualification series, if he give you 10 goals, capable of giving you 10 to 15 goals, but you can't use him. And then you go prefer the one they make sure say you configure things maybe say. I dey watch all the platforms for my phone, the WhatsApp group, my friends, their status. They see the way that they vex. They talk say, come, una no fit your ball. They don't just ball. Make sure say okay, they try to locate, break the defense and locate to see me. Ball will dey midfield and you go dey fidget, they shake before you know you don't lose ball. So a lot of issues they go on for this Super Eagles. Maybe say we need to just settle down. And then somebody come make statement say, if possible, may just sack the full NFL. The full NFL. I think that one will still go a long way to saving this our Super Eagles because you can see the error that is happening and then you close your eyes to it. It is very annoying. Now say we know they go walk up back to back. Okay, there's a kind of the same mentality and the things they play so enter Nations Cup. I wish us say they go even reach final. So Kizzy, they need to help you. They need to make sure say they help us make the team look good. Let it look explainable, and then let us see solutions.
Okay, NFF, as they talk, who hear you now? Who watch you now? Anyway, they watch you, they don't say you not get joy. Now yesterday, all of us we are in this together. These people they not they do well. They get see me. I never see people who get mine reach NFF. Me never see. But you get to you talk this band then. That is band go feel work. But who want one? Now federal government want one. I been an NSC want. I don't want to do one.
Now because I would parallel when I mean disbanding, you just sack all of them. The current configuration, you just disband them. Don't tell you okay, let only the coach just the function with the Super Eagles. Okay, technical, you set up small technical committee. If possible, leave only the coach made it. Just take your time, restructure the NFL, make football oriented people. One of my friends tell me which day say, if we even carry art research, go to NFL, you go discover say most of those people, some of them read are Greek. Some of them are medical doctors. Some of them are. See, you go surprise you. People may never be related to sporting activities. They never see. You can never see probably see any kinetic. As the person they study kinetic for university. You never even see person as kinetic for them. But a lot of people will say they don't know what in football they talk about. I'm not also blame them, but we see our ex Super Eagles. The all of the day. I don't even know where all those ones dey. Where we say you go push to make sure say now suppose they run this NFL. See when Samuel Eto'o Fils become the president of their football federation, there be a lot of things cause it change drastically for Cameroon. Who became Cameroon 4 years or 5 years ago? Who became football team 4 years or 5? So if they want to make this country, you just put all those people aside, reconfigure NFL. Will people maybe say they are sport oriented? Then they'll come and say, okay, let's set up the Super Eagles. And the things going to happen. Okay, take for example, now last minute, 9 player come they protest for say they don't pay them their salary or their allowance for how many months or how many years? Okay, how you can even want these same people when they still perform? And I call the see where some people cause they blame they say, is it now you are supposed to call for all those things? Is it now why are you trying to hold the country to ransom? Why are you trying to hold NFL to ransom? Well, for what? You know, desperate times call for desperate measures. I don't even blame and say, okay, probably because in a very dire situation, you guys okay, if you hold them now, they will respond. So they actually respond. For the call, okay, let's see how to settle the matter. Must it get to that point to make us say you don't know the morale of the player before we call the perform. So Kizzy, as me and you know, say these Super Eagles, we get most of the best player in the world. He will be there. Ademola Lookman did there. Tamachuko is there. Osimhen did there. This four front too. And then you can't get Franco Edika. You get Ndidi. I don't say Ndidi that they suppose the I don't want to replace him, but at least he still they perform. You get Chusekon. Yeah, you get Kevin Bassi. Players let me say the day they are various clubs, and then you can't tell me say. We will not feel qualified. You can't say we can't carry Congo, start and go penalty, we still lose. Okay, I don't try this kind of explanation you won't give me again. With this kind of people, how many Congo players you feel make sure say they top club as at the way they play the last which they hear? I never mention them. And then you come see they play ball against those people that say now people say they just go pick, they never even know people say they never kick football for their life before. So see, it is high time. A lot of things need to change in this Nigerian Football Federation. They need to change in Nigeria Super Eagles. person will be say no suppose dey the lineup may no dey, person will be say suppose dey the lineup final may dey. So we go to see football, they play ball. I don't say the African style football, they very rigid, very but you suppose use Nigeria, the spy goes, they change them. You know, play these people. I don't Congo, they never suppose the whole ball. So suppose today they don't almost whole ball pass us. So they play them. If you know the function, pass no they go through, everybody okay, to come make matter worse now, I would remember you can't come out for Osimhen. Can't come out at Ademola Lookman. Yeah,
everything changed.
One of your best times say for if na head o, if na leg, if na tight corner, you fit see chook ball, put the side go. You remove am. Even if there was any issues, probably small issues, maybe happen for dressing room. Because of course they say one small issue happen for dressing room. Even if small issue happen for dressing room, it's not enough. As at that critical time, try finish the issue before you come and say, okay, maybe you will miss 2 or 3 matches. Just to punish you, or probably I'll give you any other punishment or this, or give an extra training time. Many things. But this one our golden star, you can't treat the guy like that. Can't treat us like that. When they remove Lukman, remove Osimhen, you have 17 years Jabaru.
Okay, Williams, I'll tell you now, based on that way they check. So never too tell when we talk about Boniface. Boniface now out there for the news now. And they check I don't know if they want to do. I'm just check on now. They see our friend, maybe say don't join us for Switzerland. Coach Triple A, they talk say good morning from Switzerland to you, Kizzy. He said we coaches, because I coach him. He said we coaches with the same quality of players differently from Eric Chair. Say Eric Chair, say not only God, now he know the reason why we say he want involve Boniface. He goes to talk say Congo they tactically and technically better than Super Eagles. He said even collective play zone, but if they play zone by zone, he said they will do much better. Because also defensively they're strong passers. Offensively they're still good passers. He said, I told you Super Eagles will find it difficult to outplay them. He tell me. Now say, see you two not the lie. He did have a commercial. He talk, I never talk before. Now I can't say I'm not surprised we lost to Congo. Believe me, will believe you because I never talk. But I beg, more your talk. Waiting make Eric Chair won't give Boniface, don't say we not like you. But me, I feel say if you want to play for national team, you won't get some kind of respect, you go in now. Waiting make Eric Chair won't just give Boniface chance now. To give player a chance not bad, but he must play well. They play well. Now, out of pity, I've been up because Nigeria not go come out now, not go work out, maybe they give him a chance. I don't go that and see the team. I see him, he did the team. He not do well for last one, but it don't matter. Now so football they be some kind of time. But Boniface matter, and I'm much talk now. Not be saying about them, I not miss time. But at the talk, waiting make Eric Chair, waiting see. I been up Boniface don't give us miracle for Morocco, Rabat, Casablanca, I mean no know. So may you tell me.
See, I don't understand what he call Boniface for. It really surprised me. But even if you want break that small dominance of Osimhen, now Boniface you want use. Even if you want put small challenge or small shaky, now Boniface you want use. A lot of better strikers they there now. Why you they call? So you see the problem now, Kizzy. You see the problem with the face now. Not be whether this guy did, Abi. Follow. How many times he don't start? How many goals he don't score? Okay, now with the conduct for critical situations, we no qualify for World Cup. With the Gold Nations Cup, with the call person as Boniface. What do you want to do now? What do they use Boniface to do? Abi, you get what they do for the background. Say we Nigerians no see, or maybe me I no see. They gonna make you call them. I think you need to maybe if they may publicize, I may put up for the media most and say, like I said, this guy don't do things behind the scene. Because if not the Boniface man, there's no need of calling him. Why calling him? Person, okay, no fault me, but in reality, if a test, medical test, up to today we never know why I fail medical test. AC Milan refused to publicize the issue, say why I fail medical test. You can imagine that. As a footballer, you are failing medical test. There's problem now, and you are calling the same person to call fit for Super Eagles. Not be for qualified series, not be for friendly, for AFCON competition. No, now you say you're in Scotland. Then you call the deprived person, maybe say they don't they perform for a club, or they perform for one of these our local clubs. Called deprived person. This is injustice. Now it's not fair. I don't know. You should not even try it at all. If you don't better call, I may send a go back a bell. You see what I may send a go back.
Okay, Eric Chair, we have Eric Chair go to the talk. Eric Chair go on here now one. Eric Chair knows some kind of pressure just sitting inside matter because to carry Boniface come, me don't know the bot way don't press now. I don't know I tell they do one. We don't know what play. We don't know. I don't fit talk now so you play. But Super Eagles, I want to ask you this question very just simple. Super Eagles go fit be #1 for Africa again, if it possible.
Very possible, now 100% possible.
I want to play.
It's 100% possible. All the restructuring what they talk about, if they do the restructuring, see, you know, say this country, football for this country is supposed to be very, very lucrative. If you put everything that is supposed to be done, put them in place, media attention, stadium, restructure the hierarchies and everything. Nigeria, see, we don't suppose to get player when they contest for Ballon d'Or, say he go reach, or see we go reach #3, or even top 5 or top 10. Yes, because we get those players. But the structures made the ground now, they hinder these people, they hinder a lot to the happening. People come to man, no go league, you know, concerning this fight, but if they talk about league, I think on there. But see, the rebranding of Super Eagles, the rebranding should start immediately. The rebranding should start even before the next World Cup qualification, because I cannot afford it, or I cannot even think about it that say we no go World Cup again the next time, because even this back-to-back be like ages, be like decades already. It should not ever repeat itself. Everything we say, and they will compensate for this. They must win this AFCON. It's a muscle. They must win this AFCON. Because
so now must.
You don't see the African. I call it African Ballon d'Or.
I see him.
Okay, how many Morocco players win award? Maybe Morocco players win all the major awards.
They pack everything.
What did that mean? That's to tell you, something don't go on for Morocco, and these people they have gone. Imagine say we call Jam Morocco for one of the even a semi-final or maybe final. See, bros, a lot of things need to change. It's very possible Nigeria nice possible. Imagine saying only keeper, female keeper, nice award carry. It is very possible that Nigeria can dominate the award. Yes, very, very possible. But because of the kind of structure in the ground, it deprive us to see all these things for our screen. You can imagine the kind of morale booster maybe we'll give Morocco. How even the people? It's as simple as that.
Anybody will want compare Nigeria and Morocco, never know what they do himself. You never to tell me talk say me, I don't change am. Me, I won't go Congo because me and Congo connect. Say, see, William, let me tell you, I never tell you. I tell them say me now, my name na Kizike Mbuku. If you call me Bakambu, I go take am. If you call me Mashwaka, I go take am. Transnambia, I go take am. Wambisaka. No, those names I want the year now. I don't want the year, those on the clock. So, but we want to compare Morocco. Next World Cup na next month, 21 December, I go York boss for Rabat. Morocco will see am. Casablanca, I want to call am. The two Marrakesh, their name too sweet. Now the facility, because wetin Yasin talk say Morocco #1. He say me, I know say we go win this AFCON. Morocco now start team to watch for World Cup. They fear them. See, European teams they fear Morocco. Now wetin structure don't do.
Yes, now.
When Hakimi they talk, Hakimi open his mouth and say their president, even Mohammed VI, he say you not too much. Now not give us facility conducive. Say players now if you come play for Morocco. Morocco don't change. You know if they compare Morocco now with Nigeria. See, Moyo Livan. Now 2030 World Cup now they won't go and so everywhere you let's cheer for Morocco. But it get what me like what they see now. I see people where they talk. You see, they feel they talk, but small time they knock themselves together. You come they look then they laugh. Now so they play. Now so they play for area. Now again one thing I want to tell you now. We don't see the former secretary of Gabro, they call Barrister Ike Ibokwe. I know her. He don't offer the bluntest assessment for Nigerian current situation. Now, he gave it to the Ibokwe talk I like. He said he don't know. Say this is a disaster awaiting to happen. It's okay. Because the inconsistent performance of this Super Eagles team stem from the mismanagement and inadequate planning by who? Nigerian Football Federation FF. Africa say we not go work on. Make they hold them for Nika. Who be the guardian? Alhaji Ibrahim Busso. Because I say anybody will talk say it say Nigeria go work up. Say you dey lie give yourself. Now it never finish for there. Now former sport minister Solomon Dalon come out. Come they talk. They say now yes they don't tell me the talk. I say corruption and impunity now in Nigeria they see so. Because they don't say you not go forget on my sit down and say we talk. He say not go forget when we say get contact with ministry cleaner. When they work for glass are clean and when they clean. He said for this country, say we they work hard for failure than success. According to the cleaner, he said officials they benefit when Nigeria team fail for tournament because unspent funds go enter pocket and they not go get accounted spoil, they not go check am. Now he can talk say he remember say in TNFL say may implement reforms May they do proposal give FIFA. May they lead out to normalization committee. But it's a based on political interference. Nigeria cut that matter, that will not work. Now, may I hear me. Now, former Nigeria international, they call Silvanus Okpala, come they stand, talk, say, everything spoil everything, and when we come on Guavon. Say, come on, Guavon, a mistake. That make us the struggle. But, as he talk that thing, I find you dead, you're Russian like two noodles, you not grill. Now, he say, you, where they talk, say, not lie. Say, this team, that's how they talk, so that's the way they do this, so they do so. For our island, you never to take. We then say, not lie. Say, Guavon day for 2022. Say, we still not qualify. He say, Eric Chair don't try his best. He say, you get what they talk like. He said the problem of this country for football is bigger than the coach. I see him. Because now they don't knock their head together. We get NSC, National Sports Commission, we get NFF, Nigerian Football Federation. The other day, who bring Eric Chair? They say now this one. Where the money to pass? So the team where they do. William say, my even boss to Shakman in the 2 seconds. I tell you, they with me. See, I'm under 17. I know the story, Abi. Under 17, we say now 100,000 naira they pay them. See, I hear say some of the logistics and they use their money to do one. Now, who paid the money? I want Alaji Mohammed. I don't know the Alaji. Our person want to carry phone, private phone, not be NFF official. You want to send me money for NFF? You go show me NFF. My bank go show me. Send NFF the same message. You go carry message. You can't send. The name waiting for there. Now in name 100,000 for all those people where they honor Nigeria national team. Now they tell me say Nigeria sports go grow. I bet William Shukmat.
You see that say, okay, like all these people will not talk for this matter now, so it called they go one direction. Now, when did they create these sports commissions in the first place? I see no reason why they create the sports commission. Because the sports ministry may Friday there. They don't do anything. They never admit to any situation. Now I can't believe I say now the interest of the sports commission come they clash with NFF. What if that business to work on to override NFF? I don't understand. I mean, they talk say football. See, it don't reach the place where we say football on its own not supposed to be isolated, removed from every structure to stand on its own. Do you know what it means? See, if you can set the football, only football rights for this country, we never get any other sport right to. If you can get the only thing they lucrative for Nigeria are track, all these race that they run well when Nigeria get run as well. They are football. But if you can set only football right, football, okay, you may have basketball because of the women, the Tigers, they try. If you can set football well for this country, see, a lot of things will change. Many people could come up for poverty level. A lot of things, see, only football, only football. Okay, imagine country now, check Brazil, we say they check England. Only football alone restructure a country financially. It's capable of restructuring a country financially, providing jobs. Now, see the place where we say jobs before they pass, where they supposed to do things, people see they Colombia funds, they withhold funds, they drop the morale of the players. Where for the players, they use until they joke. They use until they take care of your family. I want me to grow. Now you can't find who they want to blame. Is it now NFF? Okay, now sport commission, and we never know how it take come. I don't understand. And then when they go AFCON, you want to go see with you want to go AFCON. So if this reform not take place immediately, if the reform not take place, we say it go. So okay, now let me come to this Guso man. Remember when they do the election for Edo State? I will take the Magu. I followed the election live with one of my sport friends, sport analysts in the work of one of these radio stations. He was there live. I said they give us updates. If you see the way that I take, I know I was talking there. If you see the way that I take come, waiting maneuver. Now you're not okay. You go miss Pinnick. You go miss that man. Because I don't understand. People will, I will tell you, okay, how many football knowledge am I ever get? How many international match? How many Nations Cup? Or how many? I still to understand. Okay, what? Let's see CV. You don't do any side course for football. When it is there, you don't take professional course on football. You don't stop. People they go school to be coach. That's why I also go school for football administration. Okay, how many football administration? Which a year where person Mayor Lane Councilman, a person minister, a supposed minister of defense states, they check his CV, comes his CV, classroom teacher, grade level. He never done anything related to defense. Now, if you can put this man now, this same Guso, let's bring the CV, you call the sittings, you go shed tears. I tell you, people who do football, they run football for Nigeria, they never do anything related to football, they never enter football class for anywhere. But it's just because of say, okay, you don't see try make hold this position, you don't see try Yana. Then you call now they go come the underground, they say no pick that player, pick this player, runner like this. See, a lot of things is gone wrong, and the only thing we go find to carry this drastic reform. Push all these people come out. No go carry football oriented people call they run this matter. I'll still make reference to this same somewhere to films. That has done a lot. And then let's go for the same Morocco with me. See, they talk, they bring the analysis to refer me to this topic now. See what things they go on there. And therefore player come publicly, they try to show say things don't happen. When we say they don't they stand with their two eyes. You see the way Nigerian girls they defeat those that feel for that final. It took a lot, mentally and everything, strength-wise and everything. That's just say a lot of things is going on there, reform-wise in their football. And then Nigeria now it turned everything, they politicize everything for this country. As I say, follow me campaign. No worry, I'll make you NFL president. No worry, I'll just put you for sports commission. No worry, I'll put you for a Nigeria Athletic Federation. A lot of things they will be saying no. So
William, this is how they do them.
Yeah?
They do them.
What's in the sub? I try to tell you now facts. You know how many sport federation, many sport association where we say if they're supposed to work, they're supposed to go on. Now, okay, you're supposed to say there's another thing called Athletic Federation. This country. Well, so now those are they travel around the come to Athletic Federation. You don't know. A lot of things there. So you don't create unnecessary association. Or maybe say they know they work just because of concern to they choke people, they compensate people there, they drag us back. Yeah? They drag us back. Can you imagine in the 21st, maybe 22nd century now, if you never ever start 22nd century, players see they protest or say they don't pay their allowance. Which country don't hear? Which foreign country? Which African countries don't everything here? As low as other African countries, they don't say they protest, say they don't pay their players. Which one? They'll give you money, you go carry on, go do your personal business.
Williams, I tell you, I'm not just say this news where I want to talk. All this news will favor you today because already you don't need the power, you don't invest. Now, maybe they clear road for you, maybe they don't leave you. But what you see, shook man for one, maybe say your boss now, you never to take for area. Nottingham Forest and Super Eagles striker, Taiwan, one you will know this kind of peace. In the same peace yesterday. In the appeal for peace. For a home state. Me na Kwara Football Academy player. I play for Kwara State that time. I play for Kwara United normally. Understand? Now me and us to be for Stadium Road. Me and us to be for all those places. All the Ikpata when I did Kwara State. Kwara State na nice place to stay. Me like when I play for Kwara United that time. But now, based on string of deadly terror attack, we don't sense some kind of shockwave enter region and ignited nationwide concern. We dey see even Nicki Minaj. If everywhere clear, Nicki Minaj will not put mat. Now this situation now don't go escalate. Enter Tuesday. We say we see viral video. We say they capture that's not church attack now for Kwara State. Now according to report, they say 3 people they kpai them once. 3 people move fair, they kpai them. Now pastor and several congregants, they say they call congregation, they all kidnap them. Now that one never finish. For separate incident, we say cause for a Lorry Kaba Road. I know that road very well. I know they fit the party for night that time. Now that Kaba Road, travelers and visiting and residents. They go and abuse them by heavily men. Maybe say they carry ammunition. Maybe not going to call the name now, so if you want to talk now. Now, another strike. Now, if you see this thing, we're just in a bad thing. Violence is spread beyond Nigerian northern axis. Now, the incidents now come to dominate the Nigerian social media space. People they talk, people they fear. Me now, I'm not fear time to want to travel. If not give me a flight, I know they move. Not beside they carry talk. Now, the cause they talk now, say, he never to tell you, say Donald Trump, he's the president. Because they want to say American people say go deploy military people in the letter. Me, I call the tell Donald Trump say I beg go say based on the killing of Christians for Nigeria. Now me call the beg Trump say if you want to do that thing, I beg. Me I know the sign I want to. I not be everywhere. Me not say don't go affect good people. Me not do I say understand? When we say there we say now bad people go come. Some say you go do and I go not good people. I don't want that one. But if you look this news, you go see it not make sense. We they talk many things life. As it be, people don't even tell me, if I even come, they tell me, say, as it be saying now, say, we are ready to die now. I say, eh? Say, bro. He said, no. Say everything now. That's what you'll be. So, may you reason. I want you to talk. I don't know whether I want you in a big player with the respect for Nigeria. I don't know what you don't do, but I'm not sure whether I get that weight. Whether I talk now, I will get that weight. To take, I mean, who will involve himself for this kind of thing now? Now federal government, this one not be this one not be sports matter. Now based on saying sportsman they talk. Now make all the talk now because me I talk and I go talk again. See how there you post now. Me they talk and I say if to say everywhere clear. And now they talk about Donald Trump like that. If I want to watch Donald Trump, me will go watch CNN. I don't talk before I will talk again. CNN, if Donald Trump don't agree me to see. If I want to hear Nicki Minaj music, I go play that for audio man. So reason with me, what do you think about this matter?
First of all, I need to clear that part. So you say you know due to fear. The world technology don't advance to the extent maybe say if they strike any place now where they say they want to strike, they strike.
Okay, man, not fear.
Yes, but if it eventually happen, it's good, but not disgrace to us.
Okay.
But my leader said, man, not to go into politics because what make me a jump to because I become more political. Man, relate to sport. See, the fact that this can't happen. Then, for example, now come say, okay, we want to host AFCON. We want to host the under 17 World Cup, or want to host the under 17 Nations Cup. They will give us clearance. Now, they don't give us clearance now. I mean, why can't people come this country, cause stable, when they watch football, when they go, when they cut people. See, I did the studio here today, this morning. Now make me start in a very low tune. I did here this morning, I did watch this video. They tell us the small children, small children, carry elderly, maybe say, they don't, for age, if they ever catch you for road, normally they go beat you because of say, one issue or the other, they just give you gun, they give person, papa make they slide on. The video of every side church for this Kwara, we blood full side church. Yeah, what is the happen? And then you go just say we get people for this country. We say we just want one spark of finger like this. Everybody go chuck it. Things go dey happen. Security men they go fish on these people out. And all these countries too, they affect our football because now, for example, if I be bench insurance player, for example, here in Edo State, you say, let me come go Kwara, say we go play. I will give excuse say I dey sick. I no go enter post go. I don't see now the fact I'm telling you. You understand me? Now the facts because I can't risk my life. It's just the fact. Say you call say you want host tournament for this situation. So I mean, Nigeria never used to host World Cup. Nigeria never used to host Nations Cup. When last host Nations Cup, the only company they don't host since I get sense. Let's say since I get sense. Now only under 17 World Cup. Say that the World Cup now the nation. Now World Cup now under 17 World Cup. Now the way Messi call Nigeria Abi, no be World Cup. Under 17 World Cup now they host. Abi that's the only thing they don't host. So Nigeria never reached to host Nations Cup. Nigeria never reached to host World Cup. But you know if you happen now.
The one way we do that time, we always survive in Nigeria 99, that one. Nigeria 99, based on a military day that time, a military day, Nigeria 99.
Yes, okay, thank you for refreshing my memory. Nigeria 99. But I'm military. Or even civilian, now we say that's supposed to be the very most peaceful regime as perceived. Yes, according to books. Civilian democracy, that's supposed to be most peaceful. But now be the most deathless now for this country. Nigeria will practice democracy. Very most deathless. Person of you travel from one state to another. See now, okay. At one of my major celebrations, the corner, I'll tell you for the background. I send person go Abuja, we go buy material. Till the person go come now, I see the pray. When they say you should go come go Akutura. I will tell you, that's not matter. I see the pray. Now we now resort to God. Everybody they pray to God. Pastors they church, they holler fire, they holler, they speak in tongues. Also, for what maybe say person go your day in church. For what we say person go your day in office. Your sign, your call. Chief Army staff say, see, I give you 3 days. If any of this happen again, and the people go dey shocking. But here you come and say, my brother now, I know you. We suppose the country now, they one side, they struggle for form. I go take they get regular start for Nottingham for Forest. Now I got the phone. It say make peace reign for the country, for your state of origin. It is very, very, very abysmal. The way about very, very abysmal, appalling, very, very lugubrious and glorious situation. It is very, very painful and it's uncomfortable. Just like I tell you, I cannot be in a bus. For example, I'm a Venezuelan player. I will not try that. I will not go to places like Kwara or even Niger or Bono to go and play football. It's not possible. I cannot try that. So, see, a lot of things need to happen because, as I said, according if not sport related, Nigeria supposedly host Nations Cup. or even they fight or they collaborate to host World Cup. But because of all this kind of situation, we know if we both talk, but shame no go help us talk and say we want host because of all this. And now one carry person go Kwara, me go the one carry one white man from Morocco. Me always say we don't say they get white people now more money because if you talk about World Cup, we need to do many collaborations. But let's talk of Nations Cup for example. Now you want call white people for Nations Cup, may they call for Morocco, Ghana, yes, may they call sit down for Kwara Stadium. They watch match, then you go hear Toza from one side. Everybody will run and task at no, that is not possible. You can never be shame to talk. But normally we're supposed to talk because of say if the country they are peaceful, if the country they work, if the football system for the state they work, we're supposed to get that boldness. They talk.
Williams, this is where they talk now. I get it. I come down, I call it fear now. Based on our league not come clear again. NNL, MPFL, all those ones you see now player because they talk and say now some private individual club they go by flight. They feel like Man City and Real Madrid. But some clubs they go by, you know, by road. You not come clear, not come safe. Not be the first time, but with this one we just see now. See, you get to the investment. We don't say we don't forget say the word they wash us. Not be this and they give them money. If the FIFA give them money just move. We see stadium for that time. See down where Imagine Pini keep on side. So we know these things. But couple that say we not even the shame again. Because for a person to talk say anytime we say we not go tournament, more money go enter. That fund now they go they inappropriate. Nobody who they even they question them. They not get Asia for that place. They not get see who they even tell them say do all they not see accountability. NFF not good. You see these people, children say maybe they not like to work. They not get into the teachers. NFF not better people. Because if they never see Mikel Obi they talk and say these people wait there, they don't know the game, they know nothing about the game. Say make time don't reach me for shift. But as it be so who want shift them? We have to wait. If you get with me and if you they talk, now what you have to talk, they carry talk. If you get the power for just change them. You understand? But sometimes there's a thing you see they say not fit change. So more just wait, most I will take clear. Williams, the last time I will leave you. My also tell you, say you know as it be for European news, not London that like the biggest one, Arsenal the guest of Nigeria news. But I want you to sharply ask you, just tell me this last time before you come out. I bet Arsenal, if that's a pressure on the day now, I've been on 4 points now, you they move now, Man City they run the come. Understand? You just say the field survive this thing, injury just don't lay in line. All they got to come back, you know they somehow, but Gabriel Megales are not there, so kind injury. How you see Arsenal? They'll win this league.
You know, say normally Arsenal, very soon now they'll carry. You see that tree where we say elephant go to the top of tree before you know it don't break the tail don't break it off for ground. I hope say maybe like that for them because currently now they get one of the best defense in the Premier League now. They get one of the best form. So I think if you be saying that their season be this, we don't know. But let's wait for this. Do you say December fixtures / January? Now they give them tough time. But if the fixtures pass that December / January fixtures, I will not say okay. I feel they trust them. But now I never trust them like that.
Okay, because thank you, Williams. Make I leave you here. Make I leave you. Williams, thank you so much. God go bless you. God go bless you. Say you there with me. We'll also do a game. We'll come back for next week. And I see they watch VOP TV, Voice of People Television. Now we just did so. Now Lagos, Nigeria, we just did. We talk and we go talk and again. Say person say they give quick notice. You know they park for daytime. And I talk and I go talk and maybe you try hustle. And now person be say not get. And I not get work. Now they give them probably maybe go pay for compound. And you maybe say they Lagos. Now I don't call the hustle because they say see I just say. I don't like Lagos. Lagos is too crowded. We're going all day. Who they cannot they shoot for pocket. Can't don't say your match break. When I day with us, we get the media news when they come, and when they come, we now just see there. But 5 p.m. the guys will come give a better time for me based on European news. Everything I need to know, we enter NFF matter. When I just see there with us, they come back.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries. Voice of the People, 90.3 FM,
became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOPTV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators. the show where ordinary citizens take and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right? 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Behind every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Hello and welcome to the Media News on Voice of the People Television. I am Fina Okechukwu.
And I am David Edwin.
The headlines. Worsening insecurity, terrorists kidnap students from Niger school.
Armed bandits demand 3 billion naira to free abducted Kwara churchgoers.
Reverend Dachumo Shore raised alarm over rising insecurity in Benue State.
IPOB questions legal basis of Nnamdi Kanu's ruling.
Kanu's lawyers to appeal life sentence.
U.S. lawmaker slams Trump's Nigeria threat.
Auditor General indicts CBN over recycled 29.7 billion naira dirty banknotes.
In the world of business, NGX foreign trade hits unprecedented 2.03 trillion naira.
And sports, Mikel slams Iwobi for social media posts before crucial encounter.
In the world of entertainment, Cubana chief priest warns President Tinubu of fallout after Nnamdi Kanu's sentence.
Now the news and details. Terrorists have reportedly abducted students at St. Mary's School, a Catholic institution in Papiri community, Agwara local government area of Niger State. The incident was said to have occurred around 2 a.m. today. The secretary to the Niger State government, Abubakar Usman, who confirmed the incident, told newsmen that the number of pupils abducted could not be immediately ascertained. According to the State Commissioner of Police, Adamu Abdullahi Elema, who also confirmed the abduction, police tactical units, military components, and other security agencies have moved to the scene, combing the forest with a view to rescuing the abducted students.
Elsewhere, governors elected on the All Progressive Congress platform under the Progressive Governors Forum has assured the Kebbi State government and families of the abducted students of Government Girls Secondary School Maga of their support for ongoing rescue efforts. Forum Chairman and Imo State Governor Hope Uzodimma gave the assurance in Burning Kebbi during a solidarity visit following Monday's attack in Danko Wasagu local government area. He described the incident as tragic and unacceptable, saying the visit was to stand with the affected families and the state. Uzodimma added that the governors remain united behind President Bola Tinubu as he works to strengthen national security and curb rising attacks nationwide. Responding, Kebbi State Governor Nasir Idris thanked the delegation, noting that President Tinubu had assured the state and parents that the federal government is taking all necessary steps to rescue the students safely.
Meanwhile, the bandits who abducted worshippers from the Cries Apostolic Church Okegon, Eruku, in the Ekiti local government area of Kwara State have reportedly demanded 100 million naira ransom per victim. According to the pastor in charge of the church, Lawrence Bamidele, between 30 and 35 worshippers were abducted in the Tuesday evening violent attack during the church service. Multiple family sources and community leaders confirmed to newsmen that the kidnappers had commenced contacting relatives of the victims using the phones of the abductees. The secretary of the CAC Assembly, Elder Joash Ababika, told reporters that some families had already been reached by the abductors for them to pay the ransom.
Meanwhile, in the major developments, contrary to Governor Alia's recent comments dismissing claims of genocide in Benue State, a human rights activist and preacher, Reverend Ezekiel Nizar Danchumo, insisted Christian communities are facing targeted killings with insecurity escalating across the Benue and Plateau states. Speaking on VOP this morning, Reverend Ezekiel decried the rising insurgency, noting that several villages have come under repeated attacks by terrorists, with houses burned and residents displaced. He stressed that urgent action is needed to address what he described as an unfolding genocide.
The pregnant woman, the old man, casualty will come. Then you will discover they will lose their life, some of them. And they drag the corpse back to their base. But we have never moved to go and attack them in their base because we don't have that mind. We are not terrorists, never be terrorists. But since 2001, they have been striking almost all our village. If I can sit down, it's only few villages that we are not attacked by them. But almost all the village we are attacked by them. By machineries that they brought from Mauchi, Maiduguri, and Chad and Niger.
Okay.
Because Christians were sent away. The early stage, the main aim is to kick Goodluck out.
Okay.
They created that monsters. Now the monsters cannot see, and they channel it on Christians. With Goodluck, we are all Christians. They kill many in the north. Let me tell you, around Maiduguri was an area. On Sunday, and they will surround the people in the village and burn them alive with gasoline. At the same time, if they will go to another village, they will separate the male and the female. And all the male, they will slaughter them completely.
Well, on his part, human rights activist Amoyle Shore also was calling on the government to deploy strong security mechanisms capable of exposing bandits, protecting communities, and defending Nigeria's territorial integrity. He warned that the country must act decisively instead of waiting for external pressure from foreign nations.
Looking for help and help yourselves. Develop your internal mechanism for protecting your country, protecting your territorial integrity by electing competent leaders. Otherwise, America will come here, they'll throw a few bombs. When they're tired, which usually they don't have much time for you, they'll move away. You see the history of America's intervention in Afghanistan, in Iraq, in Syria, how it ended up. You're telling me your own will be different. I wish you luck.
Away from that, as the nation's security challenges deepen, public anxiety is rising, with citizens demanding urgent action from the government and security agencies. This comes after recent attacks in Kebbi and Kwara State, where school children and worshippers were abducted in separate incidents, prompting the president to postpone his planned foreign trips. Voice of the People's Television Matthew Ogunswada has more in this report.
At least 25 schoolgirls were abducted by unknown gunmen during an early morning attack on a girls' secondary school in Kebbi State on Monday. In a separate incident, an unconfirmed number of worshippers were kidnapped on Tuesday evening when bandits stormed the Cries Apostolic Church branch in the Okeishegun area of Iruku community, Kwara State. This latest attack deepened a disturbing pattern that dates back to the 2014 abduction of over 270 Chibok school girls by Boko Haram, a tragedy that continues to shape Nigeria's security landscape. Responding to the escalating violence, President Bola Tinubu has postponed his scheduled trips to South Africa and Angola and ordered the immediate deployment of additional security personnel to both Kebbi and Kwara State, underscoring the urgency of the situation. As Voice of the People TV, we sought the opinion of citizens on the rising insecurity, their fears, their expectations, and the decisive action they believe governments must take to restore peace across the country.
The problem of insecurity cannot be solved without addressing the issue holistically. How do I mean? You cannot be fighting yourself, pretending to be securing yourself at the same time. No, it's never done. It's only in Nigeria where you'll be fighting yourself and pretending that you are securing yourself. This insecurity of 18, how did it start? People should sit down and tell us how did all these things started. It didn't start overnight. It started gradual from somewhere. And to be very honest with all of us, Nigerians know the top brass in the military, the security architecture of this country, they know why this insecurity is continuing. They know.
Those who are sponsoring the insecurity should stop sponsoring it within the government. Secondly, the government should realize that they took an oath before they were sworn into office, and one of which was that they were going to protect the lives and properties of citizens within the country.
Because I believe, as I am now, that these people did not just exist from nowhere, but they came from somewhere, and somebody sponsored them to come here. You understand me? Before insecurity can be taken, you understand me? Nigeria has to map out what causes this insecurity in Nigeria, and why, from where did this source come from?
From the views gathered here, it's clear that Nigerians are demanding stronger security measures and a system that truly prioritizes the welfare and safety of its citizens. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Well, thank you so very much, Matthew, for that particular report. Moving on to other stories, the Federal High Court, sitting in Abuja, has sentenced the IPOB leader, Nnamdi Kanu, to life imprisonment. Presiding Judge Justice James Omotosho delivered the sentence on counts 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6, opting for life imprisonment instead of a death penalty. He also imposed a 20-year term on count 3 and 5 years on count 7, both without the option of a fine. Justice Omotosho said Kanu must be held in a secure facility, barred from digital devices unless monitored by the Office of the National Security Advisor. He also ordered that Kanu's transmitter be handed over to the federal government. The court found that Kanu's broadcast incited violence, leading to the killing of security personnel and the destruction of property, including the police stations. The judge classified him as an international terrorist, citing alleged plots targeting the British High Commission and a directive to attack the U.S. Embassy. He added that IPOB, like Boko Haram and other terrorist groups, have inflicted terror on Nigerians, particularly in the southeast, and stressed that Nigeria is indivisible and agitation for breakup is unlawful. Before sentencing, Government Counsel Boyega Awomolo had pushed for the death penalty, saying families of 75 slain officers would find relief in the verdict. Kanu's case has been one of Nigeria's longest and most contentious legal battles since his arrest in 2015, marked by international disputes and disputes over due process.
Still in the news, the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, has called on Justice James Omotosho of the Federal High Court Abuja to clarify the legal provisions on the opinion's recent ruling involving the group's leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. In a statement signed by a spokesperson, Comrade Ima Powerful, IPOB said it intends to analyze and publicly highlight what it views as constitutional concerns arising from the judgment. According to IPOB, no weapons or attack materials were presented in court in connection with Kanu, and the group maintained that there was no witness testimony alleging any offense under Nigerian or international law. IPOB emphasized that its position is based on its understanding of court proceedings and legal presentations. Addressing the legal issues, IPOB referenced Section 36, subsection 12 of the 1999 Constitution as amended, which stated that no person can be convicted of a crime offense unless it is expressly defined in written law. The group asked Justice Omotosho to specify the written law relied upon in arriving at the ruling and whether such law remains in force.
Still on the IPOB issue, Nnamdi Kanu's lawyers have vowed to appeal his life sentence, insisting the judgment is flawed. Speaking outside the Federal High Court, consultant lawyer Aloy Ejimakor said they are heading to the upper court. He argued that Kanu cannot be convicted for mere spoken words, questioning the basis of the Federal High Court's ruling.
Today is the only day I have witnessed a man being convicted for mere offering, for what he said from his mouth, not what he did with his own hands. The verdict is not consistent with the evidence laid before the court. The sentence is overbroad, cruel, and unusual. How can you convict a man for making mere broadcasts from a location that was never named, and he never tied that broadcast to any single incident of violence, or even someone slapping someone, not to talk of terrorism? He did all this. He didn't lay any evidence. I don't know where this whole verdict can be grounded in law, logic, or facts. We disagree with the judgment vehemently, and we are going to fight it from here onwards until justice is done. Politics is based on some tribal, primordial sentiments. Just because Mazin Nnamdi Kanu is Igbo, an Igbo man has become the person in Nigeria that should be trampled upon. I'm not saying this because I'm Igbo. I'll say it for the House of Yoruba who gets trampled upon. But today we saw an Igbo man being trampled upon, and by God Almighty, we are not going to allow it. Nobody is going to trample on me. Nobody is going to trample on Nnamdi Kanu. Mazin Nnamdi Kanu is not a terrorist. He's a man that was pursuing change. To pursue a separate nation of yours is not a crime. So in Nigeria today, if somebody says don't be silly, you get convicted. Mazin Nnamdi Kanu may broadcast, and so what? And you convict him for terrorism for mere words in the Federal Republic of Nigeria. What kind of precedent is being laid? So from here, we are heading to the Court of Appeal. The Court of Appeal is the only court in this country, or the next court in this country, that sits as a jury. We are going to approach justice there to check out what happened in court today. And we are pretty sure the justices will agree with us that today was the symbol of the travesty of justice that everybody has been suspecting all along.
Meanwhile, security around the Abia State Government House in Umuahia was visibly increased on Thursday following public reactions to the Federal High Court judgment delivered by Justice James Omotosho in the case of IPOB leader Nnamdi Kanu. The heightened presence is believed to be precautionary, as Kanu's country home is only a short distance from the Government House. Heavily armed police officers were posted at the main entrance and exit gates, drawing the attention of pedestrians and motorists. The deployment appeared aimed at preventing any potential arrest in that state. Despite the tightened security, the city remained calm, though the atmosphere was subdued as residents discussed the judgment quietly. Some expressed dissatisfaction with the ruling, while others openly disagreed with it.
In the meantime, founder of the All Progressive Grand Alliance, Chekwas Okorie, has called for a political pardon for convicted IPOB leader Mazin Nnamdi Kanu. Reacting to Kanu's life sentence for terrorism delivered by the Federal High Court, Okorie described the trial as flawed and political. He urged President Bola Tinubu to pardon Kanu and grant him freedom before the case moves to the appeal court. Similarly, speaking on behalf of Ndibo leaders, the Deputy Speaker, Federal House of Representatives, Ben Kalu, said all hope is not lost, adding that political solution is on the way to secure Kanu's release. In a statement by Livinus Nwabu Igo, the Deputy Speaker, Chief Press Secretary, Kalu expressed optimism that Kanu would be freed through a political approach. The Southeast leader expressed confidence that President Bola Tinubu would listen to the pleas of well-meaning Igbo leaders on the matter. He therefore urged the people of the Southeast and all Nigerians to remain calm.
In another development, U.S. Congresswoman Sarah Jacobs has criticized President Donald Trump's threat of military action in Nigeria over alleged Christian genocide, calling it reckless. Speaking during a congressional hearing on Nigeria's designation as a country of particular concern, Jacobs said framing the violence as purely religious does not capture the full picture and warned that any unilateral U.S. military action in Nigeria would be illegal without congressional authorization. Jacobs, a member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee and ranking member on the African Subcommittee, noted that both Christians and Muslims are affected by the violence and urged the Nigerian government to do more to protect its citizens. The House Subcommittee on African convened Thursday to review Trump's redesignation of Nigeria as a country of particular concern, a move that places the country under heightened scrutiny for alleged religious freedom violations and could lead to sanctions against implicated officials if upheld by the Senate. Moving on, the Department of State Services has filed terrorism charges against 7 individuals accused of operating within a coordinated network across parts of the country. In a statement, a Deputy Director of Public Relations and Strategic Communication, Favor Dozier, said the suspects were charged at the Federal High Court in Abuja. According to the DSS, the individuals are alleged to have been involved in financial facilitation, logistics, and armed operations linked to separatist groups. One of the suspects, Ibrahim Ali Larabo, reportedly ran a bureau de change the DSS says was tied to financial transactions on the investigation. Away from that report, the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Wade Shaibu, has urged troops of Operation Fasan Yemen to remain resolute and professional as they work to restore peace across the Northwest. Shaibu gave the church during his median operational visit to the mission's area of responsibility in Zamfara. In a statement, Acting Director of Army Public Relations, Lieutenant Colonel Apollonia Anele, said the COAS commended the troops for their resilience despite the region's complex security challenges. He also assured them that the Army is taking urgent steps to address operational gaps and welfare concerns raised by personnel on the front lines. You're still watching the Media News and Voice of the People television. It's time for the news analysis. I will have it also in the studio, Mr. Dele Fanimo, seasoned reporter and a public and political affairs analyst. And joining us virtually is Mazi Amobi Heboro, who is a public affairs analyst. Good afternoon, Mr. Dele Fanimo.
Good afternoon, Fina and David.
Good to have you join today's Media News. Good afternoon, Mazi Amobi Heboro, if you can hear me.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you very much for having me.
Good to have you join today's conversation. Let's start off with Mr. Delefanimo. The most, or rather, the most talked about story on the lips of Nigeria at this point in time is the judgment of James Omotosho, the passing of the life imprisonment judgment, according to what he believes were the offenses committed by Nnamdi Kanu after the Federal Government Council proved that he did something according to the charges they provide against or before him. What do you make of this judgment and the fact that IPOB in one breath is calling on the federal government, especially the judge who presided over that matter, to explicitly explain where or how Nnamdi Kanu actually is wronged and on what basis is the judgment being pronounced?
Well, it is in it's still within the right of IPOB to ask for further explanation. And unfortunately, it still has those lawyers as consultant lawyers. And because he has those lawyers as consultant lawyers, they will be in a position to interpret some of those areas that are gray to the man himself and to IPOB. Now, this judgment has been passed. whatever comment that anybody may have is not going to change the position of this judgment.
Okay.
It is what should happen post this judgment that should be of major concern. It's just like if perhaps they want to impeach the president or a governor, and you are out in the street debating the propriety or otherwise of impeaching a governor of a state or a president, it's an exercise in futility. Because no matter what you say, once these people converge in the chambers, whatever they do is binding. Now, that judgment has gone, and the next thing to do to save Nnamdi Kanu is to go on appeal.
All right then.
And there is a 90-day window. And I'm also happy that Ejimakor has said that they are going on appeal. So it is the responsibility of the lawyers, while filing their grounds of appeal, to pick holes in that judgment and then do a response to that judgment at the Court of Appeal to avail the convict. So whatever anybody is saying outside of this, the other option that is left as we speak now is for people of good conscience to rally round the convict and seek political solution, which has always been my position right from the last 1.5 or 2 years.
Seek political conviction and, of course, a conversation, particularly on this same issue.
And then let me also add this.
Yes.
You see, all these ones that senators are gathered, House of Rep members are gathered, it's not going to work. That's not the approach. The approach is to have audience with whoever matters.
So
and
in this case,
without media attention, without calling various media organizations to come and do, those ones are political gimmicks, so that you can see my face that look, I am contesting senatorial seat. Now I am in support of Kanu. So Kanu, please vote for me in Abia. That's not the political solution I'm talking about. Let me give you an example. When Igboho had problems with Buhari, when he escaped and he was apprehended in Benin Republic, some notable leaders were visiting him. When they wanted to rendition him, some people went to Republic of Benin, spoke with the president, but it was not in the media. They got a good lawyer for him, and as they say, the rest is history. It's away from this. I want to be seen as part of those people that are, so that I will gain political capital from it. That's not the political solution I'm talking about.
All right then. Let's get the view of Mazi Amobi in this particular same conversation. Mazi, again, it's neither here nor there, because yes, political solution is what almost everybody is asking for at this point. First, what's your position with the judgment made yesterday as concerning the case of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, plus the fact that presently almost everybody, in fact, his lawyers have said, look, we would be appealing that judgment, but some of the persons have said we would want to implore the president to get a political solution in all of this. What's your position basically with all of this conversation?
Where we are now is the judgment has taken place, and that is where we are. Nnamdi Kanu has been sentenced to life imprisonment. That is not more the most important thing for now. The most important thing for now is reactions. The what I would call post-judgment reactions. that should concern Nigerians for now. Nnamdi Kanu himself, alluded to the fact that there is a grand plan to jail him. He alluded to the fact in the courts. So I do not think that it is a surprise for him that this judgment has come. But for me, the most important thing is, after this judgment, what next? You read in the news that there is unusual police presence or security agency presence in Umuahia.
The Abia State Government House. Yeah.
In the government house. So what it says, what it means is that the government is also anticipating, some violence, pockets of violence here and there. And that is what I'm saying. The post-judgment era is more important now. And I also agree with the legal team that they are going to appeal. They have a 90 days window to appeal. And I do not also know whether Nnamdi Kanu will try to defend himself in the appeal court, or the legal team will now take over. All these things are at the point of conjecture for now. People have talked about political solution. I think it is the way to go. Now that he has been sentenced, because before now, people were saying, no, you can't just withdraw the case. He has not been sentenced. They want the case to come to finality with the Federal High Court, and then the government will come up with a solution to this impasse. I think the time has come for government to take up the gauntlet and try to douse the tension in the southeast and perhaps in Nigeria. With the multifarious insecurity situations we have in this country, adding the Nnamdi Kanu's angle to it, to my mind, it's already exacerbating the insecurity problem in this country. So I think the government should, as a matter of urgency, look at the political temperature of this nation and begin to do things that can douse that temperature. It is opposite. It is the way to go. Let us not talk about, a kind of big man attitude to whatever I have, what it takes to, do and undo. The country is in a fragile state. I can agree with the multifarious problems we have in this country. Nigeria is tipping towards a failed state with all these things that are happening. The Kwara kidnapping, the KB own. We also learned that there was one in Niger State and all that, and what is going on in the Northeast. So the nation is grappling with a whole lot. So those things that we can do to douse the tension, we should do them quickly.
Now,
that is my take.
I'm still going to stay with you. How much of an impact is that decision by the Federal High Court yesterday on the part of the judgment? How much of an impact would that decision have on not only the Southeast, but the judiciary in total? Because there has been concerns about the fact that, yes, irregularities as concerning what part of the law that judgment was premised on, which again, the lawyers of Nnamdi Kanu said we will be going to court to appeal that decision. What impact, how much of an impact would that judgment really have on the Southeast? Of course, you know for a fact that there's always have been this sit-at-home order that have almost become normal almost every Monday in the Southeast.
Yeah, that is why what I'm saying. Well, that is why I'm very concerned about post-judgment era. I know what I'm saying. And the post-judgment, how do we manage the post-judgment era? This is the big problem. It is one thing to give a judgment. It is yet another thing to look at, this thing just came about 24 hours ago or thereabouts. And then the whole thing has assumed very dangerously an ethnic dimension. You saw the lawyer talking about because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is an Igbo. That's why he's being treated the way he's being treated. or in other areas, the bandits or the terrorists are being, they come for marriage ceremonies, they dine with the powers that be, and with their AK-47 hungo all over themselves, and nothing happens. But this man, has not been able to establish that he killed one person. Or that the judgment is saying that he made some altercations that can lead to, such heinous crimes and all that. So what they're saying is that
the Council of the Federal Government said, he said that Nnamdi Kanu, through his broadcast, incited violence, where we have, I think, 75 people slain, military men and all that. And he said that the reason for him projecting or suggesting that he should go for death penalty, or rather death sentence, was so that the blood of the people that were killed in the Southeast can rest. Do you share that line of thought? And if that actually should be the trajectory to go, on whose head or who is going to be held accountable for the blood of multiple Nigerians that have lost their lives to what some people will say is, death that can be avoidable death, through the hands of terrorist group, Boko Haram members, ISWAP hoisting their flags on the soil of Nigeria, and every other terrorist group operating on the soil of Nigeria?
Yeah, Fina, let me say that I don't want to talk about the nitty-gritty of the judgment or the case itself. I want to put myself in a position where I'll be looking at the consequences, the political, social consequences of the judgment, because the judgment is here with us. There is nothing anyone can do about it unless set aside by the appeal court. So my concern is, how do we manage the post-judgment? That is what is critical for me, so that this country cannot descend into chaos, which will be very, very unfortunate. And you have also seen, like some people are saying, that there is, dichotomy in terms of, judgments. You cannot explain how, even like Sheikh Gumi will say he has gone this, don't, touch them, they are our brothers and all that. It's like he knows a lot about terrorists in the north. And the person is still free to decide what to do and what not to do. So I don't want to get into those areas. My own concern for now is trying to maintain relative peace. The government has a responsibility as at now, because so that this thing cannot get out of hand. And for you to ensure that this thing doesn't get out of hand, it is now at the doorstep of Mr. President to act wisely, to be able to further cement the unity of this country. Because if, for instance, the Southeasterners believe that because, they are Igbos, and that is why this judgment has come, the government should also have the judgment on ground, should also be able to do certain things to allay the Southeasterners. That is what I'm saying.
All right, then, thank you so very much.
All segments of this country is one.
Thank you so very much, Mazi Amobi, for your submission. Before I let you go, and of course bring it back to the studio here because we're running out of time, in 30 seconds, how do you react to the demand of 3 billion naira by the bandits who abducted the worshippers from the Cries Apostolic Church, Okegon, in Ekiti State? 3 billion naira. I beg your pardon, Kwara State. 3 billion naira is what they are demanding right now. How do you react to that? Plus, the fact that the government has said that the state government has said they are going to do everything possible to see that these guys are released. 30 seconds, please, because of our time. Mazi.
Yeah, thank you very much. That underscores the transnational bet of kidnapping. It is pure business, as it were. How can you expect the church to give for something billion? So you see what I'm saying? And that's why it is very difficult to stem out this terrorism or whatever we decide to call it. Pure business.
Quite unfortunate.
And since it has pecuniary connotation, it will be very difficult to handle. That's why Any person at the time of affair should have the political will to weld the big stick, no matter whose source is God.
Right.
During Jonathan, he said some of these sponsors of Boko Haram are within my government.
Well,
people were laughing. They were making a jest of himself. I mean, people were making a jest of Goodluck Jonathan. But now what is happening? Is it correct to say that some of the sponsors are also this administration? The president should have a lot of information, enormous information to handle.
All right, thank you so very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much. Let's bring it back to the studio. Mr. Fanimo, 100 million naira per person as ransom, going to the tune of about 33 billion naira. You are fully aware of the situation that did happen in Owo, the church in Owo. How do you react to this kind of conversation? Plus, the fact that this is becoming one too many. I mean, just yesterday, Niger State is also experiencing the same thing. How do you react to this? And what can be the very quick fix for these kind of situations?
You know, and so when you allow a monster to grow to a point, you may not be able to tame it.
So this monster cannot be tamed right now in the quick fix?
It's not as if this one is not tameable, but are they willing? Is the political will there to tame these monsters? Look, let me tell you, these people, and the unfortunate part of it is that, do you know that some locals will be part of this group?
When you say locals, from that same
from that axis, I've seen it happen many times. And don't be surprised that even security men may even be part of this gang. So it becomes very difficult because somebody who marched and dressed like a particular sect to kidnap, by the time he comes back to that community, removing the veil, you won't know. And you'll be giving intel to him. It happened in Ekiti. It happened in Imo. It happened in Ondo State. You know, they were dressed like Fulani. By the time they were caught, lo and behold, 2 of them were indigenous of that particular community.
All right, then.
So it's a big problem. Like Amobi said, it's no longer, when the Niger Delta guys started kidnapping, they were kidnapping to make statements. But now it is kidnap for money, pure business. When last did you hear of armed robberies incident? No robbers again. They have transformed to kidnappers.
Quite unfortunate, really. But this is where we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment of the midday news this beautiful afternoon. We've been talking with Mr. Dele Fanimo, a seasoned reporter right here in Nigeria, and a political and public affairs analyst right here on this table. Mr. Fanimo, thank you so very much.
It's always my pleasure.
Also, we had with us virtually Mazi Amobi-Egboro, a public affairs analyst and commentator as well. Thank you so very much, Mazi, for lending your voice this beautiful afternoon on The Conversation. We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, more stories on the midday news will be up next. Please do stay with us.
Glad to have you back. Still Media News and Voice of the People Television. The Office of the Auditor General of the Federation has accused the Central Bank of Nigeria, under the leadership of the former Governor Godwin Emefiele, of circulating dirty and unfeed banknotes valued at 29.77 billion naira in violation of the Apex Bank's Clean North policy. The allegation is contained in the newly released Auditor General's annual report on non-compliance and internal control weaknesses in MDAs for the year ended December 31st, 2022. The report detailed how several CBN branches issued out banknotes already classified as counter-audited 30, a category of notes formally processed and certified as unfit for circulation.
Moving on to other stories, and yes, to the business part of the news. Foreign investors have flocked back to the Nigerian exchange NGX, with transactions reaching a record 3.03 trillion naira as of October 2025, exceeding an annual foreign engagement since 2007. This notable increase reflects a growing investor confidence in Nigeria's market, driven by improved forex availability and streamlined fund repatriation. The latest domestic and foreign portfolio investment reports revealed foreign participation this year has already surpassed any full-year figure since 2007. In 2014, foreign investors transacted 1.54 trillion naira, exceeding domestic investors, and 1.22 trillion naira in 2018. Foreign portfolio investors, FPIs, I beg your pardon, now holds 21.18% market share, up from 16.65%.
And sports, former Super Eagles captain John Obi Mikel has criticized Alex Iwobi for creating what he described as harmful negativity in camp during a build-up to Nigeria's World Cup qualifying playoff in Morocco. Mikel said the video posted by the Fulham midfielder from the team's hotel in Morocco was ill-judged at a time when full concentration was required.
To wrap up the midday news, we'll go straight talking entertainment. Celebrity barman Cubana Chief Cries has warned President Bola Tinubu about a major political consequence tied to Nnamdi Kanu's imprisonment. He claimed that no presidential vote in favor of the sitting president will come from the Southeast in 2027. The lengthy, emotion-laden message is already stirring the internet, making for deep conversation across social media.
That is it on the Midday News and Voice of the People Television. Do also subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People Television, and on all the streaming platforms, we are VOP TV Live. Up next on the schedule of Voice of the People TV is a spotlight show with Precious Agamanu. I am Fina Chuku.
And I am David Edwin. Good afternoon.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelhon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please sport.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People television. Now you have more than a voice.
From the views on the street,
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it dey hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello, beautiful people. How are you all doing? Ooh, this is a new week. Yes, this is VOP TV, your favorite hub, where we shine the light on creativity, culture, style, music, and purpose-driven people. And yes, this is Spotlight. And remember, I'm your girl, Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. See, today is a good day. It's not a day to be dulling. You understand what I'm trying to say? It's a new day to stay positive, inspired, and grounded. And trust me, we are bringing you an exciting blend of gist, purpose. So please don't go anywhere. Sit tight while we ride together. And first off, what we are talking about today, we have a lot of gist, like plenty gist to talk about today. And the first one we will talk about today, it's about Burna Boy. He has actually caused a stir after abruptly pausing his performance to call out a couple he spotted sleeping in the audience. So the singer told the crowd he wouldn't continue to show until the pair left, so prompting security to escort them out. As the audience reacted with surprise and amusement, the moment quickly spread online, drawing mixed reactions from fans and who debated whether the move was justified or too harsh. So the incident has since sparked discussion about concert etiquette and artists' expectations, with some applauding Burna Boy's demand for energy in the crowd, while others argued the couple's behavior didn't warrant removal. So the episode has become one of the most talked about moments of his current tour. My question be say, because say you want to sing, but actually these people paid to be in this concert. I think there would have been more better way to actually, speak to them politely, but not sending them out, because it's a lot. You know how much we don't pay for that particular tour, and they really want to, enjoy themselves. selves and the rest of them. And I just feel that wasn't the party which he went wasn't the right way to, fix that. Because a lot of people are actually going through a lot. And trust me, people, ease their pain through music, through tours, a lot of things. So I think maybe that person might be going through a lot of things that will make the person to be sleeping. But basically, the person might, I don't just know, Jare, but trust me, I'm just seeing myself like, I went for a tour and maybe somehow, I've been waiting for this singer to come and no, I've not seen, and maybe I slept off trying to, that kind of a thing. And trust me, people don't tire. It's not like everybody's going through, you get what I'm trying to say. The person may don't feel like he's tired or she's tired and just felt like maybe they will just take some nap. And before the singer comes, before Burna Boy comes in and, Baba don't say, make them work. I say no go perform if they no come up for this. But trust me, it's not, I just feel that that's the part in which he, fixed that whole thing was not, it was not really nice. If you ask me, you understand, it was not really nice. I felt that you'd have done it in a more appropriate way. Maybe you just speak to them or not basically sending them out. It's somehow, a lot of people don't come out talk plenty things about this. They have said, Burna Boy, no try for this one. Well, Burna Boy, if you're coming to somebody's show, you have to do this, you have to be, see, it's the vibes. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Yes, a lot of people love Burna Boy. A lot of people love listening to music. But then, what is that person's state in which he has come? Because I've seen people, you get what I'm trying to say? Being in a concert and they are crying. Basically, the cry itself, if it not be because of the person they single, they might be going through some things, and maybe the lyrics don't they touch them for heart. You get what I'm trying to say? A lot of things just they happen. But then, let's just take what people have actually come out to say. Some people are saying this is not just right. I think Burna Boy would have done something else. Try to speak to them or drift the whole matter, but they're definitely not sending them out because come on, this is their hard-earned money that they paid for. They paid for the concert and they are there to listen and maybe, ease their pain, whatever they are feeling, and, sending them out wasn't really nice. I just feel that it would have been more better if you would have just spoken to them and that would be that than sending them out. It's better. But sending them, the both of them out, it's actually somehow. So a lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this. Let's take some comments of what people have come out to say. And yes, Princeton said, what in the freaking world would make you ask someone to leave because they sleep? This guy. You get what I'm trying to say? It's actually funny because people wake up sleep for concerts. Maybe they don't wait tired. Do you understand? They waited and you are not there to show because some of these are our musical artists. They are very, I don't know how to put it, but then, with all the paparazzi and the rest of them, they won't want to come out at the beginning of the concert. They will just want to, waste some time while people try to arrive, the venue and the rest of them, before maybe after some hours, they can now show up. But then people might don't wait. Maybe these people don't wait tired. They say, wait till they happen. Maybe Burna Boy never come out. It's if you look at the story, it's in so many ways. And maybe we don't even know how these people are actually feeling. The couple, maybe they might be going through a lot of things and they just need that encouragement and they just need that lyrics. They just need to get away. It's a lot of things. I just feel that this has to be, settled in a better way than this. Do you get what I'm trying to say? So please, let's take more comments. We have a lot of people talking about this, and trust me, people don't already come out, they talk plenty things. So IK Brown said, nonsense. Did they not pay for it? If them make them sleep, they have paid. But true. Now, that person will pay for to watch you, actually. You don't need to send the person out. Seriously, a lot of people are really saying things concerning this. And Abiodun Olusola said, rudeness, everything will be gra. I think it was harsh. It was harsh. Because there's nothing the way you want. Guys, the way you want to tell me. This says a lot. It was harsh. Sending him away. So Amaka Success said, pregnancy hormones, they worry her. I beg, let her be. Which one be wahala? If you no get waiting you want perform, just drink water, go. Seriously, if we look at this, if we're looking at this in so many ways, tell you the truth, that those couple might be going through a lot. and maybe they've come to, they've actually gone on this their one getaway tour and the rest of them, and maybe they came to ease the stress and the lots of them, and definitely they are sleeping and the rest of them. But then I think there's a better way to, resolve this whole issue than sending them away. A lot of people, they go through some things, and I don't think, sending them away was the better way to do that. But, well, who are we? It's I just feel that there are other ways to, actually fix this whole thing. And yes, enough of the Burna Boy concert and the rest of them, but I just think that, people, you need to treat people, actually treat them right. You don't just, because you're somebody, you just want to come out and, treat them wrongly. I think a lot of people are going through a lot of things, and they need to be treated right. So you see, so it's actually, well, better things. I think Burna Boy has actually, I don't know, but then I just feel that next time, maybe when he wants to do that kind of a concert, everybody go don't carry for mind, say, Baba, if you sleep for in concert, so shall get for mind. And him also has also known that maybe next thing he's supposed to do is not to tell them to go out, or maybe just probably talk to them. And I think that's the better way. So yes, we have a guest joining us today. I know that we've been talking about a lot of things, and trust me, we have a guest joining us today. And joining us today is a passionate actress. She's a force to be reckoned with in the entertainment industry. Trust me, known for her captivating performance on screen and her creative journeys behind the scene. We are honored to have her share with us today. A lot of experiences and insights with us today. And let's welcome Tokegiwa to the show. Is this still and composure? Like she's, that. Oh, Jesus.
Oh, my goodness.
Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
So, good afternoon. Now, see, my guests are actually, with tease and the composure, with the smile. See the way she's just looking. People like this, don't stress them, actually.
It's because I'm a very shy person. I'm a very shy person.
Please, she's even saying that she's shy. People when they shadow, they talk, so they don't. So how's it been for you? How's the weekend been for you?
Quite well.
So was there any party, enjoyment?
I'm not a party type.
Why? What happened?
I'm an introvert.
Gee, so you always like staying in the house? Nope. Let's go for party. Nope. Let's go. Nope.
Exactly.
Father. So what? So I really want to ask this question, because if you're an introvert, so how do you even cope with, acting as an actress and the rest of them? Because I feel, all the celebrities, we are always out there, partying, the rest of them.
That's a good question.
Yeah.
My personality is different from my work. Okay, let me put it this way.
Yeah.
I don't mean let's assume you are going through one or two things.
Yeah.
Will that stop you from coming to the show?
It will stop me from coming to the show.
Even when you come to the show,
Yeah.
you want to make your audience happy. You want them to relate with whatever you're talking on.
Yeah.
The topic you are discussing. You won't let anything bother you. So when you are done with the show,
Yeah.
you go back to whatever you
were.
Exactly.
So, so how do you now deal with? I don't know if you've been in any scene where you have to act this, rugged person, try to be, everywhere. I don't know, but then have you been able to cope with that? Maybe after some minutes, you're always there, like you be this kind of rash person on the scene, and then later, 5 minutes, you're back to yourself and be like, I'm serious right now.
Sometimes people look at me and say, they'll be riding this table because she doesn't speak out. She's always all by herself.
Yeah.
But it's a lie. Sometimes I'm a chameleon. You won't be able to predict what I will do next. We might sit down together. Are you taking any liquor? I'll be taking I will drink just water and be.
Father, this is all right. A lot of people are watching right now, and maybe they don't know you. So please, can we meet you?
Hi everyone, my name is Tokegiwa, an aspiring actor.
Please, who is aspiring actor? Because all this I'm singing is Father Lord. Let me just go into what we have today.
Okay.
So Toke, tell us, have you been in any position where people have really talked bad about you, and when you get to hear about that, you felt so bad, and how did you react to those kind of talks? Because a lot of celebrities go through side talks and the rest of the things they do online. Have you been in any of this, and how did you feel about it, and how did you react?
I was on a movie set, was it not 2 weeks ago?
Yeah.
So a close friend of mine, let me say, is my brother, my boss. I call him Ogami. So where I seated, he walked up to me and said, "It's okay. Some people are talking about you." What did they say I do? I said, "No, she knows how to act, but she doesn't relate with people. We just see her sitting down alone. Even to when you greet her, to respond will be very difficult."
Very difficult.
I was like, I do not have any friend here. I don't really know how to relate with. It's good to relate with people, but I don't really know how to do ofasabi.
I get
when
that.
I get somewhere,
yes,
compose. See the way you talk, the way you react with people before I can open my mouth.
Wow.
To you. That's me. But some people misinterpret it. Exactly.
Yes, maybe someone that's calm and not used to being the talking person.
Exactly.
They just misinterpret it and feel the person doesn't want to, It's a lot. A lot of people feel no even, they can't actually relate with this kind of thing. Some of them will be like, why are you talking about? Why are you speaking bad about me? They not already, they fight. With all those stress. Because trust me, this is Nigeria that we are in. And a lot of people will say a lot of things that will make you feel bad. But then we just, overlook all those things and we move regardless. So how's movie been for you? Like, why did you go into acting?
Truthfully, I've been passionate about acting since a young age, but I wasn't bold enough. I don't have that courage. But some years back, I listened to a radio program where they were advertising, like, if you want to be an actor or an actress, then I went there to obtain form, and that was how it started.
Wow. So basically in acting, how has it been for you so far so good? Has there been any challenges you've been facing?
Honestly, it's not easy.
A lot of people really, because I know, because when people come out to say, I'm an actor, I'm an actress, I've been into this, and they feel like it's that easy, that they don't speak.
Truth be told, it's not easy at all.
Yeah.
Something happened to me this year.
Oh, wow.
First month of this year, January, I did a production. There was no backup.
Oh my.
The hard drive was damaged. I was not able to retrieve the lost
scenes. And that's really... So how did you come about? How did you fix that? Because I know it's really, it's something not to be happy about.
I was broken.
Oh my God.
I cried.
Oh my God.
I really cried because it was a whole lot for me. Before I could save up that amount to do the production.
Yeah. Wow.
But thank God. Sorry about that. The movie is out now.
Nothing good comes easy. See, it's about consistency. I tell people, it's about consistency. It's not about maybe when you just try this and you're trying and you're like, I'm tired, I give up. See, now who give up? Nine fail. Exactly. I'm telling you, now who give up? Nine fail. Because tell me, you will have to be consistent in that thing that you say you love doing. And trust me, one day your shoe go shine. It not be about just one thing where it does happen now. You don't already give up, say you don't tire. Trust me, it's not. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't.
We did a reshoot in August.
Wow.
Since January.
Since January. And it's really, you know, I've been in a place where actually someone was actually getting married, and the person called a videographer, you know, to come shoot everything, do everything. And do you know, at some point, the I don't know what just happened. It happened that the photographer lost all the clips, and the person couldn't get the videos, couldn't get nothing about his or her wedding. It was like, let the ground just open, and the guy could not even explain. See, trust me, a lot of I give it up to everybody that, you know, works on the screen, works. I'm telling you, because it's actually a lot.
We are really facing a lot.
It's not.
Honestly, it's not easy.
So tell me about your movies. Is there any scene you're most excited, you know, to see in all the movies you've done, actually, in all the movies you've been on? Are there any movies that you just speak about and you don't get tired of talking about it, and you just always want to be seen in that particular space, that you think about it and it gives you these emotions like, I can't get tired of this movie?
Okay, that was my... Okay. I wanted to say my last production of Kombi.
Wow, so what's Kombi about?
It's about a lady that has celestial power.
Wow. So it's like it's a celestial power, and there's more to that, because a lot of people are watching right now, they want to know.
Okay. You know, some people are not ordinary. When I say ordinary, some people are divine. They have spiritual power. When they tell you something will happen, that thing will happen. Yes. So that was my character in the movie. Yes.
Wow.
And it was delivered perfectly.
It was delivered perfectly. So you had the superpowers that you are doing this.
Yeah.
But real life, I don't know whether real life you get these superpowers, because oh my God. So tell me, I know that you are also a script writer. So how's it been for you, you know, writing movies and the productions? How's it been for you? How do you draw your inspiration? Is it just easy? You just get, you know, just get up one day and you just start writing? Because I know it's not that easy, it's not that possible. Like, you just wake up one day and, you know, inspiration just get into you and you just start writing. So how do you get inspiration?
It doesn't work like that. Sometimes you think of one particular word. Or a scenario.
Yeah.
Then you will want to immerse yourself deeply in it.
Deeply in it, yes.
Then you try to create one or two scenes. From there, sometimes you won't be able to write a scene in a day. When you write, you delete, write, you delete. No, this is
been in that position where you just write, delete, write.
Yes, this is not what I want. No, I'm not okay with this dialogue. No, I'm not okay with this situation.
Yeah.
Then you delete and let me just sleep, or let me just eat. You might not be there for 2 to 3 days.
I'm
After
telling you.
2 to 3 days, you might be doing something or walking on the road.
Yeah.
Then is it the inspiration?
Yes,
comes in.
Yeah.
Then you pick your phone
and you just quickly type it.
Exactly.
And sometimes when you don't type, you just forget it. It slips
You
off.
don't type, you forget about it.
This is a lot. You know, a lot of people don't. See, people want to write. They think that writing is not. A lot of people feel that writing it's not that.
It's not easy.
It's not. You know. I don't know if there's any project you're working on right now. Do you have any movie project you're working on right now?
My movie is out.
That's a for me.
One is out now. La Pampa.
La Pampa. Hey. So what about La Pampa? Let's just. We really not.
Okay, it's about 2 generations. My grandma in the movie.
Okay.
She's wicked. Her character is wicked. So she wants to kill my mom, and I have that power to.
This thing is just about plenty power.
Let people watch it.
It's about this plenty power, because what is not this power that I'm not seeing here? All right, so I don't know. People are actually waiting to see this movie. So I don't know. Like, a lot of people are actually watching you right now, and they are like, I really want to go into movie, and I think I can actually come up with, you know, telling stories and also writing and also being in the movie scene. So what's your advice for them?
Okay. Can I have the question again?
I said, people are actually watching you right now, and a lot of people are saying, I really want to be in the movie scene. I want to start acting. I want to start writing like the way you do. So what's your advice for people, young, upcoming, actors, actresses, and also writers?
Okay, let me start from here.
Yeah.
I studied mathematics education.
Hey, Lord of Jesus. So how did you not get yourself into where they want to join these two things together? Please, may una help me. Mathematics and art.
When you have talent and you want to do a particular thing, then your talent is not enough. Let me say you enroll yourself. So it helps each other. You have talents. You learn more about that particular thing.
Yes.
Your consistency. I don't even know how to
put it.
Yeah.
But put it in any way we understand. Because trust me, a lot of people, want to go into acting, but then I think they have issues with how will I put it? They don't believe in themselves. Yeah, a lot of people don't believe in themselves, and they don't know that it's consistency. Because maybe, like, I have someone that I have really tried something once, tried twice, and the person will be like, I don't think I can do this anymore. And the person actually stopped that thing he loves doing because he tried twice and he failed. So it's a lot. So it brings them down, and this kind of motivates them to be in this kind of scene. They should always have this mindset of I can do this.
Failure is also part of growth.
Thank you. Yeah.
As I said earlier, I've been wanting to act since my young age. But I was not bored. I did not have that courage. So, but with time, even when I obtained form, when we got to rehearsal, I used to I cannot do this thing. One of my friends would say,
as an introvert now, not already they drive.
One of my friends would tell me, it's okay, you can do this thing. Why are you always like this? Try. Then I give it a try. And it's working for me, that shyness.
Yeah. So what was your first movie like? Was it really shaky? Because the way you're talking, you can express and say, I could not do it. I can imagine. So how was it like?
My heart.
Your first movie?
My heart was beating fast. And my first production, titled Tokegiwa. Titled Tokegiwa. I spent more than 1 million naira on the production.
Wow.
So when I was paid, I didn't get half of my yes.
Oh my.
So I was not discouraged.
You kept on pushing.
Yes. I called someone and I said, do not be sad. Don't be discouraged. You move on.
A lot of people will hear you and be like, the way you're talking, they'll be like, this is this way she is on screen, and the rest of them, they don't know the process people go through, to come out with such movies. And they'll be like, this girl's a bit art, she can do this, you can do this. Try them first.
It's not easy. It is easy.
It is easy,
honestly, it is easy.
So tell me, growing up, was it that easy for you? Were your parents, did they actually support you when you went into movies? Because I know a lot of parents don't accept their children's entry into entertainment on the whole side.
I did not inform them.
Really?
Because they are in my hometown.
Yeah.
And I'm in Lagos State. While growing up, we hardly watched TV. Because my dad believes watching TV we teach you what you exactly.
Really?
Wow. In African home, when you are watching TV, when it gets to a scene where
they are my God, I remember, those days when we are small. Hey, you even use pillar and be covering your eye. You use pillow by yourself and cover your eyes. A lot of
Exactly.
really.
Now my dad is old. He's an old man. So when he was young, he was not used to
the TV
to-
stuff.
yes.
Oh wow. So right now he knows what you're doing, yeah?
Yes.
And how does he feel about it? It's just there. A lot of parents don't really like their children going into entertainment. Basically, maybe acting, maybe music. They just say, no, I don't think I want my child. They want their child to be this. They want their child to be that.
Even
A lot of
some of my siblings.
yeah.
There was a day my brother called me and he was like, he called my name. He said, that son name, Giwa, is a big name. Do not tarnish our name.
Wow. So what does Giwa mean?
Olori,
Olori.
a leader.
Leader.
In Hausa is elephant. Elephant.
Elephant. That's huge.
Yeah.
Someone that's big.
But it's not about the size.
Oh my God. So wow. This is actually beautiful because as I was saying, I said a lot of parents don't really like their children, going into entertainment aspect. They feel that entertainment is a lot of things happen in entertainment and they wouldn't want their children to, tread that path. They just want their children to be a doctor, be a nurse, be any other thing they feel the child should be. But I think parents right now should, give their children that space where they have to, put in that passion they want to do. If they want to be...
And there's this thing that, we are always afraid of.
Yes.
About this entertainment industry.
Yes.
Trust me, it's everywhere. It's not only in entertainment industry. All this Yaloja, Babalaji, every of course.
Seriously, because a lot
it's in every organization.
Yes. And it now makes children, growing up, they'll be like, okay, my dad wants me to be a doctor, my dad wants me to be a nurse. But then when maybe after the certificate and the rest of them, they just submit it to their parents and tell them that I want to be an actress. I want to be an actor. I want to be an actress. I just feel parents should, make the space for them, their children, to have this, passion for what they do. They should be able to pour out this thing that they want to do. They should leave them to, because even I actually watched what they call Wizkid. Actually, his son now does this song, and he's that everybody is looking up to that guy like he's the next Wizkid. And trust me, it's actually beautiful to see fathers training the children. Parents are meant to guide their children. So that's just the thing. Parents are meant to guide their children.
And the truth is, we are doctors too. We are lawyers.
A lot, because
you learn from watching some movies.
Definitely.
We touch
hearts.
many people's hearts.
Yes. Wow. This is so interesting. Thank you so much, Giwa, for sharing your light with us today. Because me, I know I'm enjoying myself here because a lot of people are actually watching, and I'm sure they are also enjoying themselves. Thank you so much, Toke, for sharing your light with us. I did enjoy myself, and I'm sure people also enjoyed themselves. All right, we'll take a short break, and when we come back, we still have a lot of gist for you. Please don't go anywhere. We still have plenty gist for you. Please stay tuned.
Awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
My name is Tosin Mohammed. I'm a gospel artist. Keep watching VOP TV.
Almighty Father, you are the mighty Redeemer. We've come to worship at your feet, oh Lord. This is Ayotunde Adejimo, chilling with you on the Voice of the People TV. Don't touch that remote. You are where God wants you to be. Listening to the Voice of the People TV.
The Bible says we should give thanks in all circumstances. And all circumstances include the good times and the bad, the high times and the low, the times when everything look as if they are going well, and those times when Enugbe, the ground is dry like the sand in the desert. Those times when you feel like giving up, you should give thanks still. My name is Jeff Melu, and I'm a gospel poet. And you should keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch that dial.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome back to the show Spotlight. Yes, and I'm still your girl, Precious Akmanu, aka Call Me Prezi. Ooh. And we've been talking about a lot of things. And yes, we had Toke Giwa with us, that she had to share her light with us about movies, about things, about acting, and the rest of them. Trust me, it's a beautiful one. And yes, we have another guest joining us today. And yes, joining us today is a passionate musical artist known for his soulful hit songs that brings the vibes and the atmosphere. His songs blends with rhythms and sounds that keeps you vibing to it. He is no other person than Imani. Woo! Welcome to the show. See the way he's just laughing and smiling with his teeth and the composure. So how have you been?
I'm good.
Just good. We need to know now on Saturday, wait, we are counting from Friday like this now. Friday is the party, Saturday, maybe the all one bear, then Sunday.
God.
Another I missed that part. God, no best for me, I beg. Okay, Sunday, God. Yeah. But tell me, how's it been? How's the week been for you?
It's been good. Actually, life, nothing is easy. You just have to keep pushing on. And that's what we keep doing every day. And every day we have to take it as it comes. Because every day comes with its own challenges. And we have to deal with it. So that's what we do.
Every day comes with its challenges. We have to do it. That's what. And still also pray to God to help you too. All right, welcome to the show. So please, can we meet you?
Yeah, my name is Imani Sunday Prudent. But my stage name is Imani. That's my surname.
So why are you choosing Imani? Okay, that's your surname.
Yeah,
what does Imani mean?
There's God.
There is God, though. Hey, my God. Yeah. So what has music been for you? Because I've seen a lot of songs you've done, and I'm like, man, this guy's good. So what has it been for you? Yeah.
Well, for me, I feel like whatever phases you are facing in life, there's always a music that you can listen to that will communicate to you. Peradventure, if you're a Christian, you go to church. Sometimes you just listen. You're in the congregation and you hear a pastor praying, or preacher rather.
Yeah.
And you be like, this pastor, I think he's talking about me. You understand?
Yeah.
So that's how exactly. So that's how it is for music. Sometimes I remember when I was more around 10. If I want to sleep at night, I always listen to music. If not, I will not sleep. Me and my elder brother. So we have this radio that if there's no lights, we buy battery.
You'll go put on.
That's how it is. So then
those days sweet. Now we when they do this, you know, movie. Oh God.
So we listen to all those music and you start reminiscing like, God, I think this person, sometimes you listen to some presenters, you're like, this person is talking about me. So I feel like sometimes when you are down, sometimes even when you are happy, you have a good vibes. That's why if you are down, you have music to listen to. You are happy, you have music to listen to. You are just, maybe Monday morning, you are driving to work. You still have some music that you can listen to. So that's how life it is.
You know, something really happened recently, and I talked about, it was about Burna Boy, yeah?
Okay.
So Burna Boy actually walked out a couple during his concert, and because they were sleeping while he was. So my question to you is that would you even have that kind of reaction towards a particular couple if you're having your concert and you see people sleeping on your show? How would you feel?
Prevention, probably because I study philosophy.
Yeah.
I don't judge people.
Thank you.
So I feel like in every moment, if I see you doing some certain things or you doing some certain things, I give an excuse. I ask questions. That's why before I used to get angry easily.
Yeah.
But I don't know. At a point, I'm very cool. If you see people now, they'll tell you, it's all gentle, easy going. But if you're close to me, you know that I'm not.
Hey, wow. So you're not easy going. Hey, Jesus. So people.
And funny enough, I studied in LASU.
Yeah.
So in my 100 level, I received an award, easy going. Then 200 level, best behaved male. You understand? But what I do is that if you do something, or you did something, I'll be like, why?
I think that's the best, because when I saw that, I was like, this is the way he fixed this wasn't the right way he was supposed to do it. That he would have asked questions. That questions would have been more preferable than, talking to you and because a lot of people go through a lot of things, and maybe they are there because of the pains that they're feeling. Maybe they just need. A lot of people listen to music to ease pain.
Exactly.
So they just maybe on this tour they want to just come, listen to songs and the rest of them, and you just work them out, and they paid for it. Seriously, because
it's my senior colleagues, and I really want to comment on that anyway. But I believe that for every actions, or for every actions there's reactions.
Yes.
And for every cause there's an effect.
There's effect. Yeah.
You understand? So probably a day before that show, maybe they had a sleepless night, and they want to unwind. But nature will always catch up with you, and it's life. You understand? So, and that is why you see that in life, you see, as you are, you have your own character. I have my own character.
Yeah.
You have your behavior. I have my own behavior. So we are not always the same, and that's why when you, for example, you get married. They say, my marriage is perfect. No marriage is perfect. So you have to, there's a lot of things that you have to deal with. So those are one of those things that you have to deal with.
So what kind of music do you do? What genre of music?
Actually, Afrobeat. Afrobeat, and I do conscious music too.
Yeah.
Love songs. I always try to pass message whenever I'm writing.
You're writing.
I'm writing.
So I would like to ask, because I heard when you said love songs. Me. Why did you choose love songs? Because
is it because
just like that?
Just like that. Love has to lead, because you see, I think in our society a lot of things are missing.
Yeah.
You understand? Gone are those days when we were small. Anybody you meet, even as strangers, you understand? Yeah. The way you receive them with love. But now, everybody is just suspecting everybody.
If you go
everybody is just a suspect. But gone are those days, it was with love. And I think that's why we have a lot of atrocity going on in the world right now, because that love is missing. Until that love comes back.
A lot of people feel say there's no love again. There's no love again.
There's love, but just that it's hard to find. And there are some people, they have love, they have love within them, but because of what they've been through, what they've gone through, and they always want to form like
they are the boss. Like
they are defensive. Always defensive, you understand? So that's just the thing. But deep down, if you try to crack the wall, you'll find a love.
Wow. This is beautiful. So what really inspired you, to start making music?
I don't know. I just, actually, there are two things that I liked.
Yeah.
Football and music. Yeah. Football and music. So before I even choose music, before it was football. Because
guy we know like football. Every day they oh God. But I don't say you they have say Nigeria the one way they play last.
Not really, but I'm very pragmatic, because immediately we started the second half and I didn't see you see me. I knew that there's fire on the mountain. There's fire on the mountain. And actually, yesterday match, if you watch the match, you realize that the match we played before yesterday was a lot of passion.
Yeah.
We aggressive. But yesterday, probably because we scored early, I don't know. They just feel relaxed.
Even like say Nigeria, they always now when they come, they always score early. They don't already.
They just feel realize that this one Otilo. Otilo. But at the end of the day, then they feel like, okay, Nigeria is the giant of Africa. So they have nothing to lose. The whole world will expect that Nigeria will win. So they push. And that is why sometimes talent is never enough. You understand? So you have to put in the work, the passion, all those things. That is what makes it a good job. Yeah.
So talking about music, what really inspires you to write? You write your songs, yeah?
Yeah, I do.
So waiting to inspire you, just a day like this, you go down the right song. How does the inspiration come? Did you just,
How I get my inspiration sometimes, especially when I listen to good beats.
So you flow basically with the beat.
With the beats. Once I hear, like, I just listen to good beats like this, then the inspiration will come. You understand? Sometimes with good beats, I already know what I have, my readings, my rhyme, and all those things.
Yeah.
Within few minutes. But what takes my time is the lyrics. Because sometimes I may be looking for the right word. And that right word might take me some days.
So you take a lot of time to write, actually.
A lot of time. And sometimes it depends. It depends on the inspiration. Sometimes within 1 hour, I'm done. But I don't know. I know there's nothing like there's no word like a perfectionist.
Yes,
but I tend to be like, I want to make everything perfect. And that's the challenge I have. But now I'm trying to come out of the shell because a lot of people that see music is music. You can't have it all. Sometimes we like, oh, we want to make it perfect. At the end of the day, it won't be a hit song. But you see that one, I think
just do it like that.
Just do it like that, and the thing will come out good.
So right now, are you working on any project? Do you have any project you're working on?
Definitely. Definitely. I'm recording some songs at the moment. And hopefully before the Obule.
See, I've been saying this. I don't know why some of our celebrities this year they just want to drop songs like this December.
That's the peak period.
May we breathe. When I know what may we breathe.
No. If you breathe too enough, you forget. You can even sleep off.
Yeah. So you want to choke us.
I see the whole back to back.
So what's about the song? What are we going to expect?
This time around, I'm giving out something different, new sound, something streets.
Something streets.
Even in the streets, you can still find love.
Hey, love.
So love, CD.
I think it's even the streets that the love is now, because love no day for even. I tell you truth, love no day on that.
Do you know that nowadays the people have also tagged, they monetize love. Love now comes with the price tag.
That part now, you're drifting to another place. Let me complain.
It hits you,
it hits me partially. But what I'm saying is that women, we love money. We have to be sincere. Women, we too like money, and that is just the truth.
I'm not trying to cut it short.
Okay.
You love money. But the person that is making the money, for you to make money, it means you love money.
No, you're going to another place. Okay. I'm saying, if you have this lady that you say you claim you love, you will do anything for her now. Likewise, she will do anything for you. It's
50-50.
It's not 50-50. Like it's
give and take now. It's supposed to be give and take, isn't it?
Something like that.
Something like that.
But it's you don't have to reciprocate the love. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Not because you say you love somebody, ladies love gifts.
Yeah.
Love flowers, a lot of them.
It depends on your love languages.
You when the preacher of love God they talk on that. I don't understand.
It depends. Some people they like gifts.
Yeah.
Some are communication. You understand?
Yeah.
Some are service.
See,
so you didn't help me to do this. Yesterday I was cooking. You didn't even come and check on me. All those kind of stuff. You didn't even give me a compliment that my hair. I just made my hair. So it depends.
Even though what I'm trying to say is that we women, we love all those fantasies, all those beautiful things that you people do. You people should not stop it. Yeah, because you're saying you are not saying it's money, money, money. You are not categorizing the thing that is money, money, money.
Yeah, but sometimes when we give you like Brazilian hair, Peruvian hair, and the end of the day, when it's now our turn in our Bible says, I don't understand.
God, I beg.
Come on.
On behalf, okay.
There's God who.
We are sorry on behalf of the ladies that buy you people. But then I just feel that this is, if it's something concerning love, it has to be, reciprocated. If you give me, you too, you self suppose no say you understand. But come on, come to think about it. Like a lot of people actually watching you right now, and they really want to go into music and the rest of it. What would you have to say to them?
I will just follow your passion. You understand? Several times I will be in the studio recording. Sometimes I'll just be waiting for my own session.
Yeah.
Then I will, listen to the next guy, the next guy, or probably the person that is recording, and like, God. Well, I feel like with God all things are possible anyway.
Yes.
But sometimes you see, you even hear the producer saying that you have chosen another
part.
Do you understand? You get. But what I would say is that just follow your passion. Me, when I discovered, actually, I didn't know.
Yeah.
I didn't discover my talent on time when it comes to music.
Yeah.
Then I focus on football. You understand?
So you are also playing too.
Yeah, but now I don't retire. So
wow.
I don't retire. Mopsy shop. I'll leave the shop. I'll go and play before. You understand? But I discovered when I was alone. Because when I was in school, I was with my friends and all. So there was a time I was alone. Then I'll just be listening to, because I can't do without music. Just be listening to music. Then one day I went to Bab and the guy was playing a song, Two Face. Because then back in the days, I was part of Two Face Music, Two Face Maniacs. So we started it together. We were following him up and down. If he's doing any show, give us free tickets. But then I have not discovered that talent. You understand? But it was when I was alone, then I went to the barber shop. He was playing an instrumental by Tiwa Savage. I had known him to be a Two Face fan. So, but I just kept it to myself. Then one day, I just gave him 1 ticket to a cool hotel. And he has never seen Two Face before. So he'd be like, are you kidding me? So we went for the show. No, before that show, we went to Felashine. Then Felashine went to a cool hotel. And we slept in a cool hotel then. So then since then, he started looking at me somehow. Then one day he was listening to instrumental by Tiwa Savage. So I said, I love this music like that. Let the instrumental. Then I was in the kitchen. I was just playing to them. This inspiration came. Then I told him that I need to go to the studio. So when we went to the studio, I recorded the song. So he was begging me that I had to jump on this beat. So, but he didn't know. For a minute, I'm like, I don't understand. And that was my first time. So after I recorded the song, then I was now interacting with the producer, and I told him that, do you know that this, because me, I can whine you. Do you know that this is my first time? Are you kidding me? And I didn't stretch. Within 30 minutes, we are done. We are done. So that was how I started. And since then,
it has been forget matter. When somebody is big, is big. So thank you so much, Imani. Now you talk. Not be me. Not be my mouth to hear this one. No. Thank you so much for sharing your light with us on Spotlight Show. It was a blast. Trust me, I know. Say people where they hear you right now, they are like, I want to do music. Not be to go do live. Try to be consistent. If the end is just Like, you have to do that thing that keeps you, makes you happy. You keep on doing that, and trust me, one day your shoe will shine and you will smile too. So to our amazing viewers, thank you so much for staying with us on Spotlight Show. It was a blast. And remember, if you're going global or going viral, please don't forget to tell your story with heart. And yes, please stay true to your journey. And don't forget to follow us on all our platforms at VOPTV Live and subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes and updates. Until next time, I am Precious Agmanu, aka Call Me Prezi. This has been Spotlight, where voices meet purpose. Bye for now.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adopikin.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden, or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you don't want to get the authentic news for Edo the way it be, that's why they show and they want to cut anything come on at VOP TV.
Behind every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV, channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
Voice of the People. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Well, hello and welcome to the African News and Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. Before we begin the news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website, www.vop.ng, for fresh and trending news stories. We begin the African News from the story where the Sudan's ruling sovereign council, led by General Abdel Fattah al-Burhan, says it is ready to work with the United States and Saudi Arabia to halt the two-year conflict ravaging the country. The council expressed appreciation to both nations for their continued diplomatic efforts. The statement followed comments from President Donald Trump, who said Washington is prepared to cooperate with Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Egypt, and other partners to stop the fighting between the Sudanese army and the Rapid Support Forces. The RSF has faced widespread accusation of serious abuses since the conflict erupted in April 2023. U.S. officials have also voiced concerns over the situation. Secretary of State Marco Rubio recently called for an end to foreign military support for the RSF as violence intensifies across the country. Recent RSF gains, including the capture of North Darfur capital, El Fasher, have left hundreds dead and fed and forced nearly 90,000 persons to flee. Humanitarian agencies warns that growing instability could threaten the wider region and create space for extremist groups to expand. Moving on, the G20 summit in Johannesburg this weekend is already creating drama. The biggest news is that the United States has once again confirmed it will not participate in the main talks, despite earlier comments from President of South Africa, Cyril Ramaphosa, suggesting the U.S. has changed its mind. President Donald Trump is citing controversial claims that South Africa is violently persecuting its white Afrikaner minority farmers as the reason for the boycott. These claims have been widely rejected, but Trump has repeatedly targeted South Africa over the issue since his return to office. Despite the U.S. absence, President Ramaphosa insists the summit and Russian presidents are also skipping, but they have sent full delegations. Moving on, France President Emmanuel Macron has begun a tour of Africa with a visit to Mauritius, an Indian Ocean island nation. Mauritanian Prime Minister Navin Rangolam welcomed Macron, calling the trip of significant importance as leaders face global economic challenges affecting small island states. Speaking alongside Macron, Rangolam warned that small nations are often the first to suffer when ambition from elsewhere disrupts the global economic disorder. Mauritius, a former French colony with strong ties to France through nearby reunion, has one of Africa's highest standards of living and plays a key role in ocean protection. Macron's visit, the first by a French president since 1993, had originally been planned for April, but was postponed after the death of Pope Francis. The trip will largely focus on environmental issues and regional cooperation, including support for Madagascar, where the military assumed control after weeks of deadly anti-government protests. During a press conference, Macron pledged France backing for Madagascar's planned democratic transition, including economic development priorities. The African tour will continue with stops in South Africa for the G20 summit, Gabon, and African Union-European Union summit in Angola. And in South Africa, South Africa's President Cyril Ramaphosa met with European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen and European Council President Antonio Costa on Thursday in a high-profile trilateral meeting, highlighting a growing partnership based on trust, reliability, and shared goals. The summit saw the signing of a landmark agreement focused on critical minerals essential for green energy, digital technology, and defense. The deal aims to help both South Africa and the EU move up the value chain while reducing dependency on dominant global suppliers amid concerns over potential disruption. Von der Leyen announced major new projects worth 350 million euros to modernize South Africa's transport and energy infrastructure, including support for Transnet decarbonization under the Just Energy Transition Partnership. South Africa intends to not only extract raw minerals, but also process them domestically, creating jobs and boosting economic growth. The agreement strengthens collaboration under the EU's Global Gateway investment strategy and emphasizes multilateralism at a time of global uncertainty. For South Africa, it provides a path to industrialization and economic diversification, while the EU secures access to critical resources for its clean tech transition, marking a new chapter in Africa-Europe cooperation. Moving on, a growing push to redefine global justice and strengthen Africa diaspora solidarity dominated deliberations in Accra this week. Leaders, activists, and policymakers from 57 countries met at the International Conference of the Pan-African Progressive Front to mark the 18th anniversary of the historic 5th Pan-African Congress and forge a unified front on political and economic redress. Ghana's President John Dramani Mahama, who serves as the African Union's champion for reparations, formally opened the conference. The event drew on an unusual wide range of senior political leaders, reflecting a broad and expanding consensus on the need for coordinated Pan-African action to address how historical grievances shape today's inequalities. After 2 days of intense discussions, the meeting adopted the Accra Declaration of programmatic document outlining a roadmap for shared action. The declaration proposes the establishing mechanism to pursue broad-based political, economic, and restorative justice aligned with international principles of restitution and compensation. Organizers say this document is anchored not just in historical grievance, but in future-oriented planning for Africa's development. The attendance of the U.S. Charge d'Affaires was also noted, with the Pan-African Movement for Reparation saying it reflects a growing intentional acknowledgement of Africa's expectation for justice and structural reforms. And from that story, move straight to Egypt, where Egypt is moving quickly to reposition itself as one of Africa's major automotive manufacturing hubs. The announcement of a new private sector vehicle plant on the outskirts of Cairo signals a major shift in how the country wants to build its economy and attract investment. The first phase of the plant targets 50,000 vehicles a year, with plans to double output to 100,000 units within 5 years. The motivation is clear. Africa imports over 85% of its vehicles, mainly used cars, creating a massive opportunity for industrialization. Egypt wants to become one of the few African countries capable of manufacturing vehicles at scale and supplying both domestic and export markets, moving past its current reliance on imports. The government's new automotive strategy is multifaceted. It aims to create a more stable investment climate, raise local content requirements above 35%, and significantly encourage the development of an electric vehicle ecosystem. This approach mirrors the success seen in Morocco, which has become a case study for building an export-oriented manufacturing base. Crucially, Egypt is under pressure to expand non-oil exports and stabilize foreign currency flows. Its geographic location gives it access to over 1.5 billion consumers through trade agreements with the EU, Arab markets, and the AFTA. If the country can manage its currency and cost, this new industrial strategy could reshape Africa's manufacturing future. And from Egypt, we move straight to Kenya, where Amnesty International says Kenyan authorities paid networks of online trolls to
to intimidate young protesters during the 2024 and 2025 demonstrations. Government agencies also used surveillance and disinformation to target organizers, discourage participation. The report highlights that young women and LGBTQ plus activists were especially targeted, facing misogynic and homophobic abuse. Some even received AI-generated photographic images designed to harass and silence them. More than 100 persons died after clashes between police and protesters, according to rights group. The Kenyan government acknowledged some excessive force, but denied orchestrating harassment or unlawful surveillance. Amnesty urged authorities to respect human rights and protect young activists online. The report warns that free expression must be safeguarded as Gen Z continues to mobilize through social media. Moving on, thousands are expected to gather at Sea Point Promenade in Cape Town for the G20 Women's Shutdown, a rally against gender-based violence. The event, organized by NGO Women for Change, aims to raise awareness about the ongoing scourge of femicide and GBVF in South Africa. Women for Change previously handed the government a petition on April the 11th, 2025, calling for GBVF to be declared a national disaster, and a recent petition gathered over 1 million signatures. Crime statistics show 15 women are killed and 115 rape cases are reported daily in the country. Supporters are encouraged to wear black as a symbol of solidarity, demanding urgent government action to address GBVF. The rally also seeks to spark wider conversation about the cultural and societal roots of gender-based violence in South Africa. The Seaport protest forms part of a broader movement to hold authorities accountable to push for systemic change. Organizers say collective actions and public visibility are key to ending the daily violence faced by women across the nation. Just a word to the African news right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more is Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Peter is an economist, an erudite scholar in economy, finance, and a major writer right here in Nigeria. Dr. Peter, thank you so very much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Well, let's get to the conversation proper. Interestingly, Dr. Protests again in South Africa, particularly as concerning gender-based violence. Some have said that this particular situation in South Africa had been underreported, and thus the more this crime becomes very prevalent in the country. What's your position with these kind of statements that these gender-based violence are really underreported?
Well, actually it is because in Johannesburg that crimes are committed every minute. Every minute. And when you talk about corruption and morality, South Africa is at its peak. Understand? Okay. South Africa is at its peak, and it seems that government don't have the capacity that is to protect South Africans. Understand? Okay. Because there are some parts of South Africa where even government police cannot have access, where there are gangs and so on and so forth. So, okay. And there's a lot of gender-based violence in South Africa, mostly rape.
mostly rape. And this has been going on and on.
In fact, the stats that we have here, Doctor, is the fact that of this particular crime, the statistics is showing that 15 women are killed and 115 rape cases is reported daily in the country. That, again, Doctor, is quite alarming.
It's horrifying, and it's a fact. It's a fact. But when you are protesting, when you are talking about equality and others, you should also try to emancipate yourself, understand? Feel free. You want to protest in Africa, you are putting on this black. Why not put on white? You are degrading yourself by putting on a black, which means it's a sign of sorrow, it's a sign of despair. Understand me? Okay. This is colonial mentality which they are still operating in South Africa. Just like that word, black male. Why is it not a white male? Understand? Why must he be black male? Why not white male? Doesn't white people committed the offense? So why must they be attributing anything negative to our skin? So if you want to liberate yourself, do it holistically, not some.
Okay.
Understand me?
Okay.
Not some. So it's time we begin that to change all these things. That's all these colonial wars that they are using to paint us bad.
Now,
Understand
Doctor,
me?
should this kind of crime be clearly declared a national disaster with these kind of statistics that is being revealed at presently? And even though it's even underreported, like we said.
Well, it is a national disaster, only that it has not been officially named.
Okay.
Only that it has not been officially named. But South Africa, it's a traumatized country, depending on the part of South Africa that you are in. Where you can get a peace in South Africa is when you go to Cape Town. That's where the white people are. But for the other areas like Free State, Johannesburg, KwaZulu and Natal, and so on and so forth, that's crime scene every minute of the day. That people are being killed, people are being robbed on a not daily basis, minute basis.
Now, Doctor, what specific emergency mechanism can be put in place by the government of South Africa looking at these kind of conversation that we're having?
Well, for me, one, this major, that's they must have a mind shift. They must have a mind shift.
So it has to do with the mind first.
First, because one, the South Africans, that's I mean the indigenes themselves are very lazy people. So they survive on criminal activities. Do you understand that?
Okay.
Indians and Britons who are in control of their economy prefer using people from the other countries than using South Africans. So this is the main reason why they always commit crime as a way of surviving. So to stop this, they should at least have a mental shift that they shouldn't be depending on entitlement mentality, but that they should be hands-on. They should be hardworking, because if you are hardworking, if you are busy, you don't have time for all those kind of negativities, rape and so forth.
Okay, now I like the part that you just brought, the part of the things to be done. But let's talk on the part of economic accountability, Doctor. As it stands, yes, I want to find out what binding obligations do you think the private sector can put in place, even if the government is not readily doing it as it were, because like you said earlier, the economy of South Africa is not totally in the hands of South Africans, indigenous as it were. So what particular mechanism can the private sector put in place to reduce in the barest minimum this gender-based violence that we're talking about? Because this, again, is becoming a national disaster.
Well, South Africa is has an agriculture economy.
Right.
The colonial masters that survived in agriculture, they have a mechanized system of farming, which can employ thousands and even millions of people. But the problem is, are you ready to work? And most of these South Africans are not ready. Most of these South Africans are not ready. It is the strangers that are working there, making all the money while they are now stealing. So the strangers will go and work in the day. South Africans will come and rob in the evening.
What would you attribute to this character? Because yes, you're not about the first person who has, accused allegedly the South African
Not
men.
allegedly, it's a fact. Go to South Africa.
Well,
say it.
what can be done to making South Africans truly value working for themselves and earning for themselves, rather than allowing foreigners have these jobs and then later come to complain and attack them in the end?
That's why I say it involves a mental shift. They need to know that there's dignity in hard work. Understand? There's dignity in hard work, that you're the architect of your own life. That your life is what you make it, not what any other person make it. Understand? This I first. Understand? Because there's a very big, this what I am is a very powerful word.
Right.
Understand? So if they can begin from this mind shift, that there's dignity in hard work. Understand? So from there, it's just it's a mind shift. It's a mind shift. It needs a cultural revolution. Understand?
Would this be attributed to the fact that, just like you once said on this white table, that South Africa truly did not get economic independence? Would this be attributed to it? That mindset?
Yeah, what they had is, which is one of the shortcomings of Nelson Mandela, but Nelson Mandela doesn't want to hurt any people. Understand?
Okay.
He doesn't want to hurt any people. So what he just gave to them is a political independence. Understand? But not economic independence. Unlike Robert Mugabe of Zimbabwe.
Yes.
Who first of all have to revoke all the lands that are owned by the whites. Understand?
Right.
So, Zimbabwe...
which is what Ramaphosa seemed to want to do again at this point.
Zimbabwean independence was 1982.
Right.
While South Africa was 1994. So that action by Robert Mugabe gave me a very bad name from the Western world, which Mandela don't want to have. Understand me? Which Mandela don't want to have, and which those that succeeded him also don't want to have up to this time, that things are getting very bad. So I'm sure Ramaphosa is being forced to do this.
Okay, now, with the fact that you just said that Ramaphosa is being forced to do this, again, some would say, isn't it about the right time that South Africans truly reclaim back their land, should they truly have proper documentation to all of it?
That's issue started by proper transfer.
Right.
So that's the issue started by, because the machineries, the equipments are owned by the whites. If you chase them away, there will be a vacuum, which they may not have what it takes to fill it.
Okay.
So I feel that there should be a gradual transfer of technology, understand, from the whites to the Afrikaners.
Now, as it stands, Doctor, the deed has been done, and of course, plus the fact that South Africa also did accuse Israel at the ICJ. But the question now would be, yes, the U.S. government has said right now none of our representatives will be coming to the G20 in Johannesburg. Would that particular decision impact anything in the G20 summit this weekend?
Well, the G20 is already a jamboree, a gathering of shoe shiners.
How do you mean?
Because the most powerful people in the world will be missing. Donald Trump will not be there.
Vladimir Putin will also not be there.
Putin will not be there.
President Xi Jinping will not be there.
Who else?
Well, China and Russia sent their representatives.
But they are not there. That's a very big difference between Donald Trump coming there and Donald Trump sending somebody there. Understand me? So it's going to be just a gathering of shoe and shiners.
So as it stands, Doctor, are you saying that right now, because these three strong men are not there,
and they are also controlling the economy of the world.
Exactly. So again, the question now would be, would this impact negatively on South Africa?
It will impact because the business, the economic discussions that will have happened wouldn't be there. What we are going to see in South Africa is just a poor man, a poor man befriending a poor man. But do you understand me? Because the big powers are not there anymore. Understand? China and United States control over 50% of the world economy. And they are not there. So the representative that were sent was they cannot take the decision that Donald Trump or the Chinese head can take. Understand me?
Okay.
So I'm sure that the champion of China must have said, since Donald Trump is not going to be there, why must I be there? So let me send something.
Doctor, something interesting that Cyril Ramaphosa did say. He did say that, yes, this man would not be there. The U.S. president is also not going to be there. But he insisted that the summit, of course, will go on. And there will be an issuing of joint declaration. Now, let's not also forget that the summit clearly is focusing on easing developing nations' debt burden and, of course, global wealth inequality. Looking at this conversation, Doctor, do you think, as it stands, declarations would be strong with these three men not there?
One, G20 is voluntary.
Okay.
Not compulsory.
Right.
So any declaration cannot be enforced. Do you understand me? Any declaration that they made cannot be enforced. You cannot enforce United States that is to help to relieve any country's debt burden. So the so-called declaration is just like ECOWAS decisions, which doesn't hold any water.
Wow. Okay. I was still going to go on the economic part of this particular absence of these three men. Yes, you said earlier that having not, be physical at the G20 summit clearly is an indication and a major scare. South Africa is looking forward to having strong FDIs even after this particular G20 summit. Should they be anticipating something better after the G20?
There are going to be talks that's at the sideline because the purpose is to increase because it's just about Africa.
Yes.
Understand me? This wealth inequality debt burden is how to improve Africa. Understand? So the issue is they are going there to have meetings that's by the side, and whether things will come out of it, nobody can tell.
All right, then let's move to another conversation, Doctor. Interestingly, as it stands, Amnesty International clearly is saying that what did happen in 2024, 2025 with the Gen Z protests in Kenya clearly is it's against the human rights of the young people. And of course, they've said that over 100 persons did die after police and protesters clashed. Looking at these statements by Amnesty International, you think this would have an impact? Looking at the political landscape of Kenya, who again would be heading to the polls pretty soon.
Well, if it's where elections are free and fair, it's supposed to have an impact. But when elections are being manipulated and both the judiciary and the electoral body are in the pocket that's of the executive, you don't expect anything free. But democracy is for democracy and awareness and also struggle is more developed in Kenya more than Nigeria. Understand? So,
how do you mean, Doctor?
That's to start with. Kenya fought for their independence. We never fight for our own independence.
Well, some will bet to differ, Doctor, on the part of fighting for independence.
Who went to jail in Nigeria for fighting for independence?
Okay.
They have their Bawa there.
Right.
Sure. Which is which they use that to fight the colonial masters.
More like a pure evidence of the battle they had with their colonial masters.
So did we have anything as such? Yeah, our own was just talk, negotiation. So that's why they have more spirit of struggling than us. Understand me?
Okay.
Because they have that history of struggle, history of surviving, which we don't have, and it's still affecting us up to today. So, and if you check, they are more advanced both in technology and other things than we here that call ourselves the giant of Africa.
Doctor, interestingly, President William Ruto did say that yes, we acknowledge that there were some excessive force used, but denied orchestrating any level of harassment and unlawful surveillance. Question on the sideline would be, President Ruto did give an order to security operatives to shoot in the leg protesters who go disrupting and destroying properties within the city. Looking at that particular order, plus the denial of orchestrating harassment and unlawful surveillance, how do we just oppose this, Doctor?
Well, most governments don't take responsibilities. Most governments. And in fairness, when you are protesting, you don't have any right to go on property destruction. It's not part of it.
Okay.
It is not part of it. Because and the real protesters don't go on property destruction.
So in other words, you think that protest was hijacked?
It is the criminal enemies who hide under or the protest do those things. Understand me?
Okay.
Because if or you are fighting for your country, you shouldn't go destroying infrastructure, amenities, which will still require money to build back.
Right.
So it is criminal enemies that go into all those things.
But then, Doctor, looking at the statement of the president to shoot at the leg, isn't that...
no, continue. Shoot at the leg, continue on that statement.
Yes.
Of people who go about
destroying. Yes.
Sure.
But we know how the forces I'm talking about security forces in Africa consistently are built. Let's use Nigeria as a case study, Doctor. If that kind of directive is given, what do you think comes afterward with security operatives?
Well, one, we have ill-treated security officers in Nigeria who naturally like to transfer their aggression on innocent people. So, if such a thing happens that in Nigeria, God forbid, every protester would die.
Well, this is where we have to draw anchor. But I would like your conversation, maybe in 30 seconds. Egypt's planning so hard to become a major automotive manufacturing hub in Africa, with, of course, their new plants in Cairo. What does this signal for you? A country.
Well, I know that Egypt is coming up strongly, like Morocco. Understand?
Okay.
They are coming up strongly, but there's no company, there's no car manufacturing company in the world that manufactures every totality of everything.
Right.
Understand me?
Right.
Both Toyota, Honda, and
so they will still need to collaborate with some other companies.
Sure. So some people can manufacture the engine and then get that windscreen from other companies. And there's no country in the world today. Automobile business is basically a private business.
Okay.
So I don't know how it will fare that if government is behind this.
But do you think this would add up clearly to their economic stability in terms of GDP and all of that? If they successfully get this done right, with 50,000 cars a year?
If it's well managed,
okay,
the economy will go up. Understand? Because Egypt is strategically located in the Middle East. So it's going to be a very big market for the people around that Middle East.
All right, then I would love to want to continue this conversation, but this is where we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment. We've been talking with Dr. Peter Anosike, a seasoned writer right here in Nigeria, an economist and an erudite scholar in economics, finance, government, and of course, a political and public affairs commentator. Once again, thank you so very much, Doctor, for being here.
Thank you for having me.
We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, more stories on the African news will be up next. Please do stay with us. Glad to have you back. It is still the African news right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to more stories. Cervical cancer, a disease that is almost entirely preventable, sadly claims the lives of over 6,000 women annually in South Africa alone. This silent epidemic was the focus of a high-profile panel discussion just before the G20 summit in Johannesburg this weekend, highlighting the urgent need for Africa to innovate and achieve elimination targets. The World Health Organization has set an ambitious 90-90-90 strategy to eliminate the disease globally, which includes 90% HPV vaccination coverage. However, Africa is lagging behind, with nearly 40% of countries yet to introduce the HPV vaccine into their national programs. Still, success stories in places like Rwanda and Botswana after real hope. MSD Managing Director Will Bassman noted that despite South Africa being an early adopter of the vaccine, awareness remains the greatest barrier. He stressed the importance of innovative approaches to health delivery, including the potential involvement of traditional healers. He noted that they were critical to the HIV response and can help educate and refer patients today. Bassman also stressed that prevention isn't just a women's issue, as HPV also causes cancers in men. He pointed to countries like Cameroon and Mauritius, which have adopted gender-neutral vaccination programs, and encouraged the G20 platform to mobilize the political will and financing needed to turn these critical discussions into tangible actions. Moving on, a new UNICEF report reveals a sobering global crisis. More than 19% of children worldwide are living in extreme poverty, surviving on under $3 a day. The problem is overwhelmingly concentrated in two regions, with nearly 90% of these children residing in sub-Saharan Africa and South Asia. The report, which assesses deprivation across 6 areas, including health, education, and nutrition, finds that poverty seriously undermines a child's development. Furthermore, UNICEF warns that cuts in foreign aid could leave 6 million more children out of school by next year, undoing critical progress that has already begun to stall. Meanwhile, it is with great sadness that South Africa says goodbye to a true hero of the struggle for liberation, Sonny Gurjar Singh, who passed away just days before his 87th birthday. From a young age, he joined MK in 1961, taken on dangerous missions against the apartheid regime. He eventually caught and stood trial in the 1963 Pietermaritzburg sabotage trial, spending years in harsh detention at Leeuwhoek prison and Robben Island. Even in those brutal conditions, Sonny and his comrades kept their spirit up and organized political structures inside the prison. After his release, Sonny jumped straight back into ANC underground work, training in Angola and later serving as treasurer in Maputo. He made sure resources were used properly and looked out for his fellow comrades in some very tough conditions. And from that story, we move straight to talking some African business stories. China's Premier Ling Cheng has begun a day 2 visit to Zambia focused on upgrading the historic Tazara railway line. The $1.4 billion project aims to modernize the Cold War era route and strengthen China's access to Zambia's rich deposits of copper and other key minerals. Beijing is a major investor in Zambia's mining sector, and the country has become one of the world's leading copper producers, supplying the metal essential for global electronics manufacturing. The upgraded rail line will improve the flow of minerals to the port of Dar es Salaam in Tanzania. Zambia's President Hakainde Hichilema praised China's long involvement in the project, noting that Beijing partnered with Zambia in the 1970s when southern trade routes were cut off by white minority governments in Rhodesia and South Africa. He said China helped open access to global markets at a critical moment in the country's development. Premier Lee described China and Zambia as close partners and said Beijing wants to deepen cooperation as Zambia recovers from its recent financial crisis. His unusual visit, the first by a Chinese premier in 28 years, comes ahead of his trip to the G20 summit in South Africa. And to wrap up the African news, we'll go straight talking some sports. Amid the ongoing conflicts against armed gangs, the people of Haiti have a huge reason to celebrate. The nation's football team defied tremendous odds to qualify for the FIFA World Cup for the first time in 51 years. They clinched their spot by beating Nicaragua 2-0, thanks also to a draw between Costa Rica and Honduras. For a brief moment, the celebration washed away the country's issues, the violence, the hunger, and the homelessness. This was more than just a win. Haiti wanted to prove that despite the multiple cries weighing the country down, it can still hold its head high on the global stage, just as it has throughout its troubled history. The level of instability is also high that the national coach hasn't even set foot on the island. The team has been forced to train on the island of Kukarao, located about 500 kilometers away. The victory is certainly an inspiration for the youth who are now participating and with renewed energy and dreams of becoming professionals. However, their local coach, Jean-Marcos Estana, is worried about the future of the game back home. He says there are not enough fields and many soccer schools have been destroyed. He is calling on the states to take responsibility and provide support so young people like 14-year-old Lian Tibole can chase their dreams of playing for the national team. Still talking sports, English football club Arsenal FC says it will end its partnership with Visit Rwanda at the end of the season. The tourism brand will no longer appear on the Ghana sleeves after a deal that began in 2018. The original partnership, reportedly worth over $13 million a year, has been controversial. Critics have pointed to Rwanda's human rights record and alleged support for M23 fighters in eastern DR Congo, which Kigali denies. Visit Rwanda says the split is part of a new strategy to expand into markets like the United States. It has signed a deal with the LA Rams basketball team as part of that effort. Arsenal said the partnership helped promote conversation and sustainable tourism. The club thanked Rwanda for supporting its long-term vision to invest in football success and inspire fans to visit the country.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Abuja. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello, and welcome to another edition of Health Check, the program where we discuss key issues that affect our health and well-being, here on Voice of the People television. I'm Praise Peters, and as always, I am delighted to be here with fresh energy and a deep commitment to unpacking health issues in ways that are relevant, real, and empowering. But first, remember you can watch us live on SLTV channel 264 and follow us across all social media platforms at VOP TV Live. Today, we're talking about a skin condition that affects millions of people around the world. And we're talking about scabies. Yes, scabies. It's itchy, uncomfortable, and often misunderstood for other skin reactions. But the good news is it is completely treatable. Well, according to the World Health Organization, scabies affects more than 200 million people worldwide at any given time, making it one of the most common skin conditions globally. It is particularly common in crowded areas and communities with limited access to healthcare, such as hostels, refugee camps, and nursing homes, of course. Well, to help us understand these conditions better, we'll be speaking with a medical expert who will share professional insights and practical tips to guide us through. And today, I'm joined by Dr. Charles Adeogun, who is a public health physician and wellness advocate. And he's here with us again on Health Check. Thank you very much for coming, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
It's nice to have you on the show again.
Same here. Thank
Doctor,
you.
how have you been?
Very well, thank you. How have you been?
Great. Last week, I asked you about one of the things that you practice that you would want the viewers to also practice, and you talked about sleep. So, Doctor, have you been having enough sleep lately, knowing that your profession is very wonderful?
Well, in the last 1 week, I would say I've not had enough sleep, but I'm trying to work on that.
Okay. Well, I can say that's the same for some of Nigerians as well that are struggling with, stress, health, traffic, all of those things.
Yeah.
So it is well, everyone just please take care of your health, because that's what we do here on our VOP TV. We help you pay attention to your health, of course. So today we're talking about scabies, and we want to just understand, because scabies is usually misunderstood, if you would agree with me, for other skin reactions, because I understand that scabies is a skin infection and all that. All right, so what exactly causes scabies and how does it spread from one person to the other?
Okay, scabies is a dermatological condition. That's a skin condition that is transmitted through skin-to-skin contact between people. It is highly contagious, and the main causative factor is a mite called Sarcoptes scabi. That's the name. So it finds its way into the skin and then causes this intense itching that occurs particularly at night. And the areas of the body that are most affected include areas like between the fingers, the wrists, the elbow, in some cases the buttock area, the waistline.
Oh, wow.
And when this happens, there's intense itching, and then you may have a rash, like a bump-like reddish rash, that is really very, very itchy. And then you find it, like you said, it's typically described as very distressing and very uncomfortable for people that suffer from it. And it is usually found in places where people have poor hygiene, or they have limited access to water, and of course that affects the level of their hygiene. Then it's also common in places where you have overcrowding, like the refugee camps, like boarding schools or hostels, even in the prisons. It's really, really, you have a high prevalence of it in the prisons where, people are, in large numbers in a confined space. And because of the close proximity they are with each other, it's easily transmissible. Yeah, because of the nature of the infectivity of the condition. So basically, when people have this, typically there's the itchy and the skin and the scratching and all that. And they may even have excoriations from the intense itching. You find out that you can see the scratch marks, on those areas. Could really, really be intense. And most times people may mistake it for other things, like you rightly said. Some people, especially in areas like Nigeria, where people self-diagnose themselves,
That's very funny.
You will hear people giving it all sorts of names.
Self-diagnose themselves.
Yes,
I love that.
Because that's how it is. Because most times in the hospital, you find people approaching the doctor and they already...
They'll even tell you,
exactly
doctor,
what they
it's
have.
just malaria.
Exactly. They will tell you what they have already. So they've already diagnosed themselves even before a physician, listens to them or examines them or orders for any test. So they already know what they want from you. So it now takes a very good professional to let them know that you don't diagnose yourself.
Yeah.
Just let me listen to your complaints. Leave it to me to now find out what the problems are. Let me have my examination done. Let me order my investigations. And then I'll be able to make quality decisions on what you really have besides diagnosis. So basically the same applies to scabies. So when people come with the itchiness and then the rash on the skin and then the intense itching, that is what's at night, because there are these spaces in between the webs of the fingers, the tick may find its way and form burrows into those areas. And the itchiness is out of this world. Yes, it's intense. So you find that a lot of people who have been going for prison outreaches, for instance, like churches that go for prison outreaches, they find out that most of the complaints or concerns that people in the prisons have is related to scabies and other skin infections. So that's why a lot of people, when they are preparing to visit the prisons, they always go with hygienic materials, things for hygiene.
Hand sanitizers,
soaps, sponge, towels, because these are the things that, people really need to make sure that their skin health is maintained. Yeah, and then, of course, the access to water, to potable water, is very, very important to mention here.
I am really, really interested in the proper hygiene part, because I feel like a lot of people really lack proper hygiene.
Absolutely.
And it's not only limited to resources that they are, that is available at their disposal. Just personally, they just lack how to take good care of themselves and their surroundings. So can you throw more light to that as to how proper hygiene could be a major cause of scabies?
Because when it comes to hygiene and grooming, I think it's something that should be instilled in a child from the earliest age. Your parents should watch you, have your bath by yourself. By the time you're becoming
even when they do, laziness could also come into play.
Well, the truth of the matter is that is where discipline comes in. When you can't take care of your own self, then how do you take care of other people around you? How do you take care of your environment?
Exactly.
When you're at a loss at what to do to take care of your own body. So it's important that parents, part of the normal upbringing of a child, apart from the morals and knowing how to be cautious and respectful, is also how to learn to take good care of yourself.
Definitely.
And appear clean all the time. And when we're talking of cleanliness, we're not talking of just cleanliness of your skin alone. Your clothes, your beddings, your towels, all your personal effects, everything must be properly done. Laundry done when it should be done, and your environment kept as clean as possible. Because these are the things that, if parents fail at this, then it's a major failure. Because if they don't learn how to do it at home, then do you expect them to learn it when they're in school, when they're
all by themselves,
when they are all by themselves? So I think really, when it comes to parental upbringing of children, like they say, charity begins at home. You cannot expect the school to give to your child what you have failed to give your child at home.
Definitely.
So I believe that hygiene is something that should be enforced. when a child is in infancy, of course, you would have to do all the hygiene yourself as the responsible adult around. But by the time the child is growing and becoming a bit independent, you should teach the child how to brush their teeth properly. You should teach the child how to have a proper bath. You should teach a child how to use the toilet and clean up properly. You should teach a child how to change their clothes. You should teach a child how to do their laundry, even how to wash their own plates.
Definitely.
These are basic stuff that, that live with a child for the rest of their life. So if you miss it at those formative years where they're expected to learn from you who is the responsible adult in their lives, then it will be a major failure in the long run. And as for the boarding schools, the hostels, the prisons, and places where you have a lot of people.
Yeah, especially the prisons, because they almost cannot help themselves.
Yeah, they almost cannot help themselves. So that is why, systems must be in place to make sure that everything they need to take care of their hygiene must be provided.
All right, so this is a message to the government.
Of course, water, spacing out. You don't need overcrowding. You need decent spaces between inmates. And then you need decent spaces, even in the hostels. You don't need people to be clumped up together like sardines. People need good space, so that there's good ventilation, and then people have their own personal effects. And you don't need to intrude on another person's privacy just because you want to get things done. You don't need to bump into each other in a very small, limited, restricted space. So all these are very essential things that we can, put in place, because it's skin-to-skin contact. There's no how you relate with other people and you will not have some fully ventilated, that there's no water, there's no adequate soap or personal hygiene effects. It becomes a problem, and then it becomes almost like an epidemic, or the outbreak of scabies in such locations.
All right. So, what exactly about proper hygiene is really important in the course of this particular disease? Is it that there are insects that could cause this because of dirt and all of that? Can you just break that down so that we can understand from where this whole proper hygiene has to come from in this disease?
So the mite that is implicated in scabies actually finds its way into the skin. And once it burrows its way into the skin, it sets up some kind of allergic reactions that results in the intense itching. And then it causes irritation in the skin, and you have the rash and those pruritic lesions that we talked about. But the important thing to do is, first and foremost, you must make sure that you have a decent bath. You know how to...
Decent bath.
Yeah, you know how to bath yourself properly.
Shouldn't we do a lecture on how to bathe?
Yeah, maybe in some cases, because sometimes you even watch.
Nobody tends to inspect you in the bathroom, so you just do whatever you like and come outside.
Correct.
So how are we sure that you were bathing
Correct.
properly?
That is why some people, when they say they're coming out of the bathroom, you look at them and you ask,
"Are you sure you took your bath?
Are you sure you were not just playing in there? Are you sure you did anything in there?" Because by the time they come out, you expect that somebody who has had a proper bath should look a certain way.
Yeah.
And then you should also, for children who are in their, still very young, you can actually do some random inspection. And then you take a look at their skin from time to time. Is there any unusual rash? Is there any unusual itching? So when you see a child putting his hands in his shorts and scratching something, you better investigate and find out. Or you find a child having marks, nail marks, scratch marks all over their bodies. It's something to investigate. It may not be scabies all the time. Sometimes it could be due to another kind of allergy. You can also have other skin problems that can make you itch. Or you could also have some drug reactions that can make you itch. But for scabies, the itching is quite intense, and you would know that.
That's why it's good for a doctor to diagnose this by himself.
And the parents or the older people around, in terms of if it's a child, they should be very observant, and they should know when a child is having some concerns, because sometimes the child will not talk to you about it, but it's what you observe that you're going to act on. And then you take the child for proper examination. So some investigations are done to actually confirm the diagnosis. Most times it's a clinical diagnosis. Once you see the presenting symptoms and you see how the child has presented, typically after infection, it takes about 2 to 6 weeks for you to see the manifestation, on the skin of the person. But for most people, or most doctors, just a physical examination is enough to make the diagnosis, because of the particular areas where the infection is usually focused on mostly. And then, of course, you now look at all that scenario around the history that you have taken. Do they live in an overcrowded place? Is there poor quality? Is there no access to water? Are their hygienic practices there faulty? You know, is the person living in a hostel? Is the person in a refugee camp and all that? So you can see that it is more common amongst a certain group of people than other certain groups of people. So for most people, it's usually people of lower socioeconomic class or people who are in confinement.
In confinement. When you were talking about bathing, it occurred to me that we should also talk about the amount of times we should have a proper bath in a day. So once or twice daily. I want you to just talk about that.
That's depends on multiple factors. Some people sweat more than other people. Some people, of course, we that live in the tropics, our climate is hot, you sweat a lot. So if you know that you are somebody who tends to sweat a lot or your kids tend to sweat a lot, well, they should probably have their bath twice a day. Because even your normal sweat, once it stays on the skin for so long, tends to irritate the skin and causes some form of reaction on the skin. And you may find people having the heat rash or atopic dermatitis or any type of skin irritation, which is usually uncomfortable even for a child. And for children in their infancy who can't communicate, you just find them crying or being irritable, and you can't really find out why they are crying or why they're having that problem. That's why you as the adult or as the parent must be observant and find out if there's any new rash or anything generally that is appearing newly on the child that is making the child uncomfortable. And then I think it's important to also emphasize on washing your towels, washing your bed sheets.
Oh my God, you just read my mind, like you took it out of my mind. I was going to talk about it. Towels, we only use them when you just take our baths and then you just spread them, they get dry. The next day you do the same thing. And some people don't even wash this. They just forget. We don't wear it. It doesn't get dirty.
And nobody
so please,
sees
let's talk about
right?
it. And let's also talk about beddings too.
Beddings, your
changing of the pillowcases.
Yeah,
please, we should talk about
very
it.
important. So you need to do your beddings very regularly. Your laundry must be done frequently.
So how often?
Very often. Maybe weekly if you can. It's very important. And then because of the sensitivity certain people have, they react to certain detergents. So when you're doing your laundry, you should just make sure that it's all the things you use in doing your laundry are things that you're already used to. In case you start using a new detergent, you may start having a new kind of rash or an irritation that you don't know where it's coming from. I remember I've had a couple of patients that started having some skin irritation and they didn't know where it was coming from. And it would just take the shape of where the shirt covers. The neck, up to half of the neck where the collar gets to, up to the sleeves, up to the trunk and the back. And you're wondering, where is it coming from? And it's not affecting any other parts of your body. So definitely it's not a systemic problem. It's not in your blood. Your blood gets everywhere. So, but why is it cutting out just your shirt pattern? And then you now ask the patient, so how do you do your laundry? And the person tells you, I use these dry cleaners. And then you now ask them, are they new? Say, yes, they are new. I was using somewhere else, but now I'm using a new place. It's probably the new detergents they are using for you. And when the person went back to where he was using before, everything stopped even without a treatment.
Can you imagine?
So you know now that even
we
sometimes...
have to be really observant.
Yes, because some people have very sensitive skin. And some people even are sensitive to certain types of skincare products too. The kind of soap, the kind of makeup, can make them break out or give them some kind of rash that they didn't used to have before. So people should be careful when they're making choices of skincare products, especially when they have sensitive skin and they know they are prone to developing some kind of skin problems. You have specialists called dermatologists. That's a branch of medicine dedicated to skin and skin problems. They are very much available. If you have any skin concerns, those are the people to get to see.
It's funny how people just go to the vendors, like people that sell the skin products. Like, well, what is good for this particular thing? And it just assume that they will be the ones to give them the best prescription.
But it's also important for us to note here that we have also heard some very funny things, like people mix creams together. Like, when I heard that, I was in shock that you actually mix products together. These are products that have their own components. And when you mix things together, you form a new compound altogether. And you don't know if what you have mixed together now, even if they were as separate components, if they were fine for you, but now that they are mixed up and they form a new compound, the new compound may not be safe for you. And not to talk of people who now go into the skin lightening and bleaching and the hydroquinones and all that.
Very wonderful.
So it's important that we know exactly what we apply on our skin and where to go should a skin problem arise.
All right. So let's shift the focus back to scabies. So you talked about scabies being very intense at night. Why is that?
Well, because most times the insects, that's probably when they lay their eggs. And you can imagine something laying eggs in your skin. That's kind of disgusting. So they are multiplying in there and that gives, and your body reacts to it because they laying eggs under your skin. Your body sends a kind of reaction, that gives you that itching, because it's an allergic reaction to what is happening in your skin that shouldn't be there. So these are foreign invaders that enter your skin, that find their way into your skin, through all the factors that we mentioned earlier. But it's important that everybody everywhere should pay attention to their hygiene levels and don't share clothes, don't share personal effects like your towels, don't share personal effects like your underwears, and don't share personal effects. Of course, you don't share. I don't think anybody shares their toothbrush. I don't know. But you never can tell.
I don't know. I don't think we should go there. Let's not go there, please, because some things will just shock you now. So let's talk about the signs. So when people are, already having this skin condition, what are the early signs that you should pay attention to before it escalates?
Okay, they should pay attention to a new rash. They should pay attention to intense itching. They should pay attention to the webs of the fingers in the hands, and then around the buttock area, around the thighs and the buttock area. Those are special areas they should pay attention to. And then ultimately, it is diagnosed as a clinical symptom, like I said. It's sometimes clear to the doctor that this is scabies, but some other times you may need to do some skin scraping tests, where they do a skin scraping and then they find the eggs of the tick there. Yeah. So that's ultimately confirms the diagnosis.
All right. So these scabies, I'd like to know, how can we tell the difference between scabies and skin reactions like eczema or other allergies? How can we tell the difference, knowing that everything still boils down to the skin?
Well, there are a number of skin reactions or different conditions that can give you a skin allergy or a skin rash. Like we said, if it's a heat rash, you would notice it's just going to be numerous on your skin and it may just be generalized, or it may be limited to areas where, are covered. Yes, places where, your clothes cover, because that's where you sweat, and then sweat gets trapped under your clothes and then irritates your skin and all that. Then in some other cases, if it's eczema is usually scaly and dry. And then, it can leave some kind of patches. Eczema is not raised. It's not, you can't feel it. Like if you touch your skin, you're not going to feel any rough areas. It's just still going to remain flat. But you're going to see that some areas look drier than usual and a bit flaky and may look, a bit discolored from the normal skin complexion.
Color, yeah.
So you would know that, okay, this is probably eczema. Then you also have some other reactions that are drug reactions. When people take some medications, they react to certain drugs, and then you find that this is more generalized because the child is just covered in a rash that was not there before. And you can trace the onset of that rash to when they started a new medication. Or you can trace the onset of the rash to when they ate a new food or when they made a trip somewhere. So you can know that this is an allergic reaction. And then sometimes you may even have contact dermatitis, where you touch something, maybe a chemical, based on the kind of job you do or your occupation or whatever. You come in contact with some irritants, and then you find out that the exact areas of your body that came in contact with that chemical is where it's affected. So it just tells you that this is contact. It has to do with something touching you and then your body having that allergic reaction. But for scabies, the itching that we call pruritus is the main diagnostic feature.
Pruritus.
Yeah, that's the medical term for intense itching. So that tells you that you're dealing with something that scabies should rank high in your differential diagnosis. So basically, It's something that can actually affect any age group depending on where you find yourself.
I was going to ask if it is limited to a certain age group or
No,
if the reaction is the same for all
so it doesn't have
ages.
it doesn't have predilection for gender or age or anything. Any age group or any gender can be affected depending on where you find yourself and your level of hygiene. So the personal effect, the beddings, the towels, the clothes, you should make sure that you do your laundry, you dry them properly. And another thing is
ventilation.
Yeah, proper ventilation. I think we've mentioned this before the program, and then we want to make sure that you keep your environment as clean as possible. Those are all the essentials that you need to keep it at bay, because without that, you would always shake someone, you'd always come in contact with someone. And it's important for us to mention that for scabies in particular, if any member of the household is infected, everybody should be on guard, because
exactly, it is highly contagious. So how can that happen?
Because it's from skin to skin contact.
Yeah. I'm asking, how can they be on guard?
They can be on guard by making sure that they do not share, personal effects with the person. They keep a safe distance from the person, and then ultimately they themselves too can start using some of the topical treatments that we normally recommend for scabies in case that they're seeing anything that looks like it's coming on them. So basically it's more of prevention than actually waiting for it to happen to you, because once somebody around you that is in close proximity to you has it, it's just a matter of time before it spreads very quickly.
Wow.
So in boarding schools, it can actually, there can be a breakout of it. But
it's not like if someone with scabies is here right now, just by staying close to the person, you can contact it.
It has to be skin-to-skin contact.
Okay.
Which would normally happen with kids, even adults.
Yeah.
Once you're interacting with people, there's no way you can continuously stay away from them.
Actually.
Unless you stay in cubicles and you have a confined space for each person, which is not
not
feasible.
possible.
Exactly. So it's very important that everybody knows that when somebody is infected, the treatment should be aggressive and making sure that you limit access or restricted access to that person.
So you mentioned something about sensitive skins. I've met people with sensitive skins, like highly sensitive skin. And the little thing, like the very smallest thing, can just cause a skin reaction. Now, when people like this easily get skin reactions, how can they now differentiate what exactly is happening to them?
Well, some people have allergies, and that is their genetic makeup. It is not an illness, but that is just how they are wired. So they're a bit more sensitive than the general population. So they are hypersensitive to certain things around them. Some, it could be sensitivity to certain foods. Some, it could be sensitivity to certain chemicals.
Exactly.
Yeah, so some, it could be sensitivity to something in the environment. And other people, when placed in the same conditions, don't have any issues at all. So that's what distinguishes them. It's just for them to know they're a bit different and to watch out for what their triggers are. So over time, you identify your triggers as, okay, this is what I react to. I know that if I stay away from this thing would stop, but if I go back to this thing comes back on. So you just watch the trend of things and keep a diary of those things and know that, okay, since I'm a bit different from other people, when I see them eating this, I stay off. Or when I see them using this product.
So basically self-awareness.
Self-awareness, and then making sure that you go to see a dermatologist.
Regularly.
Because you are a dermatological patient. Because that means that you need to often visit the dermatologist so that a skin assessment is done. And when you do have a flare, which you would be having from time to time, the dermatologist would know what to do to quell the infection, to quell the allergy or the reaction, and will give you the simplest of products to use. So that means you are not a candidate for, you go online and see any product and just choose one, just because it looks fanciful or you like the fragrance or people have written good comments or remarks about it. You have to be intentional about everything you use, and you have to run it by a professional to be sure that it's safe for you to use.
When you were talking, it just occurred to me that people actually visit the medical doctor for everything.
Absolutely.
And they don't understand that they are specialists, right? So we have to reiterate the fact that they are specialists for different kinds of conditions.
Absolutely, yes. So for different conditions, as you have different systems in the body, digestive system, your circulatory system, your excretory system, your central nervous system, you also have specialists across those systems. So that is why it is kind of compartmentalized, so that you have specialists for different systems, so that when anything happens, these are people that see only cases relating to that system.
Exactly. So
and
they are most knowledgeable
because they've seen thousands and thousands of people with that condition, and they are able to manage it effectively. So your case won't be any new thing to them. So those are the best people to see.
All right, it has been a very interesting conversation, and one of the things we've been able to establish so far is the fact that self-awareness is very important. And please pay attention, pay close observation to your children, your surroundings, and even to yourselves. But right about now, we'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll be talking about the treatments. Please stay tuned. Welcome back to Health Check on Voice of the People Television. I'm still Praise Spiritus, your host, and I'm still with Dr. Charles Adiogun. We are discussing on the topic of scabies, a skin reaction, a skin infection, I beg your pardon. And we've been able to establish the causes and how that you should take good care of your surroundings. Proper hygiene, very, very important. But you know, we cannot talk about all of these without talking about the treatment options made available for this particular disease. So, Dr. Charles Adiogun, thank you very much for staying till this time. So, we're talking about the treatments now. So, what treatment options are made available and how effective are they?
Well, scabies is quite treatable, and like we always say, once you see something, do something about it. You know, there are medications that are quite effective that are available. We have some of them like permethrin, we have benzyl benzoate, and then we also have antihistamines, which, you know, everybody knows antihistamines are for allergic reactions, and they help to reduce the intensity of the itching. You know, so some of these come as creams or ointments, you know, and they've been very useful. And then you have some sulfur ointments, some sulfur compounds too that have been found to be very effective in reducing the intensity of the itch and giving relief to people that have this. And ultimately, it's important to note that when you have scabies, it's not something that you have it one time and then you are immune to it for the rest of your life.
Wow. So it's possible it comes back?
Yes, you can always get it back, you know, if the same conditions that brought it up in the first place, you know, comes to
So
play
it's even
again.
important to know what caused it for you so that you can know how best to prevent it.
And usually it's not difficult because, like we said, hygiene always plays a role. The accessibility to water plays a role. And then, of course, overcrowding and then overpopulated places or confinements are particularly at risk.
All right, so are there home remedies or we should stick to medical prescriptions?
Please always stick to medical prescriptions, and please do not prescribe for yourself. Self-medication is absolutely no. So go to see your doctor.
Don't self-diagnose, don't self-medicate.
So if you have any medical condition as small as itching, you may always self-diagnose and say, oh, it's just a little rash. But what kind of rash is it? If you're dealing with a child, you could have measles. How would you know if it is measles? How would you know if it is chicken pox? These are all skin manifestations. How would you know if somebody has rubella infection? How would you know if somebody has atopic dermatitis? There are all sorts of skin problems that people have that it is only a medical professional that can differentiate them. And the method of treatment of each of these conditions are completely different. So you cannot go wrong going to see a medical practitioner. And if you see a medical practitioner, the medical practitioner deems it fit to refer you to a dermatologist, then you should go to see a dermatologist, because the dermatologist would now probably do some skin scraping or do some other investigation to actually nail what your diagnosis is precisely and be able to give you the right treatment you require to manage the condition.
All right, so let's talk about the mites. Now, those insects that you talked about, the mites. So how can we get rid of them?
Making sure that, your beddings, your mattress, they're properly cleaned up. And then for people who live in areas where there's a lot of moisture and dampness in the mattress and all that, different people have been on the mattress over time, or different people are using the mattress, like in hotels and all that, all those kind of places, you need to be changing that often. And then you need to make sure that you can do some spraying, using insecticides, using some fumigation and all that. All those from time to time would really be helpful. And then you make sure that in places like hotels, the towels and the personal effects in the bathrooms are changed, making sure that each person that comes in, each visitor that comes in has their own unit and package of towels and personal effects, and they don't need to use something that somebody else has used before.
Exactly. So these people should be really aware.
Really, really aware. Otherwise, you just have a spread of this from person to person, and before you know it, it can affect practically everybody around. So it's very essential that all these systems are put in place and they are strictly adhered to.
All right. So how about the treatment options? How long does it take for them to take effect? At what point should people with this particular disease start to feel relief?
Well, when it comes to efficacy of treatments, it's not written in stone. It varies from person to person. But by the time you start your antihistamines, by the time you start the benzoate or your sulfur ointment, you should start feeling some significant relief within the first week of treatment. But of course, you have to continue treatment for you to have an absolute relief of the entire problem, because for some people their relief comes faster than others. So just like you have a sample of a population sample, people are on treatment, the response to treatment varies from person to person because it's multifactorial.
All right. So we've talked about hotels and how that the people in charge should make sure that they understand the dynamics of personal hygiene. We've talked about personally how we should be very conscious of our, environmental hygiene and all of that. Now let's talk about schools, because these children cannot help themselves. They're still very little and they don't know much. So what do you recommend that schools do to help prevent the spread of cases like this?
Well, it's important that aside from the school teaching academics, they can also, emphasize on good grooming and hygiene, and then making sure that there are practical examples.
Exactly, so that it's not just on paper.
It's not just on
paper. Is it good to brush your teeth? Yes,
exactly.
And you don't do it.
How many times do we have our bath? Let somebody demonstrate how this is done.
Exactly.
Let an adult, because
I think children even relate more with practical than
of course,
theory.
because they're very visual. Whatever they see, they learn. The visuals are a very important aspect of learning for children. You can't tell a child what he can't see. He can't appreciate it. But show him the colors, he'll be able to identify the colors, Sing a song to him, he'll be able to recall the song. So hearing and visuals, so very, very essential. So sometimes I find out that even some kids don't know how to wash their hands properly. Because if you tell them, let me watch you wash your hands, you just see them fondling with the soap and just wasting water and all that. But when an adult has taken time to actually demonstrate properly how these things are done, they're able to learn and they're able to reproduce exactly what you've done. So good grooming, hygiene, emphasis on hygiene in the school is very important. So it is done both at home and in school. And then the school can also make sure that the living environments for students who are in the boarding house is very conducive. And then making sure that their mattresses, their beddings, if they're going to be doing their laundry themselves, it should be monitored by an adult. If the school is doing the laundry, then special attention is made towards ensuring that it's done regularly and appropriately. And then making sure that their personal effects, the towels, the clothes, very, very important, they are handled with utmost care. Because that's the only way you can keep it at bay. And if they find out any child has it, that child should be sent home and properly treated before
be
resuming
sent
back
home.
Yeah.
Exactly. We should really emphasize
Yeah,
that.
be sent home, not as a punishment,
Yes, but just to take good care of themselves and to
curb
protect the other children.
Yes, just to curb the spread of the condition amongst other people. Keeping in mind how contagious it is.
All right, so we're moving on the first link. So finally, what advice would you give to anyone who may be embarrassed because, itching in public and all of that, they might want to hide it and all of that. So what advice would you give to people that are embarrassed or afraid to seek treatment for scabies?
Well, I don't think there's anything to be embarrassed about. And I don't think you can even hide that kind of itching, to be honest.
Okay.
You may not be able. You may not be able to hide it because it could really be very uncomfortable.
Yes.
But for you to be ashamed to see a medical professional, I would not. I find it hard to understand why. Because there is no condition you want to tell the doctor he probably has never heard about.
Except the doctor is lacking emotional intelligence, or what do we call this now?
Well, it's not. It's not even. I won't even say emotional intelligence.
I actually get that kind of complaint sometimes. Oh, I don't like visiting that doctor again because that particular doctor, I told him what happened to me.
Okay.
And he's judging me. He's looking at me like, and all of that. It may really.
Well, that has multiple responses because for some people they misinterpret the doctor sometimes. So because you can't read anybody's mind accurately. So when you say somebody's looking at you somehow, how are you 100% sure that what your assumption is correct? You may have misread the doctor. You don't know the doctor so closely. So that may be, you may actually be the one judging wrongly, number one. Then number two, if you actually think that, which I know is very unprofessional, no well-trained doctor is going to hear your complaints and laugh at you or make jest of the condition. Nobody's going to do that because that is against the ethics. Because you have to show empathy as a professional and you need to know that this person has come to you for care and you should, address it, in a confidential manner and in a way that the person does not feel judged. The person feels at ease talking to you and the person knows that you're giving them the best care possible. So I think basically nobody should feel embarrassed about any condition, even aside scabies. There is absolutely no condition, be it physical, mental, or emotional, whatever condition it is that affects a human, that you stand in front or you sit in front of a medical professional that you should be ashamed of. You need help. That is why you're going, and that is why they are there.
Yes.
They are trained to be there to help you. So under no circumstance should you feel, out of place or uncomfortable. So I think people too should work on their minds that when you're approaching a medical professional, just know he's there to help you. Just know he's there to patiently listen to you. And he's non-judgmental. He is empathetic. He's a good listener. And he's there to give you the right guidance towards your recovery. So you being ashamed and withholding information will be to your own detriment at the end of the day because he only works with the information you give him. You don't give out that information, they don't practice witchcraft. So they won't know what you don't tell them. So it's very essential that you open up your, your mind, when you're seeing a doctor, keep an open mind and be rest assured you're speaking with a professional, unless now we now have to qualify the kind of doctor. When people say doctor now, is it really a doctor or just anybody that you're just giving the title to? But if it's a licensed medical practitioner, you have nothing to fear. You can be at peace and open up.
All right, coming from a very reliable source, a medical doctor himself, you are safe, completely safe with the medical professionals. So please make sure that you pay attention to your health, self-awareness, observance, and all of that. So a very big thank you to Dr. Charles Adioko, who is a public health physician and wellness advocate. Thank you so much, doctor, for your insightful contribution.
Thank you for having me.
You're most welcome. And so to our viewers, remember that scabies isn't something to be ashamed of. It's a common infection that can happen to anyone. So early detection, proper treatment, and hygiene are the keys to staying healthy. Don't be afraid to speak up, seek help, and make your health and total well-being a priority. I am Praise Peters, and this has been Health Check. We'll see you next week, but until then, stay safe, stay healthy, and stay alive.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden, or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you now want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. At VOP TV.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibanichuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelhon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the Atlas.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV.
Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The Nigerian Tourism Development Authority says domestic tourism remains one of the most reliable pathways to economic growth and job creation across the country. The authority is collaborating with the communities and festival organizers to repackage cultural content for both local and international audience.
The DG is really concerned and he's reaching out to the owners of destinations like Odi. Odi Festival belongs to the Odi people of Bayelsa State. So he's not sitting on his table in Abuja alone. He's reaching out and encouraging, destination owners like our cultural content, our tourism sites, by helping them to reach out for greater and wider audience. To the least akara fryer by the roadside, the tourism economic value chain drops on everyone. The transporter, a time will come, people will need to leave their houses for guests. And if I leave my house for 2-3 days for people to stay, or 7 days, I'll surely gain out of it. It is to this level that Mr. Olawa control the NTD is looking at Odi Festival. Not the way it was before. It sure will not be like that again from next year. The transporter will gain out of it. The market woman will gain out of it. Food sellers will gain out of it. Nightclubs will do better. So at the end of the day, it will be a win-win for the host community.
The NDTA says it's providing technical support to event organizers nationwide with staff designated to help communities plan and manage tourism activities effectively.
We are people that are, fun-loving, peace-loving, industrious, productive, well-educated set of people. So we celebrate, that's our history. We celebrate our heritage. We celebrate our oneness, in love and in tourism. Well, the people are known for hospitality. The people are known for creativity. So the festival, almost all the activities the cultural activities that we celebrate in the festival are creative, activities. So Odi has become the tourism hub of the Niger Delta because of the nature of the people, hospitable. And let me add that during the period of the celebration, if you go to Odi, you don't need to know anybody. The people are welcoming. So you just walk into any household. The people are, if I expecting people to be to visit them, So they welcome you, accommodate you, feed you, and sometimes even give you money to spend for the period of the festival. Let us see how we can, with what we have done, the beauty, the packaging that we have done. Let the world come. Let us package it, and make it a global event. So that is why, and of course, the people cannot do it alone. They have been doing it in the past. For the 68 years of its existence, we have been doing it in the past. Let us see how we can bring the world, bring corporate bodies, bring brands, bring organizations to properly package this festival and make it a real tourism event, an international event. That's why we are here.
Speakers at the forum urged private brands and banks to invest in community tourism, saying such involvement would grow local economies and improve living standard.
Look at the United States of America. Moving from one, say from New York to Florida to the beach, they travel within America and is generating a whole lot of money, such that some communities in America are getting tax rebates because of the tourism that their community generates. So tourism is not something that happens by accident. It's usually a deliberate effort. We have more population than Morocco. We can make way more income than Morocco makes from tourism. Unfortunately, Morocco is the most visited country in Africa, as far as tourism is concerned.
With new strategies and stronger partnership, the Nigerian Tourism Development Authority says domestic tourism will play a greater role in driving inclusive growth and national development. I am Onyeka Ogolo reporting for VOP TV.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Behind every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
That matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
All right, welcome on board. Yes, it is TGIF, and sincerely, I just have to report my team member to you. Okay, so I don't know what they're celebrating, but these guys have actually been engaging me. Okay, so thank God it's Friday. Hopefully, as soon as we're done with this show, they'll be taking me somewhere. Otherwise, it will be a very serious conversation. All right, welcome to the program, Where There's People's Voice on VOP TV, where season stories shape the narrative. And of course, today we'll be dissecting a major story that is dominating the headlines and sparking conversation across the nation. It's quite unfortunate that we have different situations and different issues, piling up over time. Now it's very difficult for us to wake up, into a new day without not hearing a particular, news that might actually, maybe in one way ruin our day or give us a particular concern. Okay, so sincerely, it's been a roller coaster, a week for us, and I believe what I'm talking about. And this brings us to this particular conversation that we'll be talking about today. And the question is all over the country as we speak: is Nigeria losing control over its security? It's quite a very serious conversation, which I believe we should all dissect together. And of course, to join the conversation with experts inside the citizen perspective, I'd like you to share your thoughts with us. I am Savior Udo. And of course, let's look into other news stories with details. Nnamdi Kanu's conviction, a step closer to freedom. Despite Nnamdi Kanu's conviction by the Abuja High Court, Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Benjamin Kalu, believes all hope is not lost for the IPOB leader freedom. Okay, according to Kalu, a political solution is on the way to secure Kanu's release. And President Bola Tinubu is expected to play a key role in the process. Kalu stated that court ruling has paved the way for exploring political solutions to secure Kanu's release. The Deputy Speaker expressed confidence that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu will listen to the pleas of Igbo leaders and intervene in the matter. Kalu urged the people of the Southeast and all Nigerians to remain calm, assuring them that all hope is not lost for Kanu's freedom. And of course, in that same light, IPOB questions legal basis of Nnamdi Kanu's ruling. Okay, the indigenous people of Biafra has asked Justice James Omotosho of the Federal High Court in Abuja to clarify the legal provision behind his ruling convicting Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. IPOB argues that the court's decision raises constitutional concerns and questions the legal basis for the conviction. All right, and away from that particular one, Tinubu prioritizes child welfare amid security threats. This particular one is coming up from Senator Abubakar Bagudu, who actually said this at the United Nations Children Fund, Children's Day celebration in Abuja. Bagudu assures that the president is focused on long-term investment and will shape the development of Nigerian children. And of course, we're still talking about this particular security situation and insecurity situation in Nigeria. Katsina local government signed peace accord with bandits amid renewed attacks. 20 out of 34 local government areas in Katsina have signed a peace accord with bandits despite ongoing attack in some communities. The agreement was reached during a meeting between council chairmen, traditional rulers and bandits who demanded the release of their detained colleagues in exchange for freeing captives. How did we get here? And of course, away from this particular one, Tinubu sends Matawale to Kebbi over schoolgirls' abduction. President Bola Tinubu has ordered the Minister of State for Defense, Bello Matawale, to relocate to Kebbi State to oversee security operations aimed at rescuing 24 abducted schoolgirls. The students were kidnapped from the government girls' comprehensive secondary school in Maga town, Kebbi State, on Monday. One student escaped, leaving 24 girls in captivity. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 090447320605, 090447320605. Follow us on social media at VOPTV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOPTV. On YouTube, we're Voice of the People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and of course, together we can make our voices heard. It's time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be talking about this conversation. Is Nigeria losing control of its security? You don't go nowhere, station, please. I'll be right back.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
All right, welcome back to the program at Still People's Voice on Voice of the People TV. Nigeria's security crisis continues to worsen with widespread attacks and kidnappings across the country. Recent incidents have raised concerns about the government's ability to protect its citizens. And of course, let me take you through the journey of recent attacks. Gunmen kidnapped 52 students from St. Mary's School in Papri Community, Agwara local government area in Niger State. The actual number of abducted students is still being verified. Government attacked Government Girls Comprehensive Secondary School in Kebbi State, of course, killing the vice principal and adopting 25 schoolgirls. The attack arrived the attackers arrived on motorcycles, exchanging fires with police before escaping with the students. And of course, armed assailant attacked a church in Eruku, Kwara State, killing at least 2 worshippers and adopting several others. The incident has deepened public concerns about the safety of places of worship. And of course, over 150 people were reportedly killed in Yewata community, Guma local government in Benue State, in recent attack. And of course, our survivors described the incident as a massacre, with many bodies still unburied. Bandits killed 6 people and kidnapped 2 others in Jagaba community, Bakore local government area in Katsina State. Suspected Fulani militants destroyed over 60 farmland in Rayom community, Rayom local government area in Plateau State, leaving many without a source of livelihood. As the security situation continues to deteriorate, many Nigerians are questioning the government's ability to protect them. With widespread attack and kidnappings, the country is facing a severe crisis that requires urgent attention and action. All right, we're now being joined by Chief Peter Ame, a former national chairman IPAC, political economist, political party management strategist, governance policy and development analyst. Good afternoon to you, Chief Peter. Chief Peter, can you hear me? Good afternoon. Please unmute your mic. Okay, I believe Chief Peter would be joining in again. All right, we also have Comrade Ejimakor Splendor, 2023 Labour Party governorship candidate of Ebonyi State. Good afternoon to you, Comrade.
Good afternoon, Sergio. Good afternoon, Via.
You're welcome on board. Comrade, I decided to take us through that particular journey of the recent cases as regards to the security situation in Nigeria. And it's so sad that we can go on and on and on. I'm yet to confirm the situation in Nasarawa, to be precise. We heard that there was another attack in Nasarawa school as of today, but we're yet to confirm that particular situation first, and to confirm how many pupils, because it, of course, was also a school there in Nasarawa, and it's really a very sad situation that all we're doing now, or all we've been doing for the past how many weeks, is just to count bodies either dead or kidnapped. How did we get here? And just like the question that everyone has been asking, just like the question that has been disturbing Nigerians, we would like to know, is Nigeria losing control of its security? Are we still in charge? Can this whole situation still be curbed? How do we get to this particular point at which we're in? Okay, I would like you to dissect this particular one. What are the root causes of this insecurity in Nigeria, and how can they be addressed? Because the 1 minute the U.S. government are saying that Nigeria has been declared a country of a particular concern, okay, and different politicians are trying to see how they can actually address that situation, and the armed forces are also trying their best to see how they can improve the security architecture of the country. But it is this particular moment that the whole situation is even looking worse. Like it's looking worse on a daily basis. Is this particular one an intentional act now? Because we don't know how we got here, but Nigeria is already looking unsafe, and we must call a spade a spade. What are the root causes of this whole situation? I'd like you to actually give me your take as regards to the insecurity situation in Nigeria.
Well, Xavier, thank you so much. Good evening, viewers. Honestly speaking, the security situation of Nigeria as of today is a very terrible condition that we have found ourselves in. I don't like romancing issues. I like speaking truth to power. What we are experiencing today as regards our security challenges, for me, I think there is a political undertone to what is happening in this country. Because you can't tell me that the insurgents, the bandits, the ISWAP, the Boko Haram, the unknown gunmen, call it any name you choose to call it, that they are now superior to established authorities in this country. In 2015, when President Jonathan Ebele Goodluck was in power as the president of the country, you can recall that a similar incident, happened when we were approaching election. The issue of Chibok girls came on board, where we were told that the Chibok girls were kidnapped, and with that, in fact, the incumbent president and other notable leaders of this country then participated in a protest where they told the whole world that Goodluck is incapacitated to fix the security challenges of this country. So, for me, I was thinking that as they ousted Goodluck Ebele Jonathan out of power simply because of inability to fix the security challenges of this country, that they were coming in to do a different thing, that the issue of insecurity will become a thing of the past. But I can assure you that since APC stepped into power from 2015 till now, the issue keep on worsening. When His Excellency, the former president of this country, former President Buhari, was in power, may his soul rest in peace, we experienced insecurity. And every time he would come to say, Nigerians, please bear with me, give me a little time, we're going to fix these security challenges and all that. He keep on degenerating, he keep on worsening, until he left power. There was nothing to write home about in terms of, curbing the level of insecurity in this country. Then, in 2023, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, took over from him. But what disturbs me is that each time I feel like criticizing the government of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, I always remember that he told us Nigerians that he has come to continue from where Buhari stopped. So, if you look at Buhari's administration, you will agree with me that there was a lot of insecurity. The administration didn't do much to stop this issue of insecurity. And this present government came on board to say that they are going to continue from where Buhari stopped, which means they didn't promise us anything. They didn't promise us to say we are going to take care of insecurity, because we witnessed insecurity in Buhari's regime. So if President Bola Ahmed Tinubu had come to say that he is here to make sure that all the things that President Buhari didn't get right, that he he corrects them, then I will be very optimistic that the issue of insecurity will be addressed, because President Buhari, former President Buhari, didn't do well in terms of insecurity. So if this incumbent President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is continuing from where President Muhammadu Buhari stopped, then I don't think he has promised that he's going to do to improve in our security architecture. But as for a country that has been yearning for the security of the citizens, the security of the properties, I think I want to remind the government in power, led by His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, that the primary responsibility of any responsible government under democratic setting or even military setting is to protect lives and property of the citizens. Any government that has failed in this regard has failed completely. And let me also tell you, Xavier, that it was because of insecurity of Nigeria when Jonathan was in power that actually cost him that seat. So if you can juxtapose what happened when Jonathan was in power and what is happening now, I would beat my chest and say that the level of insecurity we are experiencing in this country now is worse than what we even experienced during Jonathan's regime. The other day it was Kebbi State, the other day the Niger State, now we are hearing Nasarawa State. The list is endless. Just the other day, we saw how a brigadier general was ruthlessly murdered. If a high-level officer in this country can be murdered in such a disgraceful manner, Savior, what happens to you and I, who are harmless, who are not even with any weapon to protect ourselves? The issue is getting bad. The issue is deteriorating every day. Now they have decided to take control of our schools. How can our children be so comfortable to sit in their classes to learn? How can people be comfortable to go to churches, to go to mosque, to sit down comfortably in this country and worship their God? The situation is bad. It's getting bad. This idea of discussing second tenor, defection, this governor is defected to APC, the other one has defected to APC. Is it what we are supposed to be talking about now, when the citizens cannot go freely in the country? In fact, last night, I was tempted to ask myself a question. I said, Splendor, we have an issue of hunger in the land. Now we have issue of insecurity in the land. Which one is preferred? Which one can we even go for? Because when you talk about insecurity and when you talk about hunger, these two things are dangerous, something that is working against the existence of human beings. So what I'm saying is that they should take away this sentiment of let us get ourselves prepared for 2027. Drop this idea of re-election. Face the insecurity squarely. Face the scarcity of food squarely. If you go to the market now, with 100,000 naira, you cannot boast of what you have bought with that money. And the greatest thing that can happen to any man here on earth is inability to pay your children's school fees, inability to put food on the table. That's the worst condition any man can be. If you are a man and you don't have a car to drive, you can still manage. If you don't live in a very big mansion, you can still manage. But a situation where you cannot place food on the table for your children to eat, or you can't pay their school fees, that's the worst situation any man can find himself in. So for me, I would say categorically that APC government starting from 2015 till today, APC has failed us. APC has failed this country. I would not mince word in saying that, because they promised us change. We all hoped that what the type of change we are going to see is a better Nigeria, a Nigeria where Naira will be equal to dollar, a better Nigeria where the fuel that we produce in this country will be affordable. After all, in 2014, these same people who are in power protested when fuel was within the neighborhood of 100 and something to 200. They protested. Now, Savior, frankly speaking, how much do you buy fuel now? And the worst of it all is that these same people who are in power today, we are not, confronted when they were protesting in 2014 against Jonathan's administration. But this time around, anytime they see people gathering in the name of protest, you will see them. They will unleash all manner of security, to come and tear gas the people. The other day I saw live ammunition being shot at protesters. Why is it that the people that protested are afraid of protest? What is actually happening? They need to go back to the drawing board and stop this issue of trying to cover up issues. The other day, some person said, no, what is happening in Nigeria is not genocide. After all, it's not Christian genocide. After all, Christians are being killed, Muslims are being killed. The question I ask myself, if Christians are being killed, Muslims are being killed, is it not killing? The killing we are talking about, are they not human beings that are being killed? Did we elect this government for the government to stay back and watch both Muslims and Christians being killed?
Okay. Okay. Comrade. Comrade, sincerely, you've actually, said so much in just a few minutes, and it's quite a very, very sad one, because I don't even know where we can start calculating this situation from. Okay, we've had, bad track records, of death rates. We've had different situation of, steady adoption ongoing. Banditry now is the lucrative business that anybody can talk about in Nigeria as of today. It's quite serious, and this actually questioned the security architecture of Nigeria. But I'd like to ask you, is the current security architecture in Nigeria adequate, and what reforms are necessary?
Hello, Savior, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, I didn't get your question.
Yes, I'm talking about the security architecture now. Okay, so is the current security architecture of Nigeria adequate enough? Okay, and of course, what reforms are necessary? Because today the government or this administration are telling us that they are putting AYZ, in place. They are telling us that they are, implementing different. What have you, and of course the service chiefs were also changed, yet this is where we are. Are they doing, are their reforms, working, or we can actually prefer better solution? Do you think that there is something that they are not doing well? And of course, let's not also trivialize what Mechi talked about yesterday. He said if the president as well can reach out to him, for help, that it would help them out as regards to this particular insecurity in Nigeria. Perhaps he knows what so many people in Nigeria does not know, or he knows what this particular present government does not know. So I'd like to ask you, is the security architecture in Nigeria adequate enough? Is it? And what are the reforms that you feel that are necessary? And of course, I'd like to take it simultaneously. How can the government address this issue of banditry and kidnapping in a sustainable way? How? Please go ahead.
Hello?
Yeah, comrade, please go ahead.
Yes, what I'm saying is that there is no country that negotiates with terrorists or try to reintegrate terrorists to the security architecture that will always have it so well, you know. So what I'm saying is that the security architecture of this country started getting it wrong when they took to the idea of negotiating with the bandits. I don't subscribe to the idea of negotiating with the bandits, because if you negotiate and rehabilitate and reintegrate, you know, bandits into the security architecture, you will only end up infiltrating your system, and whatever plan you have, they will always divulge it. So for me, I want to say, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
So for me, I want to say specifically that there is nothing wrong for Nigeria to seek, you know, foreign intervention in terms of foreign support, in terms of security. There's nothing wrong there. When President Donald Trump said that he's coming to deal squarely to these bandits and make sure he gets them annihilated in the country, so many people from APC started, you know, giving a misinterpretation to that statement. Donald Trump never said, I am coming to fight Nigeria or Nigerians. He didn't say so. He said he's coming to fight terrorists in the country. And you and I know that this issue of terrorism has been our problem. From 2015, it has been there. And if the government of APC from 2015 till 2025 couldn't put a stop to insecurity, what that means is that they are unable to tackle the issue of insecurity. Let us not pretend as if all is well. So let them solicit for the support or for the coming in of United States of America, so that these bandits, this ISWAP, this Boko Haram, these unknown gunmen can be faced squarely. It's not an issue of playing politics with people's life. So, but if they cannot do that, I want to ask those in power, not just Mr. President, the governors of those states, because they are from the design, they collect security allocation or security allowance every month. What are they doing with it? What are they doing with those money? They should all resign. If they cannot tackle the security situation of this country, they should all move away. Let the people that can take responsibility come in. That is what I'm saying. If they cannot move away, they should partner with United States of America that have more intelligence about how to deal with this situation, to come and remedy it, so that people can be sleeping with their two eyes closed in this country. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, comrade. So, comrade, if you would agree with me that this particular moves that these bandits are actually, you know, taking now, you'd agree with me that I think they've decided to go for schools now, because they've done this simultaneously and without being stopped, okay? And they successfully did it for the Catholic school in Niger State and, of course, Kebbi State as we speak, you know, and of course, that of the church that they went to. How can the government ensure safety of vulnerable population and, of course, as such as women and children? Do you think there is something that our government should do? But before you would answer my question, I saw in the news that the governor of Kebbi State asked a very, you know, disturbing question. He He said, why did the military, the Nigerian army, pull out from that particular area few days before that particular attack was carried out in Kebbi State? He has asked this question today. Hopefully, we would get a reply in the coming days. But of course, I'd like to ask you, what do you think the federal government can do to make sure that the vulnerable population in Nigeria, are safe?
Savior, please, to react to the statement of Kebbi State Governor quickly. I told you that this issue of negotiating with bandits, rehabilitating bandits, and bringing them into the society, or even into the architectural design, security architecture of the country, has, given room for infiltration. So no matter what you do, they will still divulge the information. So it's like we have a mixed security architecture now. Nobody knows who is even the Boko Haram. Nobody knows who is the ISWAP. Nobody knows who is the unknown gunman. So people even in the office are afraid to talk because you don't know whom you are talking to. So this is where we have gotten ourselves into. And let me tell you, for me to handle this thing decisively, the security personnel who are attached to politicians should be withdrawn completely. Because if you check the number of security men attached to politicians minus it from the remaining one, you see that we don't even have enough security to guide the country. And the most annoying aspect of it is that politicians now move with military men, not just police. You will see a senator moving with military officers who are meant to safeguard the territorial integrity of the country. They are now safeguarding politicians. So if they want this issue of incessant attack to schools, adoption, kidnapping to stop, withdraw the security attached to politicians. Let all of us be vulnerable. You will now see that this issue of banditry, will stop. Everybody will be working towards exposing who is the bandit, who is the ISWAP, who is the unknown gunman. Everybody will be working to expose them to the security agencies. But a situation where our security men are, guiding politicians, you see one police officer moving with almost 20 police officers. How many security personnel are left to protect ordinary citizens? These are the questions. You cannot say, okay, you want to deploy security men to schools. How many security men do we have? How many schools do we have? So to get it right, we detach those security men attached to those politicians. You will see both those politicians and we, the commoners in the country, all of us will be afraid. Therefore, we begin to expose those ones who are making our lives uncomfortable. But if you guide them, they will think that nothing happens. Even when you are talking about insecurity, they don't know what it is because they are not the one affected. How many times have you heard that the governor was shut down? How many times in this country? Because he has the security covering him. How many times have you heard that the senator was killed? A sitting president was moving and he was attacked and he was murdered. The only people that are murdered are the less privileged, who are not protected. The defenseless Nigerians, they are the ones that are always murdered. And when this kidnap comes, they don't take it serious because their children are not there. So if we must get it right, like I said before, detach all the security men attached to politicians, detach all the security men attached to businessmen in the country, attach all the security men, attached to any individual in the country. Let them go straight and work and do their work of protecting the collective people, not selective or selected persons.
Okay.
So for me, that is the best way to go. So that when the governor is stepping out, he will know that he does not have any security, that he's just as vulnerable as you and I. Then he will understand the plight of the masses.
Okay, thank you so much, Comrade Eze Oko Splendor. But of course, I love the fact that you're actually making this a very open, situation here, so that everyone can actually feel what a common Nigerian is feeling. But of course, what you would hear is that there are some offices that actually come with these security personnel. But in the coming days, I would actually see this implementation, scale through before congratulating the Inspector General of Police, who has actually, given an approval to withdraw all police officers from VIPs. Okay, I got the news today, but of course, I need to be sure that that particular implementation will actually take place first before we will actually dive into that particular conversation. Because just like you mentioned, I don't think we have up to 400,000 police officers in Nigeria, guarding the people. We have less than 400,000 police officers, okay, in Nigeria, and these are the people that were meant to protect and guide the livelihoods and property of Nigerians, which you would agree with me that we're more than 200 million presently. So this situation is quite disturbing, where one VIP is attached, with 10 police officers and the likes. They even reduce some of our police officers to carrying bags when they were meant to, protect their citizens, okay? But just like you also mentioned that of the bandits, the terrorists that have been, reintegrated after rehabilitation, reintegrated, into communities. But not only that, I think sometime last month, the Nigerian army, the infantry to be precise, raised an alarm, and they said that they are not comfortable with the Nigerian government, attaching them with the former or the repented terrorists, okay? Because to them it's not safe. These people were, were their enemies a few months ago, a few weeks ago, but now saying that they should work together to go kill their brother. How sure are they that these people will really do that? And maybe, just maybe, this is where all of this particular information gets leaked, whenever they go to this place. Before they get there, these guys are already gone and things like that. So I don't know how we got there. I don't even know the logic behind this situation where you would have, a repented bandit, being reintegrated into the armed forces. But of course, they should be able to give us more answers as regards to that particular conversation. And of course, I'd like to talk about this very, very disturbing one. If you look at what happened in Zamfara today, we were told, and the video is making rounds on social media, about a kingpin of the bandits celebrating, and we were told he was doing his wedding today in Zamfara. And they had all manner of bandits, terrorists attend that particular wedding today. And not only that, we saw some Nigerian army officers, okay, in that particular, gathering, making some calls, and they were speaking in Hausa, and someone was able to interpret that particular one, saying that the authorities are aware that we're here. Kindly tell them to clear the way. We're about to leave after the wedding. And it's even more disturbing because these are the same, bandits, these are the same terrorists that are coming out from the bushes to come and negotiate with the community and going back. Now it is even clear And they have, the audacity to come into that community now to do their wedding. And after the wedding, they take their wife, their bride, and they go. But when you look at the sophisticated weapons they are holding, when you look at the drones they have, who is supplying them with all of this? How are they getting funded? And I would like to ask you, comrade, what is the relationship between insecurity and corruption in Nigeria? How can this situation be addressed? The reason why I am actually bringing this together is because some people are speculating and fingers have been pointed at so many people as regards to some politicians being involved in all of these things. And some are even saying that this security situation is politically motivated. I'd like to know the relationship between this insecurity and corruption in Nigeria and how can it be addressed once and for all. Let's close with that, please.
Xavier, if you can flash back, you will recall that the former president of Nigeria, President Muhammadu who is no longer alive today, threatened that if he will make the government of Jonathan to be ungovernable. Did you remember that statement?
Yeah, we all remember such.
And if you remember such, you will agree with me. Former president already had in control of the arsenals he would have used to make the country ungovernable for Jonathan. But as God may have it, he came to say that his political ambition is not anywhere above the life of average Nigerian, and he stepped aside, so they took over. And since they took over, this issue of security challenge started. And as we are talking today, it has worsened. So Nigerians are looking at it, when you talk about corruption is when you steal government money and go somewhere else and pack it, which is what so many Nigerian politicians are doing, or even African politicians are doing. They will steal the commonwealth of the people and take it to other developed countries, for them to further use it to develop their place, while we continue to suffer. Majority of them go outside the shores of this country to acquire houses, acquire mansions, even establish oil wells outside the country, where the unfinished product will be lifted from Nigeria here, crossed over to the country they have oil well, refined it, bring it back at a very exorbitant rate for us to buy. So who is killing who? As far as I'm concerned, the issue of insecurity and corruption, they go hand in hand. Because a corrupt nation is that nation who will open doors for people who perpetrate insecurity to work freely. A corrupt nation is that nation that will prefer to dialogue, to negotiate with bandits. We talked about the wedding a bandit just had a few days ago.
No, that happened today. That happened today.
A bandit.
The wedding happened today, comrade. Today in Zamfara, to precise. Today.
In Zamfara?
Yes, today.
Had a wedding, right?
Yes, today.
Fellow bandits attended the function, openly. They were telling the security agency that they are about to go, that they should not confront them and all that. That means if care is not taken, one day you will see a bandit organizing a function in Aso Rock. And then we will carry the security architectures to go and guide Aso Rock on their behalf because they are having function. It is a very disturbing situation that we have found ourselves in. And like I said before, partnering with the United States of America does not mean undermining our sovereignty. It doesn't mean so. What it means is that you love your citizen, you want to protect your citizen, and you can go all out in doing that. Nigerians will applaud His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu if he devises a means of partnering with the United States to get rid of these people who have taken us hostage. We are in our country, but we are afraid. It is not right. So those people who are countering or suggesting that America should not come for aid, for me, I think they should be reinvestigated to know the reason why, whether by hook or by crook, they are also part of that which is disturbing us as a country.
Okay. Thank you so much, Comrade Ejimakor Splendor, for always deeming it fit to attend and to join the program here. I sincerely appreciate your presence today. Thank you for dissecting this particular conversation with me today. This is how far I can actually go on the show this wonderful evening. Don't forget that the views and opinion expressed by the analysts are solely their own and do not reflect that of VOP Media. If you love the world of sports, I'd like you to stay put for Locker Room. And of course, I don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will last. Whatsoever you face will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Savior Udo. Have a good evening. Rest.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Behind every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Every year on November 10, the world celebrates World Science Day for Peace and Development to highlight the essential role of science in promoting peace, progress, and sustainability. This day emphasizes the importance of connecting science with society and ensuring that everyone is informed about scientific advances that shape our world. By bringing together government, scientists, educators, and citizens, the celebration encourages dialogue on how science can help address global challenges. UNESCO urges all sectors to participate by organizing activities that showcase the value of science in daily life. In Nigeria, peace advocates are calling on the government to promote unity, stability, and sustainable development across the nation, while emphasizing that lasting peace is essential for progress and prosperity, and that good governance and equitable development can help strengthen democracy and improve the lives of all citizens.
The people actually makes up the society. And when you have informed citizenry, who take responsibility by organizing, by joining advocacy. That's the only way our society will have peace. For peace to reign in this society, people must be heard, right? People must speak up. And know when they speak up, institutions of government, the House of Assembly, the National Assembly, the Senate, the governors, the local government must take up those advocacy and work on them. That's the only way we're going to have peace. When there's justice, there will be peace. When there's no justice, the society falls into a recurrent situation. And we don't want that. We cannot afford to live as refugee in any country because our country is not peaceful, because there's injustice and things are happening. Where do they want us to go? So for Nigeria to experience peace, there must be justice. The justice system in this country, we have laws. So we must make sure that those laws are enacted, and justice must also be seen. Justice must be seen, and it must be done swiftly. So when we have that, our society would work.
As we celebrate this year's World Science Day for Peace and Development, let us renew our commitment to building a peaceful, inclusive, and sustainable society where knowledge, innovation, and understanding serves as tool for lasting progress and harmony. Matthew Ugunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Thank God it's Friday, and welcome to another exciting episode of Locker Room on Voice of the People TV. I am Ikechukwu Agwago. Today is a very interesting day because a lot is happening in the world of football, particularly to Nigerian players. There's a lot of grass to cover. The EPL returns, international break is officially over. We bring you stories from all the ends. Of course, it's not a full house today because only Maiwa will definitely be joining me virtually. Afis definitely still having a ball after his birthday. And of course, for the investor himself, Jerry, here to recover after the Super Eagles loss. And of course, Liverpool 3-0 loss to Manchester City. It's been a hell of a week for him. And I hope that's definitely going to recover and join us as soon as possible come next week. But then, Maiwa, good evening and welcome to Locker Room. Hello, Maiwa, can you hear me? All right, so I mean, for the viewers who are actually very much, all right, Maiwa.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Yeah, I mean the TGIF edition is always amazing to be here, but not so good TGIF for the likes of Jude Bellingham and the rest of them. You know, they are being racially abused again. You know, no matter what you do, sometimes people do not appreciate you. The saddens me with what I'm seeing. But in any case, the EPL is back this weekend. It's another week to see whether, you know, maybe this week will be better for Jerry, and you know he'll be happy coming back probably next week if Liverpool decides to. But in any case, it's another good day to talk football. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for joining me, Maiwa. Of course, for viewers who are actually just joining us for the very first time, or if you've always followed the show, this is an opportunity to actually tell you to like, share, and do not forget to actually subscribe to our YouTube platform. And also do not forget, very most important, to actually turn on that notification bell so you don't get to miss another episode of our show. And for you, if you want to be part of this show, all you need to do is to actually call the number on your screen, or you just have to drop us a comment on our YouTube platform, and definitely we'll be picking it. But then let's go straight to the actions, because like I said, a lot is happening, and we'll definitely be starting from home. Like they say, charity begins at home. And this one concerns a Nigerian. Of course, Nigerian hitman, and you want to call him the masked man himself, talking about Victor Osimhen, yes, who plays for Galatasaray. And the president has come out, person of Dusan Ozbak, has indicated that the club will sell Victor Osimhen at any moment. I mean, this came as a surprise to a lot of persons, because I mean, following his transfer from Napoli for 75 million euros after a successful period at Rams Park, Ozbek emphasized that acquiring Osimhen was a strategic move for the club, considering both his performance and potential value given his age. Recently, Osimhen has attracted interest from La Liga giant Barcelona, who view him as a possible replacement for iconic Robert Lewandowski. The speculation aligns the striker's rising profile in European football since joining Galatasaray. Ozbek mentioned that factors surrounding Osimhen's ability and the club's financial circumstances influenced the decision to secure his transfer. With this element in play, he reiterated the possibility of Osimhen moving to another club in the future, highlighting the awareness within Galatasaray of the market dynamics regarding their star player. I mean, it's no surprise that you know, the president and the people who run Galatasaray are actually very much aware that Osimhen seems to be a big fish in that pond at this point. Maiwa, is this a good news for Victor Osimhen? Should he take the move when it comes? Or is this telling that Osimhen is actually a player who is not really valued at Galatasaray?
Well, I think it's very valid, and it will be a win-win for Victor Osimhen. Remember, he's 27. By next year, we'll be looking at Osimhen being 28. And, you know, there are talks about Barcelona being interested. Galatasaray spent about 75 million on him. Because of the age factor, if they don't quickly cash in now, they might not be able to get value for him, even though he's putting in the performance. So, I mean, and I don't think an Osimhen at age 30 or 21, any club will come and pay 100 million. Barcelona are very desperate to find a replacement for Lewandowski because of the way they want to go in terms of their tactics order and to take. Definitely for Galatasaray to come out and say that, you know, they will sell him at any point, it means they will make a whole lot of profit on the amount they bought him. Remember, he was bought for about 75 million pounds. And if my sources are correct, Barcelona are looking at the region of 100 or 110 million pounds to be able to get him on their side. So I mean, a 40 million profit, you know, it will be a good deal for Galatasaray, and they will probably use that to invest, you know, in a much more smaller striker that will not cost them much, and still probably, you know, achieve what they can achieve. Remember, apart from the fact that they are doing well in Europe at the moment, if they are doing well in their club, if they are doing well in their country, I think they are satisfied with that performance. So it will be a win-win for the club and also for Victor Osimhen. I mean, a whole lot of us have said Victor Osimhen quality does not deserve to be playing, you know, in the Turkish league.
But looking at Victor Osimhen as a player, I mean, when he was actually making that move, a lot of us were actually not happy about it. We actually, you know, said that Osimhen is actually too big, like you said. But I mean, he's the top scorer at the moment in the UEFA Champions League. Isn't this, you know, a time for him to actually cement himself as, you know, one of the elites who actually took a club that is an obscure club in European football to an elite club? I mean, if they end up winning the UEFA Champions League, do you think he should still have to make that move? Because wherever it is he wants to go, it's still going to boil down to winning the biggest prize in Europe.
Well, I mean, no matter what he achieves with Galatasaray, I mean, the only thing he can do with them anyway is probably winning the Champions League. But no matter what he achieves from Galatasaray, it doesn't change the fact that, and this is not being disrespectful, Galatasaray still remains, a small club compared to the likes of Barcelona and Jerusalem. Also, remember his performance in that particular league. Remember how wonderful his season was last season while he was, during the loan spell, and that didn't reflect in the CAF award that just ended. And the reason for that is very simple: the way they rate the league, Turkish league is way lower than every other league that was represented in that award. So, I mean, the performance he has put in and what he's been doing in Europe has put a whole lot of eyes on him, and that's the reason why, in as much as a whole lot of us do not like the move to Galatasaray has actually paid off for him, because I mean, it's put him in the sight of everyone who will be interested in buying him, and also he has been able to do justice to himself in the Champions League. So definitely, no matter what he achieves with Galatasaray this season, I think it will be a good move for him to leave at the end of the season. I don't think Galatasaray will sell him in January. It will be weird if they actually sell him in January. I don't think they will want to do that. However, I see him moving at the end of the season, and it will be a good move for him based on the performance he has been able to put in so far.
So looking at Osimhen at this point, with what he has managed to have been doing for Galatasaray, what do you think his right market value will be? And if, the right club come calling, I mean, you have to tell me the kind of club you feel is the right club anyways. If they come calling, do you think Osimhen should actually make the move?
Well, I think the only interested club right now that has been speaking so much about him is the Barcelona side. And, going to Barcelona will actually be very good for him. It's actually a step up for him. He gets to compete, in one of the top leagues in Europe. And also, the way as Flick plays right now, I think is well suited to Osimhen. They need an out-and-out striker that can do the job, that can complement the likes of, Pedri and Lamine Yamal in front of goal. So, Osimhen is definitely needed. And if they want to sell him, based on what he's doing, and based on the fee that Galatasaray bought him, definitely you'll be looking at a region of 100 million pounds. I think the quality has brought so far, especially in the Champions League, what's that particular amount? And for a Barcelona to be targeting him, I think they'll be willing to pay that amount for him. So I'm looking at a region of maybe 100 million pounds, because definitely a Galatasaray will not also want to sell him for 75 million pounds. It will not make any business sense.
Well, I'll definitely keep our fingers crossed as regards that one. But from one Nigerian international to another, Ademola Lookman, who is actually, facing troubled waters right there in Italy, and right now Atlanta may have been poised to end its trouble with Ademola Lookman. Of course, the relationship with this young man, talking about Nigerian, thanks to the arrival of the new manager, Rafael Palladino. Of course, you recall that a couple of weeks ago, the man who actually, made things little worse, and of course, the terrible display that we saw the UEFA Champions League, talking about Ivan Juric, actually left the job, talking about the Atlanta Football Club. And Lookman has had a tumultuous summer, highlighted by a failed transfer to Inter Milan and deteriorating situation with the former manager. Talking about Gianpiero Gasperini and, of course, not forgetting Ivan Juric, the both of them who actually publicly criticized him. After his rocky period, Lookman submitted a transfer request and even went AWOL. Of course, missing key preseason games, and Palladino has made a concerted effort to mend fences with Lookman, reaching out personally to him and expressing his commitment to rebuilding the relationship. He stated that Lookman is a crucial player and plans to evaluate his performance based on training. This has similarly resonated Lookman's desire to actually, be reinstated in the Atlanta fold. And of course, the content on, he shared the related content on social media platforms, signaling a change in mindset. For Atlanta, currently sitting 13th in Serie A, a revitalized Lookman could be pivotal in turning their season around. Additionally, Nigeria's international is closely monitoring the progress as they prepare for the upcoming AFCON come Morocco in December. Mayowa, should Ademola Lookman stay, because of the relationship that this new manager, talking about Palladino, is trying to actually build? Or is it a time to actually say, what, I've had enough, I can't stay anymore?
Well, I mean, the only time he can legally move will be in January, and in 3 weeks' time, probably in 2 weeks' time, if I'm not mistaken, he will be in Morocco camping with the Super Eagles for the Nations Cup. So he has about 4-5 games to be able to get into the good books of Paladino. I think we said his movement while he was playing for Nigeria is not that sharp, and that's the consequence of what happened to him at the start of the season. So if a coach is coming and wants to build fences with him and wants to mend fences with him, I think he should take that opportunity, because I mean, the more he is not playing very well, the more his stock begins to drop. So I mean, if the coach is offering him an olive branch for him to continue to play for Atlanta, I think as a player, are taking it based on the fact that if you do not play, your value drop, and you don't to make a move to a much more lucrative club will be much more difficult. No club will want to invest in a player that is not playing regularly or a player that's out of form. So I mean, if I were Ademola Lookman, I would jump at the offer, probably change my mindset. I probably recommit myself to Atlanta for this time period. When January comes, and I begin to play very, very well before that particular January. When January comes, I will look at the mood of the club. If it's still not, if I'm still not comfortable with it, I'll probably request for a loan move to another club to enjoy myself. But if not, I'll probably continue with an Atlanta till the end of the season. So I mean, I think Ademola Lookman should take it. It's good that a coach wants him as part of the team. I mean, that would be a confidence booster for him to be able to do well and regain the form that led to him winning the Europa League for Atlanta about 2 seasons ago.
But Maiwa, there are talks of Galatasaray actually jumping into the fray. They want to actually bring him in. I mean, since there's a very good understanding, there's a good synergy between him and the marksman himself, talking about Victor Osimhen. I mean, if Galatasaray offers him regular playing time, moving down to Galatasaray, playing the likes of Victor Osimhen and Leroy Sané to actually help make the team stronger, don't you think it's a very good move for him, or would you rather have him actually stay put right there at Atlanta, where he's been facing a lot of troubles? I mean, we're not even certain that this new olive leaf that this Paladini is actually bringing is going to last long.
Well, I mean, the thing is I think the hierarchy in Atlanta, they still have it out for Ademola Lookman. However, he's stuck at the moment. There is no way, the transfers in Europe, they are closed until January. He has no other choice than to continue playing till January. Even if you want to make a move to Galatasaray, your performance will also matter. So, I mean, the only branch that is being offered to him now, he should take it, continue to play, ensure that he puts in his best, so that will open the doors for Galatasaray. What if, when January comes, because of his performance, other bigger clubs than Galatasaray might also be looking at him and want to offer him a loan deal? So it's not the only way for him to be able to do that, to be able to achieve that successfully, is for him to start playing. At the moment, he is out of shape, he is out of form, and he needs more game time for him to be able to get that form back. And if that is the case, at the moment, if the coach is giving him that opportunity, I think he should grab it with both hands, because at the moment he still has about, if I'm not mistaken, about 8-9 weeks before the January window opens, and that's about 9 weeks of football that will probably change the course of his transfer trajectory in January.
It's a very sad place to be. But then, if you look at Ademola Lookman, right, and the way he's romance with this, because I want to call it romance, because he's shown intent with his social media post that, I mean, he might be wanting to stay. If he decides to eventually, decide to give Paladino a chance, and then, it turns into one of those stories where it started out good, and then, Paladino then tilts towards, Ivan Juric and Gasparin's approach. What will you say Ademola Lookman should do then? Because at that time, it might be very, very late for him to actually make that move across the ocean.
Well, I think for now, he should focus on playing, because at the moment he is stuck. When the time comes, I mean, a lot can happen in 9 weeks. I mean, we all knew how the relationship deteriorated under Ivan Juric. We all know the relationship deteriorated under Gasparini. A lot can happen in 9 weeks. Even leading up to the Nations Cup, that might even cause a bit of friction. Remember, a whole lot of this club, they don't like releasing their players for African tournaments, and sometimes this brings about friction. So I think for now, he should continue playing. By January, assess the situation and see if he wants to stay to the end of the season. However, whether the relationship works out or not, if he gets to stay in January, by the end of the season, he needs to leave. I think he has overstayed his welcome in Atlanta. The only reason why he should just stay is if they're offering an opportunity to play good football, he should take it. Use that to use that to put his name on the map again for bigger clubs to be able to see him. So no matter what happens, come what may, by the end of the season, if he ends up staying, by the end of this season, he should definitely leave Atlanta. I don't think Atlanta suits his interest anymore.
All right, so from that particular story, let's go to another story that seems a little more like Ademola Lookman's story. But this one, Ademola Lookman's story is actually tilting towards a good end now. Why the man talking about Jude Bellingham's story is not a very good one. I mean, this is 2025. We should not be having conversations like this in the world of football. But sadly, Ian Wright passionately defended the young man talking about Jude Bellingham and claiming the intense social media criticism he faces is rooted in racism. Speaking of the overlap, Ian Wright actually emphasized that some people in England aren't ready for a prominent black figure in football like Bellingham, stating that his assertive personality and extraordinary talent can unsettle certain individuals. Bellingham recently faced a backlash after being substituted during England's 2-0 win over Albania, leading to speculation about his behavior affecting team dynamics. Thomas Tuchel refrained from outrightly criticizing him, but acknowledged the importance of addressing such matters privately. Despite these challenges, Bellingham has continued to excel, having made 46 appearances for England and scored 6 goals since his debut in 2020. Wright conveyed his concerns about the scrutiny that comes from Bellingham's outspoken nature, suggesting that such criticism intensifies if it doesn't consistently perform at the peak. He reminded Bellingham to be prepared for his ongoing pressure, highlighting the unique challenges faced by black athletes in the spotlight. Mayowa, I mean, before we, jumped right there into the show, this is one of the things you actually said in your opening remark. What is happening to the world of football? Do you agree with Ian Wright that Bellingham's personality as a black person, the fact that he's quite talented is the reason why he's facing this much criticism?
Well, I don't think so. I think I would disagree on that part. However, this is a message to Bellingham too. Sometimes you need to swallow your ego. The way he reacted after he was substituted was disrespectful. He was only thinking about himself because he was substituted out. And, sometimes that might rub him off the wrong way. Yes, I understand the passion. Sometimes players can be passionate. A whole lot of players, when they are in their prime, they don't want to be substituted. We have seen that before. But I mean, we don't react that way. Now, yes, that happened. However, there has been documented cases of black players, especially African players of African descent playing for England, being racially abused. Remember the last Euro, not this one, the last one where they got to the final and Bukayo Saka and the rest of them.
Yes, that's Euro 2020.
Yeah, remember they were racially abused. Absolutely. And this is not the first time players of African descent have been racially abused. The criticism he has gotten so far, the racist remarks that has been directed to him by some people that don't even know how to kick football has been appalling. I don't condone how he behaved because I believe it was a bit selfish on him, and I think Tuchel should address the situation. However, the backlash he's getting is way more than what he did. I mean, people actually left football and started attacking him for no reason, and it does not make any logical sense. And I hope the English FA will rise up to defend this young man. In as much as yes, I don't condone what he did. Rise up to defend this young man. I mean, you cannot have somebody playing for you, playing his heart out for you, and you have people abusing them racially, and no one is being brought to book. It doesn't make any sense. And it's good that we have the likes of Ian Wright and the rest of them standing up to me. In as much as I don't like what the direction Ian Wright is going also, but I think it's good that we see players standing up for the likes of Bellingham. I mean,
Mayowa, so looking at what has happened to Jude Bellingham now, what exactly do you say, or exactly do you think this means for football if it allows to fester? Because now, if top athletes, of color or black people who are actually not originally, Caucasian and then playing for countries like that. Because I recall that Ian Wright's statement during the overlap, he was actually saying that, in his own playing days, one of the things that he actually faced was the fact that, people see him and, they tell him directly that, yeah, you're an English player, yeah, but you're not originally an Englishman. So that there's a thing, that has to do with they identifying that you're actually putting on the jersey of the Three Lion, but they also know that you are really not a British man. I mean, what does this really mean for players who actually want to actually play for other nations and generally for football? Because, I mean, the reason why football have black and white patches is because, I mean, the governing body wants to actually tell the world that, black and white can actually really coexist. So what does this mean? I mean, if countries like England is actually found, in situations like this, I mean, it says a lot about, the future of football.
I will start with this quote. The Yorubas will say, Ajole Dabile. You can never, there is no way that can be like your own. The bottom line is this: no matter how they play, no matter how good they are not English. They might be British born, they might be a citizen by birth or whatever it is, but they are not native of those lands. And there is no way you hide it. The bias always comes in. We all know that anybody that looks like any of us, the best you can get is being British born, and by that you become a citizen, or maybe you've stayed there for a long time and you are able to acquire a citizenship and just that. That does not make you a native of that particular place. If you come back to your origin, you'll be well respected than that particular place. In as much as it is not well pronounced, if it is not your country of origin, you are always a second citizen, and that's just the honest truth. And that's the reason why these things continue to play out. This racism continue to play out on the street of social media, and even in the stands across football stadium in England. I've said it consistently. Most of these people, in as much as majority of them, their country of origin is plagued by corruption. There's a lot of issues going on and the rest of that. There is nowhere that can be like home. If we have a Bukayo Saka or if a Jude Bellingham was playing for the Caribbeans and the rest of that, he will not be having this kind of abuse. The bottom line is this: majority of these guys, they should have it at the back of their mind that no matter what they do, they still don't see them as equal. They still see them as second-class citizens, and they need to start rethinking their steps and probably start going back to their roots to contribute to their roots and ensure that their country of origin grow much more better than it is.
I mean, it's a very, very sad place to be, right now in England as a footballer, of course, especially if you're actually not, a Caucasian. I mean, if big players like Jude Bellingham can actually be facing, this nasty attitude that I want to believe it doesn't, reflect what football means or shouldn't even be part of football. I mean, I don't know what's the future for the likes of Miles Kelly, who are quite very young, the likes of, Rico Lewis, who's still very much, growing into the team. I really don't want to imagine these sort of things for them. The Achampongs and the likes, these very young guys who just want to play football and enjoy themselves. But I just believe that, the English FA will do the right thing to ensure that this players stop getting. It's not a good thing to actually say. But let's still talking about English football, but this time we're looking at, what's going down right there at the EPL, the most successful club side in England in the last 10 years, talking about Manchester City, will face Newcastle United on Saturday without two key players, Mateo Kovacic and Rodri, due to injury. Manager Pep Guardiola confirmed the news ahead of the match, noting that City goes into the clash after a 4-game winning streak, including a convincing 3-0 victory over Liverpool prior to the international break. Kovacic has been sidelined with an ankle injury, while Rodri is recovering from a thigh injury that prevented him from participating with the Spanish national team during the latest international fixtures. Guardiola expressed optimism of Rodri's recovery, emphasizing the need for proper time to ensure his full recovery. Despite the injury setback, City remains in a strong position, currently sitting in second place in the Premier League. A win against Newcastle could narrow the gap to to league leaders Arsenal to just 1 point, intensifying the pressure as the season progresses. Of course, Arsenal will be playing their game a day after Manchester City play. Manchester City is playing tomorrow, and Arsenal is definitely going to play. It's going to be a London derby against Spurs. I mean, Maiwa, these injuries, how important or how significant will these players' miss be for Manchester City coming up against a very difficult side? In the last 3 seasons, talking about Newcastle United.
I mean, Rodri has not been consistent this season. Remember, he has been battling with injuries. So I don't think Rodri, I mean, his importance in playing is very, very important. However, I think they will make do with him. He has not been consistent because of injuries. So, I mean, it will not be damaged. But Kovacic is a player that will be sorely missed in that particular Man City team. However, they play against an inconsistent Newcastle side. You don't know the Newcastle you get, and that has always been the problem. Eddie Howe, with all the money he has spent so far, one thing he has not been able to do with Newcastle is been able to get them, to be consistent in terms of their performance. You don't know the Newcastle that will show up against a Man City on any given day. So I think Man City might struggle because a Kovacic is not playing and Rodri is not also playing. But they play against an inconsistent Newcastle side, and that will probably give a Man City an edge. I will not be surprised with the inconsistency that have played Newcastle, because you don't know what you will get. I will not be surprised, if Guardiola is able to put some things together and try to win. Also, Guardiola has also evolved his tactics. He has also evolved how he plays. He now plays a more direct football and not your typical tiki-taka again. I think he has evolved that pass, and that's the reason why he's been able to do that, was because the injury he suffered last season, especially the absence of Rodri, really put a dent on his confidence as a coach, and he has been able to find a way to around that. There's a particular Haaland that has not stopped scoring. I mean, in quotes now, we can say Man City 2 is Haaland FC. I mean, take away all his goals, you know where Man City is on the log at the moment. So there's a Haaland that will be playing. I think that serves as a confidence booster for them. And with the form Haaland is in right now, I think Man City has enough quality to be able to get over Newcastle in that particular.
So you strongly believe that Manchester City has what it takes to actually break down that Newcastle side, because there's something about Manchester City. Yes, they've been doing so well. I mean, last 4 games they've been doing amazingly well, but against a low block side, they've really struggled. And Newcastle is one side that is very, very compact. You think it's going to be easy for Manchester City going to Newcastle to actually get the results in that particular one? That's exactly going to be a mammoth of a game, and they need all the experience in the middle of the park. As far as I'm concerned, looking at that Manchester City side, Nico Gonzalez is still very much coming into the fray. I think he had a decent game against Liverpool, but in this sort of game, they need the general himself, who I know is going to be greatly missed. And Tijani Rangers has also not, has also been put on the bench, I think, in the last 2 games, because he's yet to really kick in that creativity that Manchester City really needs. And, I mean, you cannot really rely a lot on the younger Ryan Cherki, because he's a player who cannot go beyond 70 minutes. So, looking at that Manchester City midfield, do you think they can really break down that Newcastle United team?
I mean, Ryan Cherki does not need to play the whole 90 minutes. And Ryan got some minutes against Liverpool. The problem has been if you get consistent Newcastle, the likes of Guimaraes and the likes of them stepping up, if you get them playing so well and they play the way they usually play, definitely it might be very, very difficult for a Man City to break them down, owing to the fact that they are missing some key players in the midfield. But the problem has always been Newcastle is not consistent. You don't know the Newcastle you will get. So the thing is this: if you get the consistent Newcastle tomorrow, definitely they stand a chance to be able to cage the likes of Haaland, because everything practically goes through Haaland. The chance of caging Haaland and doing something drastic in the midfield and probably getting 1 or 2 goals. However, the problem has always been they are not consistent, and their inconsistency might definitely play into the hands of Pep Guardiola. Ryan Cherki, Gianni Reinders, Nico Gonzalez, they have a whole lot to prove. and this is their opportunity to step up and prove how important they are for the team. If the inconsistent Newcastle shows up tomorrow, definitely it's going to be a field day for Man City. But if the consistent Newcastle shows up, definitely City might struggle and might probably end. So the result is all dependent on the Newcastle team that will show up. If it's a consistent one, it will be difficult. If it's an inconsistent one, definitely Man City takes it.
All right, so still talking about football in England, and definitely we're moving straight down to the camp of Liverpool, where the manager Arne Slot been talking and has expressed his team's dismiss, his team's misses, Diogo Jota. Of course, you know that the Portuguese international and his brother actually had a very terrible accident that actually cost them their life after Liverpool got their 20th title. It's a very, very sad time for footballers, even national team, of course Liverpool players. I don't think they are definitely going to actually get out of that particular one for a very long time. But Diogo Jota's a player and a person, is actually an amazing person, and exactly this is what the manager is talking about. And he emphasized that they will definitely not use his tragic death as an excuse for their poor performance. And players like Andy Robertson also jumped into the fray, talking about Diogo Jota and his performance and what he actually brings into the room. Do not forget that he actually didn't die alone. He and his younger brother Andrew Silva actually died in that car accident. I think it was sometime around July, and his absence has been felt deeply within the squad. In a recent interview, Captain Andy Robertson also shared this alongside other persons who actually reflected Diogo Jota's memory before Scotland's World Cup qualifying match against Denmark. And Slot acknowledged the impact of Jota's passing, but noted that it's impossible to quantify how much it affects players' performance and results. He stated, "We will never use it as an excuse because that doesn't really feel right." While recognizing that, remembering Jota's importance for the team, he added that while the team struggles with the recent performances and, of course, losing 7 of the last 10 games, that the pain felt by Jota's family far outweighs their footballing challenges. And Maiwa, we look at Diogo Jota and look at Liverpool's performance in the last couple of weeks. Liverpool is actually facing, serious injury setback with key players like Florian Wirtz, though is yet to actually really, fully settle into that particular Liverpool side. And Conor Bradley, who is expected to actually step into the very big shoes of Trent Alexander-Arnold. Both of them on the sideline, for their upcoming game, this weekend. And looking at all of this, let's, create an if, what scenario where Diogo Jota is still very much alive. Do you think Liverpool will win this position?
Well, I don't think so. Even may God rest his soul. Even though it's alive, I don't think they would have escaped being in this position. The team is playing poorly generally, especially the defense. And a good hallmark of a team that wants to challenge for anything is you having a rock solid defense. In defense, they've not been doing so well. Also, their number one goalkeeper has also not been available for a while now, in the person of Alisson. Add that to the list of growing concerns of their injury. Remember, Gravenberch was also missing, and before he came back, Gravenberch has also not, come back fully. If you put all those things together, coupled with the fact that the team is not playing well generally, and Van Dijk and Konate, they form. Isak, who they spent over 126 million to do, has not been able to deliver the result, while they chased away the likes of Luis Diaz, who is doing fantastically well for Bayern Munich. The midfield is not fine on us either. Mo Salah has dropped a pace or two. He has not been fine on us either. He's not as prolific as he was last season. Add that all together, add it to the fact that at the slot, has still not figured out how to play, has still not figured out the suitable formation for the current Liverpool team that he has at the moment, making him to start complaining about teams playing long ball. And they will still have struggled with Diogo Jota being there. So I think it's more of a coach team and more of a player team. There's a need for them to address the defense concern and the central defense concern. Look at the number of goals they've considered. 70% of the goals they've considered has come from set pieces and balls beating their central defenders. That is Van Dijk and Konate. If you look at the goals they considered this season, it shows there's a need for them to address that particular position. Also, if a Gravenberg is not playing, if a Gravenberg and McAllister are not playing, their midfield is not, it's not generating enough potential, and that's an issue that Slot needs to address. He has not been able to address that, and that's the reason why they've been performing poorly. So they can't put it on the feet of Diego Jota. I think it's a general drop in form of the team, and that needs to be addressed as soon as possible.
So Maiwa, there's been talks, about Liverpool possibly bringing in Semenyo in January. Of course, Semenyo has actually scored 8 goals this season so far in the Premier League. Second behind Erling Braut Haaland, who is currently 14. And if that guy finally finds his way down to the Liverpool side, do you think it's going to really make any impact at this point, come January? And of course, they're also looking at, alongside Semenyo, they're also looking at bringing in Maguire, who is definitely most likely will join Liverpool, in January. I mean, if they add these two guys to the squad that we see, do you think it's going to really change? Because at this point, Liverpool is not just the two players we mentioned are not just the players that will be out. Also, don't forget that Frimpong, who they also acquired alongside Florian Wirtz from Leverkusen, is also out injured. And most likely Liverpool is going to be using a makeshift fullback in this particular game, against Nottingham Forest, on Saturday. I don't know, but do you think if Liverpool can actually bring in these two guys, it's going to really change something? It's going to actually start giving them positive results, in this season?
Well, definitely a Maguire needs to come. There's a need for a Maguire. Also, I think Van Dijk, I said Van Dijk, and Slot needs to make a tough call. Van Dijk seems unbenchable. I think and Slot needs to send a message. Van Dijk has dropped in form. He needs to send a message to Konate and Van Dijk. They've not been playing very well. And a big message to send is to put them on the bench. That's my number 2. If you bring in a Semenyo, what happens to Isak? You just spend over 125 million, and Isak is not playing. How do you justify paying 125 million and the player will not, will not play the player? It will not make any business sense. It puts an Slot under a lot of pressure. However, since the front line are not firing at the moment, I think they need all the help they can get. Probably maybe Isak becomes the new Fernando Torres that left Liverpool for Chelsea. They only scored 2 goals, and that was it. So probably maybe that's what Isak will become. Because at the moment, they need to do something different for them to be able to compete. At this time, I don't think they can compete. Manchester United is ahead of Liverpool at the moment. Who would have thought that would happen this season? And it's happening at the moment, and there is no solution inside. So, Maguire definitely. Semenyo, well, if their front line is not firing, why not bring the Semenyo? Let's see if can change their fortunes for the remainder of the season.
All right, so with that, we'll definitely be looking at EPL Match Day 12 analysis, and then we'll be actually previewing the games. I would like to actually see, the top 7 of the Premier League table as it stands right now. United 7th position, and of course Liverpool is 8th on the log. I don't know if our producer have that image. Let's get to see what it looks like, right there in England at this point. But of course, it's worthy to also know that Arsenal is still very much the first team, and there's closely followed by Manchester City. That's actually 4th team, the second team, and 4 points behind. But Maiwa, with the way the Premier League is actually standing at this point, before that picture actually gets to us, with the way the Premier League is actually standing at this point, we know that whatever happens come Saturday is not going to change, who is at the top of, the Premier League. Talking about Arsenal, because it's 4 points. So even if Arsenal get to lose on Sunday, okay. So no, this is actually the fixtures, the table. So Maiwa, we know that it's not going to change anything, right? If the Manchester City has to get to actually win. Yes, exactly. This is what the table looks like now. This is the top 7 team. Maiwa, if Manchester City get to win and Arsenal get to lose, it's not going to change anything. But looking at this table, right, is this the real reflection of what we're actually seeing in England at this point, or is this just that some top teams are just not very good enough, or maybe the quality in their team is not even as good as we expect? I mean, it's very surprising that Liverpool is actually not here, but we'll definitely discuss Liverpool apart as we're also going to be looking at other teams before Pep Guardiola won the 4 straight teams. We know that in England, it's difficult for any team to actually win the league and then get a smooth run before Pep Guardiola did the 4 straight seasons. So tell me about, the reflection of this table and how it's going to, how the fixtures on Saturday is going to really, change the dynamics of what we actually see, here on our screen, the top 7.
Well, I mean, at the moment, the EPL is very competitive. Even Manchester United has not lost in how many games. However, I think if Arsenal loses on Sunday, it's going to put a whole lot of pressure on them. At the moment, they are under a whole lot of pressure. Remember, this is not the first time this is happening. The last time Arsenal was sitting comfortably ahead of Man City, they spent over 8 months on the log, and they ended up losing the title to Man City at the end of the day. We know what Guardiola has been building at the start of the season. Yes, there were a few slip here and there, but I think he has been able to, turn things around for his side. And they are doing well at the moment. If they win that particular game, it's 1 point between them and Arsenal. And any draw or any mistake, should Arsenal not win their game tomorrow, puts Arsenal under a whole lot of pressure. And the moment they overtake you, it's very, very difficult, for you to overtake them back. One thing that Guardiola has done so well is this: he has been able to resolve the issue he faced last season. Yes, he lost 2 games in there earlier in the season, and just, however, he has been able to turn things around for himself. If you look at how the team has been playing, they are beginning to get the form of that old Man City back that is unbeatable, and that is very, very scary. I will not be surprised if Guardiola goes another 10, 11 games unbeaten. The big question is this: will Arsenal be able to do the same thing? Will Arsenal be able to match them, win 10 straight games without drawing any games in between? That might be very difficult to say. There are other teams that are pushing above their weight. You have a Sunderland that's pushing above their weight. They've been able to assemble a team that has been very, very fantastic, and they are doing so well. I will not be surprised if Sunderland becomes, the new Wolves that came in and shocked everybody with the way they are playing. A lot of people are writing them off, and they've been surprising a whole lot of things. There's a particular guy, Shamsidin, who came from the Belgian league. He has been very, very fantastic for them. Everything goes through that boy, and he's just 21. For that age, he controls the pace of what Sunderland does, and he has been very, very effective for Sunderland. So the table so far is a reflection of what's going on at the moment. There's a Manchester United. Yes, they are not winning the way they are supposed to win, but they've been consistent in the last 4 games. They've not lost any game in the last 4 games. And if you look at Manchester United of last week and now, you will feel there's a little bit of progress, even though you might want to call, you might want to still put Aloy under. However, I mean, if you compare their performance last season and what they've done in the last 4 games, you will see a bit of improvement, and that shows how competitive DPL is. So it's going to be very, very difficult. Any top team that loses will definitely lose with the way the table is. With the way the table is at the moment.
All right. So with that, let's take a look at what the fixture holds tomorrow, and of course the weekend. So we'll definitely talk about it, and then let's get to see the fixtures. Yes, thank you very much. So right there at Toughmore, it's going to be Burnley playing host to Chelsea right there, and of course at the Molineux is going to be Wolverhampton Wanderers against Crystal Palace. It's going to be a very tricky tie between Bournemouth and West Ham United, and of course the big one tomorrow is Manchester City traveling all the way to St. James Park against Newcastle. And same tomorrow is going to be a very interesting one right there at the Amex, where Brentford come calling, and Fulham will definitely play host to the surprise package of the season, talking about Sunderland, and Liverpool will play host to Taiwo Awoni's Nottingham Forest. Look at this particular fixture. Tell me which of these fixtures is going to really surprise you. Of course, we know the big ones. We know the one that is most likely going to be. This is exactly where the result might most likely tilt. But tell me, look at these fixtures. Which of them is going to be the biggest shock if the results actually go, against the popular or the bookmakers?
Well, I think the jury is out on, and it's not under a lot of pressure. You need to perform. You need to perform against a Nottingham Forest, you need to perform against them. I remember the new coach of Nottingham Forest definitely has a lot of point to prove. Remember the disaster under what's it called, under Sokoto. So I mean, he has a lot of point to prove, and this is another avenue for him to be able to prove that point. Liverpool is coming back on the backdrop of shaky performance, coming to play what's the name of this their coach again? Sean Dyche, the Nottingham Forest coach, Sean Dyche. The way he sets up his team, remember he set up when he was handling the likes of Burnley and the rest of them. The way he sets up, it will be difficult to break down, and he might hit Liverpool on the counter and just get the win. So I mean, and this is a team that defeated Liverpool last season, and they couldn't get an answer against them. So that game is I'm very interested in that particular game to see what the turnout will be. And another important game again, not a Saturday game, but a Sunday game. What will Arsenal do on Sunday? Their season might be hinging on that particular game. If they slip up like they usually do, which I believe they might probably do because they've done it before, they've done it 3 times before, and I will not be surprised if they do it the 4th time. If they slip up tomorrow, if they slip up on Sunday, that might just be the end of their season. So I'm looking forward to the game of Liverpool, Nottingham Forest, and the Arsenal fixture on Sunday.
Well, I mean, the Arsenal fixture is going to be quite tricky because Arsenal has actually lost, arguably the most informed centre back in the Premier League. And you can also place your bet on him being arguably the most informed centre back in Europe. Talking about Gabriel Magalhaes, alongside a very, very, very good left full back, talking about Ricardo Calafori. So it's going to be a very difficult game right there against Tottenham. But then we'll keep our fingers crossed. I think Arsenal has a way around Tottenham, whatever it is they're actually playing them. But Maiwa, it's so good to have you join me right here on Locker Room on today's edition.
It's always amazing to be here, and I'm hoping that Nottingham Forest does the magic against Liverpool, so we can probably cook Jerry when he comes back next week. Thank you for having me.
All right, so it's so amazing. So hopefully we'll definitely keep our fingers crossed when that one happens, and definitely Jerry should be here by then to actually answer, the call of Panther when it happens. And on that note, we'll definitely withdraw the curtain right here on today's edition and this week's edition of Locker Room on Voice of the People TV. I am Ikechukwu Agwagu. If you're a fan of politics, stick around because Chukwumakoro will definitely be taking you through the world of politics. It is Political Lens with Chukwumakoro. Have a great day ahead.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight On Voice of the People Television, let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In the heart of Ebonyi State lies Afikpo North, the birthplace of a woman whose name has become synonymous with integrity, excellence, and resilience. Born on November 15, 1958, Professor Nnenna Oti's journey from a serene town to national prominence is a testament to dedication and unwavering principles. Nnenna's academic journey began at the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, where she earned a first-class honor degree in soil science in 1982. Her brilliance was evident as she emerged the best graduating student in the Faculty of Agriculture, receiving the Federal Government Merit Award and the UAC Prize for Best Student in Agriculture. She furthered her master's studies in soil science, specializing in soil microbiology and biochemistry from the same university in 1986. In 1987, she obtained a postgraduate diploma in irrigation engineering with distinction from Katholieke Université in Belgium, courtesy of a European Economic Community Scholarship. In 2002, she earned a PhD in Soil and Environmental Conservation from FUTO, winning NUC Award for Best Doctoral Thesis in Nigeria that year. Professor Oti made history as the first female vice-chancellor of FUTO in 2001, scoring 75.5% in the selection process. She officially assumed office on June 19, 2001, succeeding Prof. Francis Eze. Under her leadership, FUTO witnessed significant advancements including improved research quality, the launch of gender-inclusive policies, and strengthened industry partnerships for student training and employment. Professor Nnenna Oti gained national recognition as the Independent National Electoral Commission Returning Officer for the 2023 Abia State election. Despite facing immense pressure and bribery attempts, she upheld the integrity of the electoral process. Her declaration of Alex Oti as the winner was applauded nationwide, with her statement, "If I perish, I perish," becoming a symbol of courage and integrity. Professor Oti's unwavering commitment to truth and transparency earned her a widespread acclaim. She was celebrated as the heroine of democracy, with various organizations and institutions recognizing her contribution to academia and national development. Beyond her administrative roles, Professor Oti's legacy lies in her dedication to mentoring the next generation, promoting gender equality, and advocating for good governance. Her story serves as an inspiration, demonstrating that integrity and excellence can pave way for a transformative leadership.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, I'm looking for good entertainment. You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want...
Hello there, good evening and welcome to Political Lens. I am Chukwuma Okoro. Now we are broadcasting on Metro SL TV channel 264 on social media, on YouTube and other social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. You can also be a part of this conversation by calling in or sending WhatsApp messages to the number showing on your screen. Well, on the show today, self-determination is against the Nigerian Constitution. That is according to Justice James Omotosho. And when we move away from that, Tinubu's council's trip over insecurity, empty gesture from the PDP, that's coming from the PDP. And Jonathan's concession in 2015 strengthened democracy, according to our president, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Well, I've been joined in the studio here in Lagos, who we are broadcasting from by Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Anosike is a philosopher, journalist, author of Wall Street Journal bestseller, Dangote's 10 Commandments of Money, and a political affairs analyst. Good evening, Dr. Anosike, and thanks for being part of
Thank you for having me.
It's a pleasure to always have you here. Now, let's get right into it. After 10 years of back and forth, arrest, bail, attempts to kill by state agencies, running away, quita, extraordinary rendition and retrial, Nnamdi Kanu, leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, was yesterday sentenced to life imprisonment by an Abuja High Court presided over by Justice James Omotosho. Reactions have swelled the said judgment and a certain level of quietude prevails, especially with an option for appeal of the judgment. However, one element and component of judgment that has stirred a flurry of shock, debate and angst among Nigerians is the content of the judgment, which according to Omotosho says that the act of self-determination without passing through the National Assembly is illegal and unconstitutional because according to him, Nigeria is an indissoluble and indissolvable entity as enshrined in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. While this assertion runs directly contrary to the letters of the United Nations and African Union charters that respect the right to self-determination, which curiously Nigeria is a signatory to. Well, the debate has raised and we have to get informed opinions by analysts. Dr. Anosike, before we get into the conversation proper and the controversy of self-determination being illegal and unconstitutional, I'd like for you to give us your reaction to the sentence by Justice Omotosho, life imprisonment on Nnamdi Kanu after 10 years of trial and retrial. What's your broad reaction? Let's have it.
Well, for me, what we saw yesterday was judicial injustice. What we saw yesterday was judicial injustice, but I wasn't surprised at all because it was a foretold judgment. It was Operation Convict Nnamdi Kanu at all costs. It was Operation Convict Nnamdi Kanu at all costs. And even to prove it, by Monday, they've already beefed security in the southeast because they have an idea of what that judgment is going to be. Understand? By Monday, the judgment was yesterday, but by Monday, they have already beefed the security in the southeast. Understand? That's to be ready for a kind of any breakdown of law and order.
Okay.
But they were highly disappointed.
Okay, they were highly disappointed.
Because, so I commend the people, Igbos in the southeast for their calmness, maturity. Because this judgment goes beyond the Ojos, beyond the Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu, that is just a phase of the judgment. This judgment is to continue the destruction of life and property in the southeast. Because they know that if Nnamdi Kanu is in the prison, the system at home will continue. Understand? So the hemorrhaging of the economy in the southeast will continue. So this judgment, Nnamdi Kanu is not the target of this judgment. It is the Igbo people that is the target.
Okay, so more like the Igbo nation was the one that is on trial.
Was targeted and punished. So Nnamdi Kanu is just a kind of used as a form.
A vessel. Okay, now Dr. Nasike, you have raised a few talking points. You talked about judicial injustice, and you say they beefed up security in the Saudis. When you say they, who are you referring to?
Federal government.
Okay, the Nigerian state.
Yes, beef security in the Saudis because they are aware of the judgment that is going to be delivered on Thursday.
So apparently, the judge must have been working with the Nigerian state.
Sure.
Okay. That's the implication. Impliedly, that is what it means.
So that's why it is a judgment foretold.
Foretold.
They already know what is going to happen. That's why they have to beef up security, but they were highly disappointed because the destruction of life and property that they expected will follow the judgment did not happen.
Okay, now before we get into the disappointment that they got, I'd like for us to discuss the issue of Nnamdi Kanu, the judicial injustice. Did Nnamdi help them, by withdrawing his legal team weeks, a month ahead of the judgment day? Did he help them? Because I spoke to some lawyers and they said that, look, that it was wrong for Nnamdi to have withdrawn his counsels at that time, his team, his legal team, because as a matter of fact, that option of no case submission was actually against him. Do you think that Nnamdi Kanu helped the Nigerian state in nailing him?
Well, for me, sincerely, I wasn't happy with his legal team, the way they were handling that case, even right from time.
Okay.
I wasn't happy the way that's if you start with yes, continue with yes till the end. Don't begin to go back to no yes. So I wasn't happy. For me, his legal team was not matured enough.
Okay, when you said from the beginning, we had Aloy Ejimakor, but at the time, Kanu Agabi stepped in. At a point, Onyechi Bazu stepped
in.
We were not happy with the people.
Mike Ozokome was also part of
it, and he was asked to leave.
So all those things, that's back and forth. Or the case was not properly handled.
By who? By the legal team or by
Nnamdi Kanu and the legal team. Nnamdi Kanu is not supposed to be overriding his legal team.
Okay.
Understand? So because you are dependent on them, they are the experts on the field. Even though we know that it is injustice that is going on.
Okay.
But his legal team, in a way, played into the hand of the enemies, which is the Nigerian state.
Okay. Okay, his legal team played into the hands of the enemies. Does it look like they were working with the Nigerian state or what? Or was it that out of ignorance that they didn't know what they were doing? Do you see some sort of complicity? Not really.
Not really. To me, they don't even have the full grasp that's of the case.
Including Onyechi, who has never lost a case in his entire career.
They didn't have a full grasp of the case. Because one, to me, this they should have stood there on the appeal court judgment.
Okay.
They should have
acquitted him.
That's acquitted him. Yes,
okay.
We are not going back to any court until, understand me, that's appeal court cannot acquit me. You now start taking me to a lower court.
But the federal government brought fresh charges against him.
So for me, they didn't handle it very
okay,
well.
Now let's
even though it was injustice from the beginning to the end. It was it was Igbo people on
trial,
not just that.
Okay, now let's go back. Let's leave the legal gymnastics and go back to the issue of. You said that the Nigerian state was disappointed because the level of maybe angst or destruction, or outrage expected to come from the southeast, they didn't come. So that was more like a disappointment.
It's a disappointment.
It was a disappointment. Now, this disappointment, does it look like it's a sign of the quietude? Do you see it like a sign of defeat? That the southeast people have expressed a sign of defeat? Or is it a sense of safety? The fact that Nnamdi is in detention now.
Silence is a very powerful weapon. Understand me?
Okay.
Silence is a very powerful weapon. So when somebody keeps quiet, it doesn't mean that he is a coward. But you will not know what is in his mind and where he is going. So the Nigerian state, the security are in suspense.
Okay.
Do you understand it?
No, come again. I would like our viewers to get.
I say silence is a very powerful weapon.
Okay.
Understand? So as we speak, the Nigerian state, the security agencies are in suspense. What are these people thinking? Understand me? So for me, it is a very good approach. Again, High Court is a court of a first instance.
Okay.
There are still other steps ahead. So for me, that's I like the way they behaved, the way they conducted themselves, because I called Umuahia. Understand? I called the Enugu. How you say Enugu? How is they tell me that everywhere is calm, everywhere is quiet.
Okay. All right. Now let's get into the meat of the matter. The eminent jurist of Motosho, James of Motosho, averred that any self-determination done outside the ambit of the National Assembly is not only unconstitutional but illegal. Now, how does that fit into the broad concept of rights of groups to seek self-determination as enunciated in the United Nations and African Union Charter? This is very, very troubling. That if you, as a group of people, you feel disgruntled in the union and you say, look, we want to opt out peacefully.
You go to your enemy and tell him that I want to opt out.
Opt out.
So, as I told you, this is a judgment foretold. They already concluded that's what they are going to do. So the only thing is to go what they call fishing. Understand?
Okay.
That to get to get their hands on anything. So if to get self-determination, you have to go through government in power. No country in the world will get that, because it is practically impossible. It is practically impossible. So what Omotosho did is just that to find excuses for his illegality.
No, but his argument is that the Nigerian constitution, a part of the Nigerian constitution, says that Nigeria is an indissoluble entity.
Nigeria Nigeria signed both the UN Charter and the AU Charter, which recognize self-determination.
Yeah, but we also understand that where such treaties, run into conflict with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the letters of the Constitution takes precedence.
In this, we have both the letters of the law and the spirit of the law.
Okay.
Understand me? So self-determination is about the spirit of the law and not the letter of the law.
Which law are we talking about now? The Nigerian law or the United Nations law?
Both the Nigerian Constitution, the AU, and the UN. So for him saying it, he just want to hold on to something. In his hasty, if Omotosho was not on a mission to convict Nnamdi Kanu, he would have waited for other cases that were pending in different courts to be resolved. Understand? He should have waited because there are other cases pending in different courts. But he wants to conclude this issue. And he had done the assignment that was given to him. Understand?
Now, do you think that he hastily delivered judgment so that he could help the other cases in other courts, according to you?
Which the cases pending in the other courts, excuse me, who have assisted in ensuring that justice is done. Mm-hmm. The cases in the other courts would have ensured that justice is done, but he did not want to deliver, excuse me, justice, and that's the problem.
Okay.
He doesn't want to deliver justice, and the people are talking about the insult that he delivered the judgment in anger. That is absolute nonsense.
Why do you think it's nonsense? Don't you think it might influence his decision? Nnamdi had insulted him several times and all of that.
Excuse me. Judgment is given based on the evidence before a court. Judgment is given based on the cases submitted or filed. Do you understand me?
Yes, I do.
So even if a judge see an armed robbery case outside his court and watch it and come into the court, understand? If the prosecutor cannot prove beyond every reasonable doubt that the armed robber committed that offense, the judge cannot use his own observation as a case.
Okay, so your case is as good as your evidence.
Sure. So that you were abused or insulted shouldn't add to the weight of evidence or before a court.
Okay, they also relied on certain interview granted by Sahara reporters at some point as evidence. Should that be?
Is that should that be?
That is what I'm asking.
So that tells you what happened. I say it was judicial injustice.
Judicial injustice. Now, but honestly, so something quite interesting happened yesterday. I don't know the final points of the law, but a lot of people have expressed some kind of worry, deeply troubling, because if you listen to the judgment, the name of Ahmed Gulak, former PDP bigwig, that was killed in Imo State in the crossfires, featured many times in that judgment.
I said they went fishing.
Okay, went fishing.
Something to hook on.
Because
is there any direct evidence making Nnamdi Kanu with
the death of Ahmed Gulak?
Is there any direct evidence? Was there people that were arrested and they say it was Nnamdi Kanu that told us to go and kill this man? Was there anybody that came out and said it was Nnamdi Kanu? So what they did was just to go fishing, get things here and there just to convict him. So for me, as I stand here, Nnamdi Kanu is innocent of all the charges that they brought against him. As I stand here, Nnamdi Kanu is a hero. I will continue to be a hero. Nnamdi Kanu is a hero. I will continue to be a hero, and he will survive all those people that are now punishing him. he will survive all of them from A to Z.
Well, I like your optimism. Where is it coming from? You think that a political solution will eventually take him out of that place? And how soon would that be?
I said this is court of first instance.
Okay.
This court, there are still other courts. We have
appeal and the Supreme Court.
Understand me? So this is just the court of first instance. But they know that they have erred. And this judgment has been condemned world over, even including the United States.
The people that condemn this judgment, are they doing that based on the facts of the law or based on emotions? Because I also understand that what the appeal court and Supreme Court will entertain, they will not entertain fresh facts. They will entertain facts based on the judgment of the High Court.
They can entertain more facts. If there's a revelation in a case, understand me, it can be entertained. Understand me? If there's a revelation in a case, it can be entertained in the appeal court.
Okay.
Understand?
So, if you have at the back of your mind that the Nigerian state is working towards an answer, do you think that they will probably allow the judges to entertain fresh facts of the matter?
We are still. This is just this is just the first half.
Okay, this is just first half.
Understand me?
Now, Dr. Anosike, going forward, a few days ago, we had 2 terrorist kingpins, that were tried as well. One of them was sentenced to 20 years imprisonment on terrorism charges. So what is the difference between ISWAP terror kingpins, but they were sentenced to 20 years imprisonment. Why giving them the kind of life sentence? Do we have different laws for different people?
That shows you, I said that what happened is the hatred, the wickedness of Nigerian state against the Igbo. So Nnamdi Kanu is just a kind of a proxy, understand me? A face that they want to use to get to the Igbo people. So it's not just about Nnamdi Kanu. The case goes far beyond him. So the ISWAP people, we know what they have done, understand? No picture anywhere can show Nnamdi Kanu with a gun. No picture anywhere can show Nnamdi Kanu with a gun. They say that Nnamdi Kanu made a broadcast all the way from the United States. Understand? Nobody can say that Nnamdi Kanu has snapped him. Let alone broke his head. But now he is given a life sentence and other people who are known murderers. 20 years sentence. So this shows you the type of country that we are in. But we must overcome. And Igbos have always overcome. It will not stop. We are going to overcome.
Okay, I like the fact that you brought us to this point again, where we are talking about the southeast in Nigeria. You also understand that 7 other IPOB leaders are currently undergoing trial for terrorism. Do you think the whole effort is to break that agitation for a sovereign state of Biafra by the Nigerian state? Is that where they are headed?
I say this is not just an IPOB or Nnamdi Kanu. Okay. Igbos are the target of this thing. Igbo economy, people who are envious of the progress of the Igbo people are those behind this. Those who are envious of the progress of Igbo people are the ones behind this. They are imagining how a people that were defeated in war all of a sudden has bounced back, are now dominating everywhere. So this is Operation Stop Igbo People from Progressing. It's not about Nnamdi Kanu at all.
When you say they are dominating everywhere, where are they dominating apart from commerce? Are they dominating in government, in politics?
Who is controlling commerce, controls everything?
Really?
Who steal your billions from politicians, you not chew it. You not drink it. Igbos are waiting for you at the market square.
No, but one single policy by the people that control the politics can turn your nairas into your nairas into kobo.
And you do what?
You start afresh again.
And you do what? You with that your policy that turned the naira into kobo, what becomes your fate?
Okay.
What becomes your fate? So who controls it? The war between China and America is commerce and nothing more. The war between all the countries is commerce. That's what people don't know. What the world is struggling for is who controls
resources.
Commerce, resources.
Okay. Now, Dr. Nosike, let's chime in on the future of the Southeast. Now, what will be the state of security in the Southeast with this judgment? Simon Ekpa, far away Finland, is in jail. Nnamdi Kanu here in Nigeria has been thrown into jail again. Now, what becomes of the agitation and its fallout in the Southeast? What do you see coming in the coming days? Let's start with the state of security in the Southeast.
Well,
do you think that...
For me, I cannot stay here and predict what will be the state of security
in the Southeast. Okay.
Understand me? But I want to beg them, let everybody be mature. Let everybody. This is a time for serious and sober reflection, and then knowing that we are harming ourselves, we are harming our economy, we are killing our own people with all these destructions. Understand? That the sit at home is not helping any body. That the destruction of properties is not helping anybody too.
Okay.
So for me, this is a time for those who are enforcing the sit at home,
okay,
to go back and get busy somewhere else. Understand? And all hope is not lost. This is just cut of first instance. But as I said, Nnamdi Kanu will survive all those people who are persecuting him. And he has already started that.
How so? How has he done that?
The person that gave the order for him to be brought to Nigeria, what is he? The person whose jet was used to go and bring Kanu from Kenya, where is he? The person that brought 300 million for his rendition, where is he? So he has already started surviving them, and he will continue.
Honestly, we are on national television. What all these things are saying? Do you have evidence? Somebody brought his private jet, somebody brought 300 million naira, somebody brought what information, and do you have evidence for all
I
that?
say the person that ordered for him to be renditioned into Nigeria, where is he?
Okay, well, that is a necessary end. It must come when it must come.
Okay, yes. But all those people will die before Nnamdi Kanu, and they have started dying.
Okay, now, Dr. Nosike, a lot of people have said, look, this is the appropriate time to start looking for political solution, for the release of Nnamdi Kanu. Some people said, like, why didn't the president grant him pardon, when he released the list of pardoned people, using his power of prerogative of clemency and all of that? And a section said, no, you cannot pardon someone who has not been convicted and all of that. So do you think that this is the appropriate time, to use that track for a political solution to release him? And who should play that role? The leaders of the Southeast, what do you expect them to do in the coming days, coming weeks, and in the near future?
For me, people say something in the afternoon, in the night, they will go and say a different thing. Understand? Some people come out in the afternoon and say, release Nnamdi Kanu, release Nnamdi Kanu. Then in the night, they will say, keep him there. So, some people in the Southeast, most of the politicians will be happy that Nnamdi Kanu is now in prison. Understand? Because he has a lot of influence on the youth. Nnamdi Kanu is very popular among all the youth in the Southeast. And he can direct them on who to vote for. So they will feel serves him right. Do you understand? But for me, if Tinubu had wanted to release him and not granting him pardon. There's a section of the Constitution, either 197, that he used to release the child terrorists that were arrested.
Okay, by asking the Attorney General to file another
to discontinue
with the case.
Yes, that's with the case. So that's different from saying granting him pardon. You cannot grant somebody who has not committed any offense pardon. Understand? So as I said, this is court of first instance. There are still other
appeal
reverse.
Dr. Anosike, I like your optimism when you talk about other, options available, especially the legal options, talking about the appeal court and the Supreme Court. Now, do you think that this thing will the president, or the APC, would they pressure the president to score a political goal ahead of 2027 to say, okay, we have let this young man go, let him go back to his people, go and sing no more? Do you see that coming ahead of 2027?
You now use him as a political bargaining chip.
Okay.
Is that?
Yes, do you see that coming?
Well, for me, if they do it, understand, if they do it, but it cannot change anything.
No, it will change something. He will be let go. He will be a free man.
For me, it cannot change anything. Understand?
No, I don't understand.
No, that's at this time. If I want to vote for Party A, you cannot. I cannot use because of you use your powers that to bring him out. Then I'll now vote for Party A. Why you were instrumental to him being convicted? Do you understand?
Yes, I do. I do.
So if they think that it will give them any advantage, for me it won't.
Okay, Dr. Anosike, before we get into the next topic of discussion, I would like for us to talk about the issue of the causes of this agitation, the factors that led to this agitation, and the agitation itself briefly. Do you think that with Nnamdi's absence and Simon Ekpa's absence, do you think that the agitation has died a natural death? Agitation for the sovereign state of Biafra, especially if the perceived marginalization or the marginalization that led to this agitation continues. The total exclusion of the Igbo nation from the commanding heights of Nigeria's national life. If it continues, do you think that this agitation will die? Because one, Simon is not there, Nnamdi is not there, and the Igbo political elites are more like being very sitting on the fence,
The issue is this. Before Nnamdi Kanu, there was somebody.
Okay.
Understand me? There was somebody. Ralph Wazirike formed the Masop in 1999.
Okay.
He formed Masop in 1999, and the reason is not far-fetched. After the end of the genocidal war in 1970, Gowon made a famous declaration: no victor, no vanquish. Understand? And now put up what he called the 3R. Understand? Reconstruction, rehabilitation, and reconciliation.
Yes.
And that word, reconciliation, because that is at the heart of everything. But up to today, Igbos have not been reconciled into the country. Igbos have not been reconciled into the country. And that's the cause of this agitation.
Okay.
And if they think that killing Nnamdi Kanu, not even giving him life imprisonment, if they think that killing Nnamdi Kanu will stop the agitation, it won't. Understand me? Okay. It won't, because it is everywhere. It is everywhere. Even the judgment itself, the judgment that were delivered this week still shows that you have not been reconciled. Why an ISWAP terrorist will be given 20 years imprisonment, and Nnamdi Kanu, who was not found with any weapon, is given life imprisonment. We are reading all this. Our children are reading all these things.
Okay.
So you cannot. The killing of Nnamdi Kanu will not end it.
Will not end it. No. Okay. Now, beautiful. Now, Dr. Anosike, let's get into the next topic of discussion. Now, the People's Democratic Party (PDP) has criticized President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for cancelling his planned visit to South Africa and Angola, describing the move as superficial and incapable of addressing Nigeria's deepening insecurity. PDP spokesperson, the new spokesperson in Ejimakor, said the decision was made amid public outrage over the abduction of 25 schoolgirls in Kebbi State and amounted to mere tokenism. Well, Ejimakor argued that while the cancellation may appear sympathetic, it does nothing to confront the escalating violence nationwide. He challenged the president to temporarily relocate to Kebbi State and other conflict zones in the north to galvanize security agencies and encourage frontline troops, insisting that the commander-in-chief should not remain in the comfort of the presidential villa at such a critical time. Well, the opposition party further linked recent attacks in Kwara State to the growing climate of fear confronting Nigerians daily. It accused the APC-led administration of responding to worsening security with denial, excuses, and empty assurances, insisting that the cancelled trip reflects yet another superficial gesture rather than a genuine effort to resolve the crisis. Dr. Anosike, do you agree with PDP that the president's decision to stay away from the G20 summit and his trip to Angola, is just mere optics, that it amounts to nothing?
Well, I will start with the issue of him relocating to Kebbi.
Okay.
It means that if he begins to relocate, he will not be in Aso Rock in the next 1 year. So assuming he has relocated to Kebbi, maybe by today he will be on his way to Niger State.
And from Niger?
To Nasarawa.
From Nasarawa?
Which police are now
Kwara.
saying, understand me, that's to Kwara. Understand?
And probably from Kwara to Borno.
So the issue is this. One, Nigeria is in a very tensive mood. So he made all the right decision by cancelling that on the trip. One, because of the insecurity, and also that for the preservation of his government. Mind you, a brigadier general was killed. So it will not be in his right sense for him just to leave that the country. That shows a lack of concern.
Has the government admitted that a brigadier general was killed?
It's a fact now.
No, it's not about being a fact. Has the government agreed? Has government recognized the fact that, according to you, that the brigadier general was killed?
Has they agreed?
That would be a basis, for him to say,
Has they agreed that 25 school girls were kidnapped in Kebbi?
Yes, they have agreed. That is why the president had to dispatch the Minister of State, Bello Matawale, to Kebbi State. He said, look, young man, go to Kebbi State. Make sure you bring back those girls. At least they have accepted that. But the government has said, look, no brigadier general. Military authorities, have they agreed?
So it will have been senseless for anybody, understand, that to leave all the country at that point in time.
Okay, so that the military will not be rattled.
Sure. Understand me? So he did for me. Cancelling is a very, very good thing. That is a credit to him. It shows responsibility. Understand? I shouldn't be who the Roman that's emperor Nero.
Okay.
That was feasting while Rome was burning. Understand me? So it's good for him that he did that. But beyond that, we need action.
Dr. Anosike, I like the fact that you talk about the president, staying back to ensure that, look, the girls are brought back peacefully and all of that. Something happened. You recall sometime either in 2012 or 2013, when the bombs went off at the United Nations headquarters in Abuja. At that point, President Goodluck Jonathan was built to travel to Brazil, South America, and when he eventually did, and Nigerians said, look, Mr. President, bomb just went off at UN headquarters in Abuja and you jumped on a plane and traveled to South Africa, his spokesperson then, I think Ruben Abati said, look, if the president had stayed back, the terrorists that detonated that bomb would have gloated, yes, we succeeded in stopping him from traveling.
I don't agree with.
Okay, you don't agree.
I don't agree with that.
So he went. So okay, the President Jonathan, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu took a right decision for staying back
because Tinubu is the father of the country.
Okay.
Understand? He is the father of Nigerians, and as a father, you cannot hear that something that your house is in distress, and you carry or you are bag that you are going out.
Okay.
If it's money that you are going there to make, who is going to eat that money? If not the members of your family.
Now, the terrorists that abducted those girls, do you think that they will gloat? Yes, we succeeded in stopping the president from attending G20 meeting. Do you think they will gloat over it?
Well,
and thumb their chest. Yes, we did it. We made sure that he didn't travel.
Well,
let him come and get those girls.
I cannot speak. I'm not shaking.
Okay.
I cannot speak on behalf of the terrorists. I don't know how they think. Understand? But Tinubu made the right decision by cancelling the trip. It's a thumb up
for him.
Understand me?
Okay. Now that the Minister of Defense, Minister of State for Defense, Matawale, has gone to Kebbi State, assuming he comes back and he doesn't get those kids, what would be the end point of the president cancelling his trip?
No, that's showing that you should show concern.
Okay, showing concern.
Whether the girls that's
returned or not.
Okay. He has shown concern.
Okay.
Because going out, it shows that you don't even care what's happening.
So you now agree with PDP that the president cutting short his trip is mere tokenism. If at the end of the day the girls are not returned, because Chibok girls, some of them are still being held in captivity.
Over 8 years has not returned more than.
So you now agree with what the PDP said?
No, I say canceling the trip is one, then taking action is another. But I'm getting worried because the more the day goes, the father that the girls will go. Understand me? So I'm getting,
especially when we are hearing that other students in some parts of the country have also been kidnapped, despite the fact that the police authorities have said, look.
No, Niger own is in the public.
No, but police has debunked. Police said no. They were
they debunked Nasarawa.
Nasarawa.
Yes,
Nasarawa,
yes.
So the father stays in retrieving those girls.
The further they go. Understand?
And the more kidnaps might happen.
Yes, because
especially when these people are
distractions will also be coming. Now, if all energies channel to Kebbi, you hear that another one has happened in
Nasarawa,
in Niger. What would you do? Or you are focused that it's shifted. Understand? And which will give those people the opportunity that to hide them more.
Now, does it appear to you that since Donald Trump redesignated Nigeria as a country of particular concern, there's been a resurgence in kidnaps and attacks,
Very,
Have you noticed that?
And for me, what my mind is telling me is that these terrorists are up to something.
Okay.
Understand?
Which is?
These terrorists are up to something. Maybe their thinking could be, if Donald Trump comes, there could be a change of government. Understand me?
Okay. So they want to pull him in.
So they want to pull him. They want to pull him
to achieve a political end.
To achieve a political end. That's why at times I read a political conspiracy into this.
Okay, into what's going on.
Because why is it escalating? Just after Donald Trump just announced it is very, very suspicious. To me, it is suspicious.
Okay, now, Dr. Anosike,
mind you, the KB issue, the governor said that he gave intel and it was sabotaged.
Exactly what happened in 2011 when the Chibok girls were kidnapped. Now, okay, sometime around that, between 11 and
2014.
2014, yes, 2014. Now, do you think that they are trying to replay? It's more like a replay of what happened to the Chibok girls, so that America could be drawn into, like they did that time with Obama.
They use the Chibok girls to make Jonathan government look bad and weak.
Is that what is?
And that's exactly what is happening now.
Do you think they will succeed?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know.
Okay.
But if it continues this way, because the American government are already accusing Tinubu of being weak, sitting back while this is going on.
What's going on? All right, Dr. Anosike, before we leave, now President Bola Tinubu has congratulated former President Goodluck Jonathan on his 68th birthday anniversary, commending his role in strengthening Nigeria's democracy. In a statement signed by the Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Bayo Nanoga, Tinubu joined Jonathan's family, friends, and associates in celebrating the former leader for his contributions to nation building. He highlighted Jonathan's humility and statesmanship, particularly his concession in the 2015 presidential election, which he said gave Nigeria a pride of place globally. Tinubu recalled past interactions with Jonathan, including support and counsel during his political ascent in 2010 and 2011 presidential election. The president noted Jonathan's continued influence as he undertakes international diplomatic responsibilities, especially in promoting democratic values across Africa. Tinubu also prayed for the well-being of Jonathan, his wife, Patience, and their family. Dr. Anosike, according to Tinubu, Jonathan strengthened democracy in Nigeria. What has been the state of democracy since Jonathan left? Has the APC walked forward or backward regarding the state of democracy in Nigeria?
From bad to worse. Understand? Democracy has gone from bad to worse since 2015. Understand? What we have just made is one step forward and 5 steps backward, because we cannot claim that we are practicing democracy now where there's no separation of powers, where there are no checks and balances. Democratic integrity is practically non-existing in this.
Why do you say so? Why do you say it's non-existent? I mean, parties are holding congresses and convention and all of that. Nobody has been stopped.
You cannot.
They are in the process of registering new political parties and all of that. IPAC is meeting. Everybody is
Another
talking.
name for democracy is development.
Okay. Economic democracy.
Another name for democracy is development. Another name for democracy is that's a freedom of speech. Understand? But now in the country, most people are afraid. Most people are afraid because they will say that I don't want tomorrow DSS, SSR, and so on will come. So there's no freedom in the country, and you cannot claim to be practicing democracy while there's no freedom.
Okay, so you think that we have walked back, in democracy?
Big time, big time.
Does it have anything to do with the defections? Governors defecting, members of House of Representatives, senators defecting from one party to the APC?
They have been coerced to defect. Some are also defecting on their own to cover the crime that they committed. Understand me? Maybe a public fund that they stole.
Okay.
But now the issue is that there's no open space for the political parties to compete, because one is trying to swindle there's every other one in existence.
Okay.
Going with what is happening in PDP and in LP, that's as we speak.
Okay. So you are among the...
Imagine what Wike is saying, that the condition that for the consideration in PDP that they will not produce presidential candidates in 2027.
I have not heard Wike say that. Somebody reported that Wike said that Wike gave it as a condition.
Yes.
Wike has not personally come out to say, look, this is...
So, and you feel that if Wike did not say it, that he cannot come out and say no.
No. Dr. Anosike, ahead of the convention, Wike and his group gave 6 conditions.
Yes.
Before the convention could hold. That wasn't one of the conditions. Now we have somebody come out from somewhere and say, look, Wike said. Wike hasn't come out to say. And the other 6 conditions they gave, he didn't deny it.
This one, did he say that it is not what he said?
Okay.
Do you think that Wike is somebody that you can just unite against him and he wouldn't say anything?
But I also know him as somebody that if you say that this is what he said, he will say, yes, I said it, and these are the reasons why.
Why hasn't he come out and said I did not say this?
Exactly the question.
Because he's holding his presidential media
briefing. And he hasn't said that.
So for me, what we are practicing now is not democracy.
It's not democracy.
It is autocracy.
As we end this conversation, I'd like for you to take 1 minute and give us your concluding thoughts. Nnamdi's life imprisonment.
Well, I want to commend the Igbos for their maturity, for their calmness. It is not yet over.
Okay.
And this is, High Court is a court of first instance. Understand? All hope is not lost. Understand? That is that on the Kanu.
Okay, on the president cutting short his trip. You are in agreement?
For me, I give him a thumb up. You must show concern. There must be compassion. There must be empathy. That's one of the attributes of
a good leader.
Of what?
A good leader.
Of a leader.
Of a leader. Okay, you don't want to qualify it. Good leader. Okay.
Leader.
The fact Jonathan is 68 is strengthening democracy. Where are we in democracy?
Well, what Jonathan did APC undo.
Okay.
So that's where we are. They have reversed all the
gains that we made. All right, now this would be a good place to anchor this conversation. I must say a very big thank you to you, Dr. Peter Anosike. I appreciate your presence on Political Lens. Now, on behalf of the backroom staff, talking about the technical director, the bus manager, the sound engineer, and the ingest manager, I am Chukwuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with Nana Andumduto. Enjoy the rest of your evening and your weekend. I'll see you on Monday, 8 o'clock on the morning show. Bye for now.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Hello Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chike Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello, peeps. My name is Yomi Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it, or I'll find you, and I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked, because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time, because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die, because VOP is the plot.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get drive! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Hello Nigeria, it's another exciting episode of the Issues and Voice of the People Television, where we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I am your host, Nena Ndomdioto. Today on the issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics, from court sentencing Nnamdi Kanu to life imprisonment, to NLC decrying Kebbi Kwara attacks, calling for urgent attention. Also, NAD least conditions to end doctors' strike. Join us as we break down the fact and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break now, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. A federal high court in Abuja has convicted Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, on all 7 counts of terrorism brought against him by the federal government. Judge James Omotosho held that the prosecution successfully proved this case, noting that Kanu refused to counter the evidence and persistently challenged the legitimacy of the charges. Immediately after the verdict, government lawyers demanded the death penalty, citing the Terrorism Prevention Act and the severity of the offences. Kanu, who's been detained for years and represented himself in court, had previously filed motions arguing that the law under which he was tried was invalid and that his trial breached constitutional protections. However, in a twist, the court sentenced Kanu to life imprisonment rather than yield to the government's demand for a death sentence. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by 2 distinguished guests. Here in the studio, we have Mr. Dele Fanimo. He is a seasoned reporter and a senior political analyst. Thank you very much for joining us tonight.
My pleasure.
Then joining us virtually is Comrade Destiny Nabulele. He is the former member of Edo State House of Assembly, a public affairs analyst, and a human rights activist advocate. He will get to join us later on in the show. Sir, let me start with you. So, would you applaud this ruling? You know, every Nigerians were all at standstill, if I could say that. Everybody really wanted to know the case or how the case would end, and of course, we've heard it, the life imprisonment. Would you applaud the ruling, or would you say that the judge was lenient with the ruling?
Well, it's not a question of applauding or otherwise. That should be the context here. I think the import of the judgment
should be our focus. Honestly, when the conviction came before the sentencing, I was extremely apprehensive because I know that some of those charges carry death penalty. And I've had cause to ask some few lawyers. But when the judgment came and it was life sentence, it's not as if it's still better, because for a vibrant young man to imagine spending the rest of his life behind bars without limit is even more excruciating. But the joy about all this is it's not the final stage. It still has the appeal court and the Supreme Court to argue his case. But as it is today, I am looking beyond the sentencing. I'm looking at Kanu as a person. I'm looking at how he will feel. I'm looking at his children, his wife, and his immediate family. Nigerians are funny lot. They quickly forget. I tell you, if in the next 1 or 2 weeks, if anything more serious happens in Nigeria, majority of people would even not remember that Kanu is behind bars. And that's why I've always advocated, I said it in the afternoon here, that I wish that the political solution route had been taken before now, so that we can settle this. But of course, it's still an open thing. We can still open up discussions aimed at getting reprieve for Nnamdi Kanu. Because beyond the agitations, I have listened to him early in the struggle, and I know that he exudes some measure of brilliance. He's not just an ordinary person on the street. And a talent like that shouldn't just be sacrificed on the altar of this kind of thing. So I want to say that hope is not lost. Kanu can still be redeemed. It could be a prerogative of mercy. It could be a victory in the appeal court or a victory in the Supreme Court. But people, well-meaning Nigerians, beyond the Southeast, should come together and see how best this situation can be handled, so that everybody will now get a semblance of a win-win situation, and there won't be any victor and not any vanquished.
Okay, some persons have said that Nnamdi Kanu was literally sentenced on what he said and not what he did. That people have said worse things than what Nnamdi Kanu said, and that there's no right to him being placed on life imprisonment because it's just a freedom of speech. What's your take on this?
You see, I might find it a little bit difficult to answer that question, because I am not a lawyer. I don't know to the extent to which you can talk that it becomes very vicarious liability on your part. So it's a very difficult and dicey question for me to answer if I am not a lawyer, because I don't want to stand the risk of saying something that lawyers would. So, for me, it will be better handled by a learned person.
Okay. Okay, would you say that Nnamdi Kanu destroyed his case when he chose to defend himself and not allowing lawyers defend him? Because we could see how he behaved in court. Maybe a person of his temperament might not be in the best position to defend himself. Maybe if he had lawyers, don't you think that's something, he would have had a more lenient, how would I put it, a more lenient judgment given to him if he had lawyers that defended him?
You see, the caliber of lawyers assembled by Kanu should have been allowed to file their defense in this case. A lawyer of the stature of former Attorney General of the Federation, and there are, I think, about 5 or 6 senior advocates were there in that team. It would have been, because law is about technicalities, and it would have been an advantage to him if those lawyers had taken the case to a logical conclusion the way they started. Of course, they may have some aces up their sleeves that could give a lead to why he should not be convicted. And the court gave him that opportunity, I think more than 2 or 3 times, to file a defense. Because from what I was listening throughout to the judgment, they just said he pleaded not guilty to those charges. And the fact that you pleaded not guilty, that means you have reasons, you have evidence to show that you didn't actually commit the offense. It would have allowed those lawyers to take it to a logical conclusion. But it's quite unfortunate that it went this way. Law is so complex. You may think you may not be able to get out of it, but just one loophole may be enough to bring down all the array of evidence marshaled against you in the case. But that opportunity was lost in the course of the trial. And you can see, if you listen to that judgment, the judge relied heavily on the prosecution to arrive at that sentence, that conviction. It could have been otherwise if there are there is a process that allows for opening and closing of defense, and then there will be cross-examination and all that, and then maybe there could be just what we consider as medicine after death now, that these lawyers are saying that he shouldn't have been convicted based on vicarious liability, more so when he was not the one that actually committed the murder that was attributed to his instruction. But we didn't have that opportunity to go to that extent in the case. So it's rather unfortunate.
Okay. Do you think the judgment would deepen political tensions, especially among his supporters in the Southeast?
Of course, they cannot be happy. There's no way they can be happy. But I would advise that there are windows. Appellate court is there. The apex court, which is the Supreme Court, is there. Political maneuvering is there. So hope is not lost it can still be made good. So rather than escalate tension, I would advise a supporter to remain calm and let's see how it plays out in these two appellate courts. And then finally, how we have gotten to a point that the choices are not too many. And for the sake of the man himself, his immediate family, and his extended family, let us find a solution, a political solution to it, so that the man can return to his family.
Okay, and we have our virtual guest join us at the moment. Let us have him, weigh in into this discussion. Good evening, comrade. Evening.
Maybe he needs to unmute his mic.
Okay, to join us later on in the show. Let's move on. Okay, the Nigerian Labour Congress (NLC) has issued a stark warning to the federal government following a terrorist attack in Kebbi State, where 25 female students were abducted from the Government Girls Comprehensive Secondary School and the vice principal was killed. NLC President Joe Ajere mourned with the victims' families and called on the federal government to urgently review its security strategy, saying the worsening crisis shows that existing bogus budgets are not producing real protection. At the same time, the NLC raised concern over a separate incident in Kwara State where suspected bandits abducted 4 rice farmers in Bokungi village. The union warned that insecurity is not just a regional issue, but a national threat, urging the government to confront this evil before it consumes us all. So, do you think the security situation in Nigeria is spiraling out of control with these incidents we're seeing now?
Yeah. Nobody's comfortable with the level of insecurity in the country. As a matter of fact, anybody that deludes himself or herself that is safe anywhere in this country will be playing the ostrich. It's a difficult thing to assume that you are safe anywhere you find yourself, because the way these people are spreading their tentacles, soon, except something drastic is done and steps are taken, it could get to a point that anywhere in this country may not be safe. Initially, when this insurgency started, it was in the northeast. Later on, the bandits came and started attacking people in the northwest. Today, they are in the middle belt, the north central. And they are also itching to make incursion to southwest and possibly south or southeast. So I just pray that the whole country will not be enveloped with fear to the extent that we may not be able to even go about our normal daily chores without looking behind our shoulders, and these people, they are no respecter of anywhere. If they could go to church and kill, if they could go to mosque and kill, if they could go to farms and kill, go to homes to abduct, sometimes for ransom and all that, then if they could also ambush soldiers and kill them in their numbers, then what else can they not do? So I align with the Nigerian Labour Congress, though their voice is not as strong as one would have expected. But for the optics, I align with them that something has to be done, at least for us to have some respite in this country. And it has to be done quickly.
Okay, some reports or some persons had said recently that the just after the statement made by Trump, U.S. President Trump, that it looks like these attacks are now more frequent. That it looks like the terrorists or the bandits are daring U.S. president for him to actually come and do what he needs to do or do whatever he wants to do. Would you think that? Would you also toe that line?
No, I don't want to toe that line. See, all these things had been orchestrated, had been pre-planned. And because there's a pushback from government, initially when Trump made that pronouncement, these bandits were fleeing to the extent that our neighbor Chad had to close his borders against them. But after a while, then when they discovered that nothing of such is likely to happen, it emboldened them to the point that they believe that they can still carry on with their attacks without let on hindrance. And this is where the federal government should have taken steps to constantly begin to assail them, to begin to denigrate them, to the extent that they will not have a hiding place. But unfortunately, even those soldiers that were going to rescue those 25 young girls were ambushed and some of them were killed. That is to show you how bold, how daring these terrorists are. And it is quite unfortunate that the sovereignty and the power of the state is being whittled down on a daily basis. And we seem not to have a solution to some of these things. It's quite unfortunate. I don't want to see Nigeria going under as a result of the lack of political will by the federal government to contain this marauder. Government should live up to its responsibility and take bold steps to fight these insurgents.
Okay, while you were speaking, you made mention of something about it being pre-planned. That the whole issue, the whole entire situation has been pre-planned. Can you throw more light on that? Sorry.
You see, it's just like the police and the thief. The police wants to be one step ahead of the thief. Then the criminal also wants to catch up and even overtake the police. How best can you explain that there was an intel that there is likelihood of attack on that school? There was also an intel that 2 weeks to the attack on Yewata that some people were planning. And when security operatives were asked, they said the intel was misleading. The fact that there was an intel shows that it wasn't just a spontaneous thing, that it was pre-planned. I mean, all this would point to the fact that most of these things are not just a spontaneous or impulsive reaction or action. They knew where they were taking off from. They knew where they were to attack, and yet nothing was done. So it simply means that you and I, somebody, a neighbor, may have an idea of somebody coming to attack and gives intel to the intelligence community, and they will not act until the deed is done. So is that not enough evidence to show that these things were pre-planned?
Okay, what security? What comprehensive approach can we take on this security situation? But before you answer that, Former Governor Amechi recently said that the federal government lacks the political will to curb this terrorism or to curb our insecurity. Do you think that is the situation here?
You see, he didn't only say that. He also said that he has the answer, that he should come for help. And I asked, Amechi, since 1999, when the Fourth Republic took off, and now, that's about 26 years, Amechi consecutively enjoyed 23 and a half years out of these 26. The only time he's been out of government was from May 29, 2023 to now, which is just about 1.5 years. 2.5 years. Now, for 8 years, he was a key player in the last administration. He couldn't give us this information to fight insurgents. He was governor for 8 years, and while he was governor, Boko Haram was already dealing with us in this country, and he couldn't give solution at that time. So what solution does he now have after leaving government for just 2.5 years? Politicians, they play to the gallery, and unfortunately, Nigerians take them serious. When I heard about it, I just took it with a pinch of salt. That what nonsense? How could you have said that? He just wanted to be noticed. That's why he's saying that. And somebody like me would not take him seriously. So then, on the issue of how best to address this, you see, if you talk about it for the next 48 hours, it still boils down to that political will. It still boils down to that political will. And that political will that is lacking would have to be brought to bear for us to find a lasting solution to this insurgency. Because if you ask a military man that probably had been to Sambisa or Zamfara or anywhere and was lucky to come back alive, he will tell you that if the political will is there and the soldiers are given the right incentive, the right weaponry, and the right atmosphere to work, that these are ragtag army that can be denigrated in less than a month. So who is that person holding the lever that will not release the rain for this? If a non-state actor like Gumi can locate where these people are, you should know. Then you should know that the security agencies have enough intel to route them. But we have seen examples. A private in the Nigerian army was among troops that were fighting these insurgents, and just when they were successfully repelling this armed group, order came that they should retreat. But this soldier felt that his life was on the line and that of his troop. He went after these insurgents and he was able to single-handedly push them back to the extent that they retreated. And what was the compensation? He said he violated lawful orders and he was dismissed. Is that not instructive? Look at that Major General, that government set up a team, a task team, to fish out leaders of these bandits and insurgents. And this team was able to pick some of them. And the only reward that Major General got was compulsory retirement, interrogation, and it was, according to reports, put in solitary confinement for 64 days. That's over 2 months. What is the incentive for the ones serving now to want to go all out to defend the territorial integrity of this country? If your predecessors had suffered this kind of fate, would you want to dare? That is why I said the political will is not there. And until that political will is brought to bear, we may have to contend with this for a long time.
So it means that you're actually in line, you're actually supporting, even if you don't, the Amaechi's statement about the political will, federal government not having a political will. So you actually support that statement? Yes,
I support it, though it's not coming from a good messenger.
Well, of course, leave the messenger and take the message.
Yeah, I'm taking the
case,
message.
exactly. Let's come to our, go to our virtual guest, who is Comrade. Are you with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, thank you for joining us. Okay, so we are talking about the NLC's call on the federal government to take urgent steps in addressing the insecurity in the country. So I want to ask, what's your take on that? What's your take on the insecurity? Do you think the federal government isn't doing enough, or you feel, what do you think?
Yeah, let me again appreciate you for having me this evening. The issue of whether they are doing enough, they are not doing at all. That is the gospel truth. Because if you look at Aristotle, when he tried to understand the state, he said the state is when the citizens are happy and have a honorable life. The question I ask people now, are we happy? Are we living a honorable life? The answer is with a capital no. So that's to tell you that, I should speak very just now, the Nigerian state that it says is the first state. That is the gospel truth. You see, the issue of insecurity, it is quite disturbing. And why I'm a little bit not very happy is that the man at the time that one castigated, that one say that Nigeria should bring the head of the then president to a Golgotha, is now in the helm of affairs. But here we are. He's dumbfounded, he's handicapped, and to be very sincere with you, he has lost touch with reality. I read in one of the this thing just now that they said that the Kebbi school abduction, that there were, some kind of, intelligence, that despite the intelligence still happened, then there is a fundamental problem. Our security architecture in this country, we will be saying it. We'll be saying it. That the security formations in this country, they are no longer in tune with their constitutional duty or requirement. Rather, they are in bed with publicity, with money, and they are not behaving like overfed last born, whose parents virtually, even to the go and write exams and all of that. When we were in school, we saw them in SS3, overfed last born. They are no longer with theirs. That's exactly what our security formations have turned into. The DSS, for instance, I must be very frank with you, they are now the armed wing, the top wing, or the militant wing of the APC government, of the APC-led government. When I was attacked with over 30 persons, the DSS led the 30 persons to attack me. And there are cases, there are incidents like that. They have abandoned their constitutional requirement to now chase and begin to sing, on your mandate we shall stand for President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, like what happened in the judges conference. That is to say that of a truth and of a fact, as a country, we have missed it. We have missed it. We are no longer concerned with the lives of the average Nigerian people. They are playing politics with us. Not, I think, two days ago, yesterday, Wednesday, if I'm not mistaken, the governor of Benue, a whole reverend father, earlier, said that there is no genocide in Benue. For some months ago, April, if I'm not mistaken, I know I listened to him, Finley. He told us that what is happening in Benue, it is religiously executed. What does that connote? It means that the execution is targeted towards a religion. What is genocide? I think people should go and ask that to Reverend Father. What is the meaning of genocide? The whole Reverend Father. When I listened to him yesterday, I was just as a person, I was just confused. I sat down, even my wife asked me, what does that mean? Is it because I said yes? I tried to explain to my wife that we will find ourselves at a crossroad. We are finding ourselves at a crossroad. As a people, we are handicapped. Nobody is defending us. If a whole governor that once in April, you can Google what I'm saying. In April, that what is happening, the insecurity that is happening in Benue, that it is religiously executed. And just yesterday here, he's saying that there is no genocide. That what is happening is not genocide. The whole Reverend Father. I think we must give a white chalk to Tinubu and every other governors. If you hold a Reverend Father, a religious leader, before now, all the changes, revolutions, same society that we all clamoring for, or perhaps that some of us inherited or met on ground, they were canvassed, they were fought for by front religious people like Martin Luther King Jr., the Martin Luther King of the Protestants. We all knew what happened to the Martin Luther King Sr. in Germany. What happened? That he broke away and formed. See, and many others, they were all religious leaders. They stick their neck to enable us have the society that some of us met and inherited. And today, our religious leaders are now beginning to be, according to that Bobsy in a religious song, they are now eating jollof rice in Aso Rock, or perhaps with men in government. They suddenly, lost their cognitive reasoning. Is in shambles, and they can no longer think right. This is a wake-up call to all Nigerians. A wake-up call to all Nigerians. We must rise up. Because a closed mouth is a closed destiny. We must speak out, and the time to act is now. If we are all waiting for a governor somewhere, or a House of Rep member, or a senator, or a deputy governor to come and fight for us, we will all wait in eternity, or perhaps some of us will be consumed in the process. So for me, the insecurity that is at the doorstep of everybody. My dear sister, I tell you, from what is happening, I'm in a sober mood, because it's only a fool that will say, what befell my neighbor, this is right. It's only a fool. I'm always concerned about my neighbor, because there's a saying in my very rich Benin language, when your neighbor is not at peace, you yourself will not be at peace. If, for instance, you share a place with a neighbor and it's not sleeping well, it's having cough, and you yourself, there's no way you have a very sweet sleep. That is the gospel truth. Nigerians, we must speak out, and we all must act and rise up to defend our country. Patriotism is not about telling lies. Patriotism, but what I understood, or what I have learned, the meaning of patriotism. At least I have a master's in history. I won't have a first degree in international studies and diplomacy. Like what some of our leaders, like what what's his name, the Minister for Foreign Affairs, went to one media and began to insult the sensibilities of the average Nigerian. the average Nigerians. He insulted us and he disgraced himself. You see, your patriotism is not to the man in the aim of affair. Your patriotism is to the collective will of the people. Who are the people? The electorate. And we must defend this country.
Okay, when you talk about defending the country, do you really think Nigerians will get to that point? Because we saw what happened during NSARS, and we saw how that degenerated into something that nobody liked in Nigeria. And now you're talking about defending ourselves, or defending Nigerians defending themselves. In what way would you really say Nigerians should defend themselves in this kind of situation?
Yeah, I appreciate you for this question. You see, I must say this here and now, that the present people in the helm of affairs, President Ahmed Bola Tinubu and the co-travelers, they are not concerned about our security. What they are concerned with now is 2027. So they are not concerned about whether we are alive. It is even better off for them that the very few that are subservient to them are alive, for them to govern. And that is a big fallacy. You see, I said something just now, that we all must try to defend ourselves. One, as I have advocated and admonished Nigerians, as we all go out weekly to gym, this has been my message, and this be my message through to 2027. As we all go out to gym, we must set aside 2 to 3 hours to practice madness. I grew up in the village. You see, when a mad person see a fellow mad person coming, perhaps they are coming in an opposite direction. The other one will go to, if the other one is in the left, the other one will go to the right. I've seen it, I saw it when I was growing up in my village at Gobazowa, the administrative headquarters of Ovia Southwest in Edo State. I saw it when I was growing up. And again, because I grew up from a very large family, if someone, assault my cousin, because I grew up in the midst of girls, we want march there to go and, clear the doubt of that person by trying, wooing our sister, and she refused and started, insulting or assaulting her. But there was one incident. Us marching there, we saw some able-bodied men coming from that house. We have to retrace our steps. What it means that there are able-bodied men in that house. We are able-bodied men, and we have to have a rethink. 2027 as is approaching, Nigerians must begin to practice madness towards 2027. When the people know that we are resolute, the men in power know that we are resolute, and they cannot survive the will of the people, they will have a rethink, and the people's vote must count. The issue of hearing a gunshot and going under your mommy's bed or your daddy's chairs in the sitting room, I think the days are gone. Nigerians must rise up. That's why I love what Yeriman, that naval officer, what he did when my brother Eyendeba said, "You are a fool. I'm not a fool, sir." You must challenge the status quo. You must tell them that you know you're right. That's why, again, I love what Governor Bala Makande did in PDP House. That they stood against the man that have been saddled to make sure that all oppositions parties in Nigeria, they are in comatose or they are in disarray. Okay. They stood, and that day they had their way, and they prevailed. That is what I'm admonishing Nigerians, that we must rise up. 2027 is sacrosanct. We must see it as if our life depends on it. And we must begin to send a clear message to those that are piloting the affairs of this country across board, whether it's APC, whether it's PDP, whether it's ADC. The coming election is not about political party, it's about Nigerians. And we must take our destiny in our own hand, because a closed mouth is a closed destiny.
Okay, a closed mouth is a closed destiny, according to Comrade. Let me come back to the studios. We know, the president, at some point, he had called a state of emergency in Rivers State. Do you think there's a need for a state of emergency on insecurity?
Well, I think, except for the the level at which it would affect those in government. But from all indications, I support a state of emergency on insecurity, because we have seen that these people are ready to consume this nation if something drastic is not done to push back. As we speak, there are some communities that they have to pay heavily taxes to non-state actors for them to survive, for them to even go to farm. What manner of extortion is that? That a country that has a president, the full apparatus of security, would allow such people to reign unhindered. So there is no way something drastic will not happen. And I expect that before these people overrun this country, government should take bold steps to push back this menace so that we can have, because where there is insecurity, you can't even debate development. You can't talk of growth. The economy of the country will not fare better. Look at today. A lot of people can't even go to farm. Benue and Plateau used to be the food basket of the nation, and are we not already? The World Bank and some other international institutions are even told us that we are likely to experience famine in this country. And this is not a natural disaster, but man-made disaster. If you cannot go to farm, who tills the ground? Who plants the seed? Who waters the seed? Who affects the produce? Who takes it from the forest to hinterland? Who takes it from hinterland to the cities for some of us to feed? Of course, inflation will rise. And then we'll have to contend, because when much money is chasing fewer goods, inflation sets in. And that's what we are likely to witness maybe in the next couple of months. So rather than wait for such to happen, God has blessed us in this country. The rain falls at its time. The dry season comes at its time. We have vast arable land. Niger State alone, Niger and Benue alone can feed this country and even feed West Africa if the right incentives, if there is security in place and government is determined to support farmers. But here we are today, we have to import rice to bring the price of rice down. We have to import. I'm told that we are even importing gari just to bring down the price. I mean, who does that? A state in Nigeria can produce the gari that we need in this country if there is no issue of insecurity. And so, if it requires state of emergency, so be it.
Okay. Thank you. Comrade, please, before we go, your final thoughts in just one sentence, if that's possible.
Nigerians must wake up and defend themselves. If they are relying on this crop of persons in the saddle of leadership, God forbid, we will be consumed. Because what they are after is not our survival. What they are after, it is how they can secure 2027.
Okay.
Just barely a year and 6 months into this administration, they started campaigning. And I said it in this platform that they have missed it, and the issue of governance is in comatose. So what are we experiencing in this country today?
Thank you very much, comrade, for joining us all the way from Benin City, and thank you so much, sir, for being with us in the studios.
Pleasure.
Yes, you're welcome, sir. That's all for today's episode of The Issues. We explore the challenges facing Nigeria's politics, reconciliation effort, and of course, electoral governance. Thank you for joining us. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insights. Until next time, stay informed. I am Nenna Ndomdioto. This has been The Issues on Voice of the People Television, where the future faces forward. Please stay tuned for Hashtag with Vivian and Ikechukwu.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please the sport.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
The Agungu Fishing Festival, or Agungu Dance Festival, is an annual 4-day festival in Kebbi State and other northern states like Niger and the northwestern part of northern Nigeria. The region is made up of fertile river areas of Matamfada, Mala, with much irrigation and orchards, Lambu in Hausa. The majority of the inhabitants are fishermen. They also have Kantamusium, The museum is the main historical center in Agungu for visitors across the globe. People from around the world travel to Agungu just to witness the occasion. The main purpose of the Agungu Fishing Festival is for fishing and unity. The festival is usually a 4-day cultural event. The festival began in the year 1934 as a mark of the end of the century-old hostility between the Sokoto Caliphate and the Kebbi Kingdom. This festival has brought huge progress to the development of the state as a whole. It is usually called a fishing frenzy festival. The festival is celebrated to mark the beginning of the fishing season in Agungu, a riverside town in Kebbi State. It's celebrated between February and March every year. In 2005, the winning fish weighed 75 kilograms and needed 4 men to hoist it onto the scales. In 2006, the festival banned fishing due to safety concerns relating to the low water levels. The importance of the festival to the economy has led the government to conserve fish stock by prohibiting the use of gill nets and cast nets. The Zero Polder project, an irrigation scheme in the Rima River floodplain to the south of Agungu, has been criticized because the reservoir threatens to flood the traditional. Activities include craft showcases, canoe races, agricultural showcase, cultural activities, wrestling matches, musical performances, a grand fishing contest and swimming contest. On the final day of the festival, the competition is held, in which thousands of men line up along the river, and at the sound of a gunshot, all of them jump into the river and have an hour to catch the largest fish. The winner can take home as much as $7,500. Competitors are only allowed to use traditional fishing tools, and many prefer to catch fish entirely by hand. A practice also popular elsewhere and known as noodling, and this is to demonstrate their prowess. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Asu Rock is a large outcrop of granitic rock located on the outskirts of Abuja, the capital of Nigeria. It's a 400-meter prominent monolith with a peak height of 936 meters above sea level. It's one of the city's most noticeable features. The Nigerian Presidential Complex, Nigerian National Assembly, and Nigerian Supreme Courts are located around it. Much of the city extends to the south of the rock. Aso means victorious in the native language of the Asokoro people, the ethnic group predominant in the area. Asokoro means the people of victory. This was the site of the 2003 Aso Rock Declaration, issued by the heads of government of the Commonwealth of Nations during the CHOGM held in Abuja. It reaffirmed the Commonwealth's principles as detailed under the Harare Declaration, but set the promotion of democracy and development as the organization's priorities. The then President of Nigeria, Ibrahim Babangida administration, founded Aso Villa in 1991, the same year that Nigeria's capital was transferred from Lagos to Abuja, and it is situated on the outskirts of Abuja, Nigeria's capital. The Aso Villa mansion is surrounded by the Nigerian Presidential Complex, the Nigerian National Assembly, and the Nigerian Supreme Court. Much of the town is located to the south of the rocky outcropping